Rub it up, dub. There's a furry kitty in the windowsill who's not looking very happy because the window's closed. Oh, I'm sorry, kitty. I'm sorry, kitty. Welcome to Lone Wolf Live. Oh yeah, that's right. He said.
Oh. Huh? What? You like my game? Oh, you want to watch the Green Gang? Give me a second.
Oh, let me correct that. All right. We are starting now. Going to the live camera. All right. I want knights errant stuff. All right. There. Huh. Breckenhouse? Hello.
What up, Wolf?
Are they Xing up for Hellra?
No, not yet. Doing dailies with.
Oh, you're doing dailies. You're not gonna do Hellra?
He's not running till
Huh?
he's not running until 9 tonight.
Oh, they changed the time?
Didn't you see what he said in Discord?
No, I haven't. I've been working. I haven't had a chance to even look at Discord.
Yeah, he's gonna run it at 9 tonight.
Okay, then I'm not in a hurry.
Hold on, let me double check to make sure he said 9.
Rapora, Oko, Rekuta.
Yeah, he says 9 o'clock tonight.
What the?
Rapora, Mako, Rekuta.
Praise Vivek! You were there to stop Alexandra Cannell from capturing the Coral Heart.
Hey, Downcast? Downcast. All right. News. I want to see some news. Election night. Let's find some news. Is there anybody out there? Is there anybody out there? Yada yada yada. Hello, is there anybody out there? Oh man. I guess I need to bring up this. Find out what's going on.
Hello.
I was wondering if I was going to be the only one here.
No.
So, you didn't want to do the frostbolt?
Oh, we just didn't have enough time to do it.
Oh,
It figured.
okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
I don't care.
We had. Okay.
I'm most likely going to be running with you guys, so, I mean, if we don't have time, it's fine.
Hey, Farker.
Parker?
That's just what they call me.
Oh, Farka, hi.
They were like, Reckon was like, oh shit, now we got two with the name that's too close to each other.
Anyone have a transmute station?
I have one
I
in
do.
my house.
Everybody's got one.
Yeah.
I know.
Jesus, why don't you have one?
Because I suck.
Broke ass
You
Mississippian.
don't suck, no.
Yay. Parker doesn't think I suck, therefore I do not suck. Yay.
Are you coming in here to offer to cook me supper? Is that why you're coming in here?
Who was that?
Why are you coming in here?
I'm
I feel like we're not part of the whole conversation.
I was
Right? I'm
assuming
like,
that's
I'm
not
not.
towards the game.
What, buddy?
Excuse me one
Talking
moment.
to his cat
What?
again.
I can't hear you because they're talking in my
the
ear.
cat.
What's up?
Yes, the cat is gonna cook him supper.
He says,
Assuming
sure.
it's like,
Why are you
And he coughs
dying?
up a hairball.
I'll be back.
yes.
I spent all day getting this mouse for you. You are gonna eat it.
And like it.
Don't you work at a hospital?
Cool.
Look, all I know is tonight, however this election goes, I'm gonna need y'all to send me some good vibes.
It's gonna be fun for your job,
'Cause-
isn't it?
Because I have to work the main channel tonight.
Oh yeah.
So it would be
Yucky.
bad enough if I was like on the fire channel, but no, I'm
Yeah,
on the
buddy.
main channel. So I just need good vibes no matter what happens. Please.
Good.
You're gonna be walking into it tonight, aren't you?
Oh, yeah.
Are you telling me I need to take you to the hospital?
I mean, if somebody wants to also have like the
I might
strongest
have
vodka
to.
ever delivered to my front door for tomorrow when I come home,
Your parents
I
can't
would
take you to the
not be
hospital?
opposed to that either.
I'm busy.
That's not it.
Seriously, I have a video game going right now. I can't help it if your appendix
Dan.
ruptures.
So
I mean,
And,
look.
flat.
Will somebody explain to my cousin that I cannot pause my life of video game playing because her appendix ruptured? For God's sakes, I mean, she can take herself to the fucking hospital, right? I mean, can I get an amen here?
I mean, you can call an ambulance and they'll
That's
take
right. That's what ambulances are for.
it. Or an Uber. An Uber would actually be a hell of a lot cheaper.
Or an Uber. Well, actually, I don't think we have Ubers in Mississippi, but
Do you
that's
have
beside the
Lyft?
point.
you do.
We do.
Probably not in your area, but we do. In the Jackson area, you got quite a few Ubers.
Well, we're
See, it'd
not
be a
in
hell of a
the
lot
Jackson area. I didn't think you were in the Jackson area either.
surprised.
We're in Pearl. You don't get much more Jackson area than Pearl.
In Jackson.
We're in the safe Jackson area.
Pearl is the boondocks of Jackson.
The wood elf
Yeah.
has been in
That's
I
like
live
the
in the
backwoods.
guilty of
The Pearl is the backwoods of the
Yes.
backwoods.
Hey, you have the Trust
It
Mart
is.
Park, you have the Outlet Mall, you have the Bass Pro
I
Shop,
can't
you've
hear
got the
you.
movie
They're talking
theater.
in my ear.
feeling of rotten
You've
tomatoes.
got all the good things.
All right, I've got to
around
take my
Jackson.
headset off again now. What?
Dumping said refuse
gonna
on the
kill you.
head of the Altmer commander for ruin during his visit to the Grandmother.
Ow! My window's closed.
And finally,
So-
knocking over
Can
the
you,
cart of a
Did your
thirsty
dog close
merchant
the door?
while attempting to avoid capture.
Get Simon in there with you.
For all of these crimes, this one sentences him to the stocks until such time as he shows proper repentance.
No, it's not final. No. There's nobody calling the race yet.
There's nobody calling the race yet.
That's what I just said, literally.
No, I know. I'm confirming
Yeah, she was
that you are
confirming
correct.
what
I'm
you-
literally
yeah.
looking at it that the Associated Press has not called this election.
Yeah, I've got a
It's not going
map
to be
of it
called
on
for
the
at
stream.
least another week.
They've called
Yeah,
it for
with all the
Mississippi
mail-ins.
with less than 1% of it accounted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's.
So less than 1%, and they've already called Mississippi for Trump.
Yeah, I
And
don't.
Biden has more
Yeah, it
votes.
doesn't work that way.
Yeah, I don't think it's
Nice
gonna.
try,
I don't think
Zach.
that's gonna. I don't think
Your
that's gonna
main
work
cities haven't even started reporting yet.
No,
Jackson
the
hasn't
metro,
started reporting.
the metro area hasn't even done it. They've already called it for Trump.
Y'all have
It'll
only
change.
counted 8,000 votes, and they've called it.
Did y'all vote yes on 65? Vote yes on 65?
I don't have that here.
Well, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about the other people in Mississippi, for fuck's sakes. Not you. God damn.
Well, I mean, wait. Does that mean I get to smoke weed for anxiety disorders?
No.
No.
Well, that fucking sucks.
I mean, I don't know. There were 22 listed
Yes, buddy, you can have 2 more
Um,
pieces. But
diagnoses, but I mean, that doesn't mean that more can't be added at some point. I mean, 60,
You gotta
60
start with some to get the rest of them.
65 is like the most common prop. The 65A thing was like the legislature saying, well, we'll do it, but we're just going to leave it in the hands of the legislature to decide what's best. That's what 65A was all about. So.
well, that's the problem I have with it. Like, I don't have a problem with what they're doing. I do have a problem with the way the bill's written. I think they could have done a lot better job
Be right
with
back.
constructing the bill.
Well,
Which state was it
But,
last election that literally, like, the way that they wrote their bill allowed for women to commit murder?
I think that was Texas.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, like the way they wrote the bill, they had to, like, as soon as somebody realized it and brought it to people's attention, they were like, "Oh fuck," and had to amend it. But the way the bill was written, women could get away with murder in
Yeah.
it, and it was just like, your
Like-
bill allowed it. Like,
Are you okay?
Like the way they did this bill is the bill literally says if you have pain, you can take medical marijuana.
oh,
And so you could walk in and say, my arm hurts, and they legally have to give you medical marijuana.
well,
There's no,
the thing about all of that is, though, like, Dragon's asking if you could take it for anxiety. Even if that was included, your job could still say, you can't have that in your system to work here, and contest for it. The only state that does not allow that to happen with THC anymore is Maine. They are the only
I thought it
state.
was California.
It's Maine. California, they can still say, hey, you got that in your system, you can't work here.
And that's the thing. Like, if they had constructed the bill with any type
I
of
know you're
specific
gonna be
information
fine.
in it, instead of just very loose and arbitrary words, I would have been 100% with it. But when you construct a bill like that and you're introducing something into a state, you've got to be very specific on how you're introducing it. The more arbitrary you get, the more people that you're going to have that's going to try to take advantage of the law to cause problems. You know what I mean? And so, you know, they could have done a lot better job. The way that they wrote it could actually cause more problems than actually prevent it.
Minnesota has only medicinal use, and it has to be prescribed by the doctor. They're very, 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 very tough on prescribing it. And we only have one dispensary. And they would rather you get it through pill or an injection. They're doing injections up here. I don't know anything about those.
I'm out. There's needles involved. I'm done.
And Tony gets his CBD oil out of the dispensary.
I get CBD oil, but mine doesn't have that THC balance in it because it's not legal here.
Yeah, his has the THC, so he gets that from the dispensary.
All right, so
Yep.
our measure, the
There
measure,
we are.
Initiative 65, our measure specifically says that debilitating medical conditions shall mean cancer, epilepsy, or other seizures, Parkinson's disease, Huntington's disease, muscular dystrophy, multiple sclerosis, cachexia, I don't know what that is, post-traumatic stress disorder, positive status for human immunodeficiency virus, acquired,
HIV.
okay, HIV, yeah, sorry, yeah. Acquired immune deficiency syndrome, chronic or debilitating pain. So there you go, chronic or debilitating pain. Amyotrophic. There's 20. I don't want to list them all. Y'all are going to get blah. But there's like 22 specific ailments here that go all the way from chronic pain to spinal disease and that type of shit. But it's not very what would you say, lackadaisical. I mean, they're very specific about what is allowed and what is not. I mean, you have a very specific language about what a caregiver is. Criminal and civil sanctions are annotated specifically. Right now, it's it's
Hey,
very
guys, I know this
yeah.
is partially my fault, but it's been brought to attention from a few whispers that I've gotten. They would rather us not talk about politics in GC1 tonight just because it's fucking with some people's heads. So if we can cut it short. And they're probably right, like this probably isn't the best
I
conversation.
thought y'all were talking
We're gonna kinda have fun.
about weed.
I mean,
Yeah,
they were,
we're-
but they were talking about the political standpoint of it.
Oh, we're
Talk about
talking
weed
about-
all you want, like I don't give a fuck, but
We're talking about Initiative 65, which is a ballot that's on the Mississippi. We're voting for medical marijuana this time around, man. In Mississippi. It's our first
You guys
time.
not
general,
have
like
it's
it's partially my fault, so
is
just-
marijuana
we'll
not
stop the
legalized? I
political
mean,
talk.
for medicinal purposes in Mississippi?
No.
You're kidding.
Ooh. Nowhere close
You mean
to
Minnesota
it.
did something first?
Nowhere close to it.
Huh.
Yeah. This is the
Ready for it
second.
to be federally legal.
This is the second
Just
time it's hit,
legalize it in all flippin' states.
or at least decriminalize is all I'm screaming. But this is the second time it's been on the ballot. The first time it got knocked down. This time it looks like it's really got a chance. Oh, were you Xing? I didn't know where you were Xing.
Yes.
All right.
I agree. At least, just legalize it in all states.
So, Sean Connery died.
Yep, I saw that. That's very
All right,
sad.
we don't have to go into the sadness.
All right,
now,
don't
okay?
go
Change
from
the
politics to sad shit.
subject. Thank you.
Whatever shall I do?
Was I? I don't know. Feels like it's been years.
Moons
such a
above. How will we get the relics now?
Oh, goodness.
Alright, who else am I waiting on? Is Dan coming?
Dan, you
Damn it,
coming?
Jim! X up!
Is he DPS or tank?
I think DPS unless Pear got on a tank.
Okay.
Or unless Pear got on a DPS. Yeah, Jim's DPS.
DPS, okay.
His name is Dan. Oh,
Sorry,
why
Dan.
did you
Jim.
randomly start
Hello.
calling him Jim?
Because it's in his fucking name.
It's just like out of
Damn
the
it,
blue,
Jim.
though.
Oh, goodness.
Otis is like, your new name is Jim now. Just randomly.
It's easy.
I want her to hate
Here.
you.
Let me send y'all a picture of this necklace that I got a picture of on Facebook.
That Jim gave you?
That's a trap.
No, the
Pearl
vagina necklace.
I hope you're wearing more than the necklace.
Yeah,
You're terrible.
most people do.
Alright, so I just need 2.
There it is.
JL Rodriguez, if you're in chat, you need to hurry the fuck up with your dungeon.
So did you need me on tank or DPS?
DPS.
Told you DPS.
Okay. I
Here, I'll
did
post
hear.
it in memes.
He wasn't listening.
I'll be back in a second.
Alright, no worries.
Here, y'all check out this necklace I just posted in memes.
Oh, yes, that Batgirl posted the other day.
Oh, did she?
I saw it.
I didn't
Do you
see
like
it.
my cat?
Yeah, it's from a few years ago.
Oh, goodness.
It meows. The ghost-faced black cat.
Oh, yeah, she posted it on Facebook. That's where I got it from.
Yeah.
Boys, you mean sex toys that are rude and don't even vibrate? No, thank you.
Yes.
Oh. I got just off of work, grabbed food, ate it, like stuffed my face, and got on immediately. Still almost
Yay.
late.
Oh, the air fryer's hilarious. I love the person. Not funny. The man was sick and mentally unstable. He was a murderer. Murder's not funny. And the person responded, first day on the internet.
Oh, yes, the air fryer thing.
The air fryer.
You like making me supper yet? Go walk.
Will you leave your cousin alone about cooking you food?
Look, I give her a place to live. Least she can do is cook me something to eat every once in a while.
Wait.
Big bag of dicks.
Wait. You live with your cousin? That is so West Point.
In Mississippi?
Yeah?
I don't think he gets it.
No, I get it. I completely get it. I
It's
just
too
don't
normal
acknowledge
for
it.
him. I don't get the joke.
No, I get the joke. I just don't acknowledge it.
My cousin,
Oh,
dad,
French.
and my sister, mom don't think it's a problem.
No,
We're just
Uncle
kidding.
Dad.
I absolutely
have
understand
family
how
from
you.
Arkansas.
I absolutely understand how you
Alright,
think
I'm
it
gonna
is
travel.
amusing, but it's not.
I mean, Wolf, I have family from Arkansas, so I get the jokes as well. And then Otis lives in the state with the most incest in the
Yes, he
nation
does.
anyway.
Shit happens.
Am I wearing SPC in Joy Worlds per normal?
Yes.
I'm wearing.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I need to like
The
set up
answer is
stuff.
gonna be Hollow and Winters. Actually, because we gotta split.
I'm still wearing SPC.
Do you want me to throw Hollow on for when we split?
Or just wear it all the time.
I mean, I can.
It's up to
but
y'all.
We
Y'all
seem to
can do
be
whatever.
fine without me having a switch.
Hollow or SPC? Just go ahead and say it.
Yeah, will you wear Hollow and SPC?
Okay.
Who? Me or Dragon?
Me.
Dragon.
Okay.
Gotta go get my SPC stuff out of storage.
How dare you? I'm just kidding.
You should just keep it all on your healer.
Dear God, I
Yeah,
don't have
and then
room
I
for
have
that.
no freaking inventory for that.
Dragon
I
understands.
mean, that's what I do on my healer.
Well,
You
sucks
don't
to
have
suck.
700 million sets like we do.
Yeah.
I have almost all of them, yes. I have all the major ones on me. My inventory on my healer is a solid 175 out of 210.
Oh, see, you have more space than I do as well.
Me too.
Why don't you?
There's
What?
Dan.
Because fuck you, that's why.
Don't you train your fucking horse?
Yeah, occasionally.
Wait, yeah, mine's not trained up all the way on inventory. It is on speed though. I don't have a poverty pony.
It ain't exactly middle class either.
Alright, it's not that I'm disappointed. It's just that I'm extremely disappointed.
Okay, well, you also have to keep in mind, Otis, I just started learning to make gold, so I haven't had the gold to buy more inventory space.
I mean, it takes her 3 years to figure things out every once in a while.
like
Don't get
200
on
gold.
to her.
No, it's not. It's a lot more than 200 gold.
I want to know how to make more
What,
gold.
for bag
Tell me,
space?
Farka.
Yes.
I'll buy the rest of your bag space right now.
Do it.
Well,
Just tell me how much gold
I
you
want
need.
gold.
the easiest way to make gold is to not spend money on other people's
Once
mats
again,
and
why
make
is your face so wet?
That's true. That's why I stopped doing that. But I also
and make mats
started using a
and make
trader.
supplies for other people.
I started using a trader. I don't do that anymore.
Mwah. Love you so
I literally
much.
just opened like 70k of stuff for my trader, like just
See?
now since
I
I
didn't use traders until like 2
What
weeks
trading
ago,
guild are y'all
and,
using?
Dawn of the Wicked. Is that
What
what
now?
I did?
Now you decide to
Dragon.
leave?
What?
I use
your
Dragonborn
cousin.
Warriors.
I do this, and now you
just
decide.
using,
Now you decide to leave.
What am I using? Grand Designs
I've
2.
got 4 trading guilds.
Yep.
She's
Oh, I
literally
have
been
great
laying in my
designs that I
bed,
could
not
use
saying
too.
a thing
It's
for
fine.
like 30 minutes.
She doesn't feel good, Wolf.
Oh wow!
At least that's what I'm putting together from the conversation that seems to
She
be
has
happening.
gas because she didn't eat lunch.
Does she need a bottle of magnesium citrate? It'll
She-
cost her 98 cents. Well, technically $1.07 after
she-
tax. I can
here's-
send it to her.
Here's the problem. I can annotate the problem in one sentence. You didn't eat lunch and had spicy ramen for supper.
I mean, yeah, that could do it.
How's that an annotation?
I don't know.
Sorry.
I don't
Asshole
know, but I have
English
to
teacher.
leave for work in 2 hours, so I'm going to go ahead and get dressed for work.
HTFU.
What's that mean?
Hurry the fuck up.
You hurry the fuck up. I'm still gonna be here. Like, I'm gonna keep my headset on. Except for when I put my shirt on.
You're gonna still be here when you leave for work.
No,
that
when I'm
suggests that Farka
changing
at some point will
clothes.
be without a shirt.
Oh.
I am interested. I want pics.
I didn't know you were that type of lady, Dragon.
I'm whatever
Can't
type of lady you
contain
want me to
her.
be, baby.
I've been trying for years.
Let's-
He's like, it doesn't work. Do I want to wear the gray
Thicker
shirt or the
chains.
maroon shirt?
Wear the maroon
She just
shirt,
likes
Texas
it.
A&M.
Oh, but yeah, but with things that we're not going to talk about, I don't want to be wearing certain colors today. I'm going to wear the blue shirt.
Do I have a Necro that can wear Catalyst and MA?
I don't
talk.
have them yet.
I've been working
That's
on
your
it, but I
homework.
don't have it.
That's every Necro's homework. Catalyst, it's in Stone Garden, it's easy farm.
Dragon. I mean,
Easy.
Dragon. Crimson. Let's
Yes.
stick together and do it. I need it too.
Could one of you at least, or two of you at least, run MA, Master Architect?
It's on my Templar.
You want to go grab it?
I can.
We got time. I'm still waiting on 2 people. I haven't gotten 2 yet. Thank you.
Vic.
Alright,
Please
cool.
and
It's a big
thank
buff
you.
for the group, that's why. Gracias.
Here, are you
Is there
available?
another Necro, Steven, or Dan that can put on MA?
I think I've got a body set of it. I'll have to look through my bank.
Okay, no worries. This is a big.
Where
this
does
is a
Master
big
I'm about
Architect come
to send
from?
you a message on Discord.
off.
What about me?
I said I'm talking about you, and Pear and I are really excited about the pictures of your boobs.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Dan's like, I want in on this. Don't leave me out.
Careful what you wish for, boys.
You're a lady. No, it's too late. I already changed shirts, guys.
Aww.
I put a bra on and everything. Like, I missed it.
You're not even going for like 2 hours.
Yeah, but Fargus is the kind of chick to promise
I know,
you.
but we're doing this trial.
Fargus is the kind of chick to promise you a picture of her boobs and send you a picture of some guy's ass crack. That's, you know.
No, I didn't promise a picture of my boobs.
Oh, just
They
a
just said
picture
that they
of
wanted to see.
boobs.
Yeah, that's why I Google
Okay,
boobs
so
and I
she's
send them to Otis.
she promises.
As long as those boobs
she
actually
promises
have nipples, then I'm okay with it.
Okay, so
Oh,
so
yeah,
she so then she
I have a
sends
picture of boobs without nipples.
so then she
Alright,
sends
Dan, pull your
pictures
shirt
of
up.
2 little booby birds with nipples taped to them or some shit. That's what she.
Yes. Oh, tits. The birds that everybody calls tits. I'm gonna
Yeah.
send those to people.
No, there's actually a bird called a booby.
Yeah, there's a bird
Yes,
called a
that
booby.
too.
Yeah.
Well, there's a
There's also a bird called a tit.
yes. There's Lord of Plagues.
What happened to Rodriguez? He
I think
was
he's
saying
switched up.
something in chat.
In Mississippi, we have these really interesting things called snipes. Let me.
That's
Yeah.
not true at all. I know what that
They're only in Mississippi. You can never find them any place
That's not
else.
How
true.
long is this message, Dragon?
Dude, this is not even a joke.
talking, and
This
I
is
keep
not even a
getting here, let me
joke.
pull my
This is
headset off.
true. This is God's honest truth. When I was growing up, I had a schoolmate whose parents split, and the dude like moved in with me and my family so we could finish out a senior year of college. But this guy was so
Rodriguez is still
fucking
in City
thick.
of Ash too.
This guy was so fucking
There we
thick
go.
that the coach at the high school that we were going to had this guy convinced that there were miniature pink elephants that grew out at the Lockendam area of the river, and that you could only see them in certain situations. And he and a bunch of people from like the basketball team took this guy out there to go hunting for miniature pink elephants. And I tried.
thing.
Here's the really sad part about it. I tried. I kid you not, for an hour or 2 to try and convince this guy that they were lying
No, they
to
have
him.
to be in guild. I don't give crown. Sorry.
That they were lying to him, and that they were just going to make fun of him when he goes out to look for miniature pink elephants. And he stood on his fucking haunches and refused to believe me when I tried to convince him that they were. Because the coach would not lie to him about something like this.
Did he have 4 legs?
Oh, no, he was from Ohio. That should explain most of it.
Well, you said he reared back on his haunches, so just, you know.
That's a Mississippi term.
Oh.
It's a Mississippi term
That's
for being an
strange.
asshole.
Yeah.
Oh. That's strange. Okay.
It can
This
also.
is not a jab at Lone Wolf, but it's an older term. It's almost an outdated term.
Well, what it's
But people
talking
use-
about is like.
Is it because people don't have 4 legs?
No, it's because it has something to do with like standing on the ball, not the balls of your feet. What's the heel? Like standing on your heels. Yeah.
Yeah.
It has something to do with standing on the hills. Don't get me. I don't know. I heard it all my life from.
You're
the
like, I
older
just
people.
grew up hearing it.
I just grew up hearing it, so I say the shit. Like I still say groovy
Yeah,
for
oh,
fuck's sake. I'm carrying that goddamn torch till I die.
Pear, did you really have to stick in the lazy jab? Really?
What are you
I thought you wanted to do
talking
this
about?
in whispers. We can do this in chat, and I can just expose you if you want. We can do that.
That's.
Oh, what are you doing?
What is happening?
Continue. I have a problem that he's helping me with, and I was with him, and then he said, "Well, you're probably just getting lazy." I was like, "Really, Bear?"
I wasn't gonna
like
say it in
how
chat.
he's like, man, I thought we were gonna handle this in whispers, but apparently not. And I was just like, man, are y'all going at it? Like, what happened? Are y'all okay? Do y'all need to hug it out?
Lock us in a room and not open the door until we've made up.
Yes. Dan's like, wait a minute, he's British.
Or we
no.
Or we can do the
I know, Dragon. You get out of that room.
thing.
I'll make up with you.
We could just do the thing that my mom's best friend used to do to her kids. Actually,
that?
she only had to do it one time. Her kids were fighting. She was like, "Hey, come here." And so they came over to her, and she grabbed them both by the back of the heads and slammed their heads together, and then they stopped fighting.
Of course they stopped
Love it.
fighting. You just knocked them out.
Well, she told him. She's like, every time y'all fight in front of me, that's what's gonna happen. And so they didn't fight in front of her ever again.
I love it.
One of my granddads tell a story of him and his brother went fishing and they got into a knockdown, drag out fight. And their mom was about maybe 5'2" or 5'3", little old short lady, but she could. And all the boys were like 6'5", 6'4". And so they're at the pond with the knockdown, drag out fight. She comes running out of the house, grabs their cane fishing poles, and starts beating them with the cane fishing pole to get them to break it up. So they start fighting about who's actually going to be on the top.
I don't understand.
I don't understand what.
That's it. He just doesn't understand.
Just
Why?
general. He is from
Answer is-
Wales.
I'm not allowed to talk
Life
about
is
it.
in a state of not understanding.
Believe me, Wolf, you and I are in the same boat where I don't understand either.
Well, I just don't understand how you can call a race with 6% of the votes in. That makes no sense to me.
I was just gonna leave it at not understanding.
I can't.
Because I know what you're talking about. I just
Don't.
try not
Stop.
to talk about it.
Yeah, no part.
Enough of the politics, thank you.
Believe it.
I
What does we stop?
just
singing or
really
what?
want weed to be legal in Texas and for us not to be able to test for THC. So that way,
Hey, can we talk about
could use it.
this so I can focus and like talk and guild chat about the trial that we're trying to do? Thank you. Hey, is everyone in
Simmer,
guild
you
chat?
coming in?
Hold
Me?
on,
I just got
trying to
here. I don't know
see.
what's going on.
Except if you wanna
Plague
come with.
is trying to
No,
invite
yeah, Plague's invited.
his
It's
person.
We're still waiting on Krim, right?
No, he's back.
Might have someone else. If not, then Sim, we are doing Hellrot hard mode.
Alright. Well, I got here for the halfway through the pink elephant.
Yeah. I haven't been paying attention. I've been trying to whisper people.
Delta Zombie with a 1.
Alright.
That's shocking.
Yeah. They're in the guild.
Oh, well, that was easy. How rare is it that you actually are able to accept a guild invite right when it comes through? Normally it's like, sorry, you're already a member of too many guilds.
Well, somebody tell Plague that we're in GC1.
I already put it in there. Yeah.
I see it now.
And I threw Delta Zombie into group chat. So you probably didn't see that.
Oh, hey guys.
Hi.
Yo.
Hi.
Alright, there we go.
Yeah, I was, thanks for inviting my GM, guys. He's a pretty cool guy.
No worries.
I think we should
We'll be the
group
judge
chat.
of
You want to
that.
get him back to GC1?
I put GC1 in chat. I think he'll figure it out.
Yeah, he figured it out.
I have all the faith.
There he is.
Alright,
wait,
cool.
no, he's not.
Alright, everyone can go ahead and travel in. Make sure you set your CP. If you need CP, I can give it to you. I know it off the top of my head in here now.
I need it. Well, you don't know the healer one.
Yeah, I do. 81 Ironclad, 21 Spell Shield, 56,
Holy
56,
shit.
56.
When he is so his life.
I
we just really do this trial a lot.
CP. At least, well, that's my 21 Spell Shield,
21.
56 in the other 3.
Okay.
Alright.
Hey, Delta, these are my guild mates. Killjoy, Delta.
Yeah, it's a big guild.
Hello.
Well,
We're crazy. Like, just
Yeah,
as a
so am I.
warning.
They're
Okay,
badass.
good. You'll be fine.
Alright,
Don't
we're
scare
gonna
him,
go
Parka.
ahead
Behave.
and split
I
up.
didn't do anything.
Barca, calm down. Downcast. Calm down. Serious face. I want to get through this real quick. We're gonna get to the boss in like, what, 15 minutes? And then we're gonna do hard mode for a while. It may or may not be a complete because we still have one tank that's learning it, but I have all the confidence in her that she will get it down. Then it is time for the DPS to fuck everything up and die constantly and kill everyone. Because you are gonna do it, so be prepared.
There goes my
I want to
outfit.
dodge roll. Hardest part in there is to be able to dodge roll out of his little shield throw or whatever it is he throws.
Yeah, not synergize. That's the big thing. Alright. So, Tiff, you're going, what, upstairs like normal? Which healer's going with Tiff upstairs?
I typically go upstairs.
yeah.
Delta goes
no,
upstairs.
Barker's-
Because I'm a heavy attack
Barca.
lightning staff build.
Alright.
Who's our
Pear's going
upstairs?
downstairs.
Where's upstairs hang out?
Tiff,
where's
right here.
Left side.
Over here? Okay. So left is upstairs. Okay.
Alright, downstairs I need Dragon with Pear. We got Crim, Plague, let's see, how many people are on the upstairs? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Parker, check your messages.
6.
Okay.
Alright, so Wolf, you're going downstairs. Dan, you're going downstairs. Dragon's going downstairs. That'll make 6 and 6. Wolf, did you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Alright, cool. Dragon, did you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now we gotta go over execute stacks for last boss if we get there. We're gonna pretend that this square is the boss. Right? So Tiff's gonna have one side, Bear's gonna have the other. This is going to be the damaging side where you normally do Hellraw from. This is going to be the healing side that you normally don't go to when you're doing Hellraw. Alright, which healer wants which side?
I'll
I
be on the side that I
typically
am. Yeah.
take the crossover side, the far
Okay.
side.
Yeah.
Well, if you are... Yes?
I've never done this on vet mode as a DPS, only a tank, so I have no clue what was happening either. So you just tell me where to stand, type thing, if that's okay.
Yeah. No
Okay.
worries. The groups I was dividing before was to just
I know that.
speedrun it.
Yeah.
This is when we get down to 35% on the last boss while he's in execute on hard mode. Makes things a lot easier to do it this way. So I need 2 melee range DPS on M1 and M2 for the healing side.
I have to be within melee range to do max damage here because I'm wearing. It's a crazy build, but also I'm wearing infallible ether. Do I need to take it off because if somebody else is wearing it, it's pointless for me to wear it?
I probably would take that off. Yes.
Alright.
Then you can have this M2 spot. And Flag, you want to have M1?
Yeah, I'll do melee. I'm a melee type.
Okay. So what y'all going to do is like stand right about where I am, Plague. And then we will have Downcast right here. And Crim right here. Y'all are going to stand in a little square. So everyone else is going to be on the other side. Wait, that divided up Necros fairly evenly, yeah. I'll take this melee range spot. Steven's behind me, and then Jim is in the back. Cool. Alright, so what we'll do is say that I get stoned, correct? Then I will say melee, DPS, stoned, damage side. That lets my people know that they need to move away. So, DPS, stoned, melee, fuck. My brain's not gonna work for
Just
this.
say DPS.
It's cool.
Melee. Or
DPS
what's
melee.
You're healing. Yeah, you're on healing side, yeah.
No, I'm on DPS side.
He's on damage, we're on healing.
Yeah, so say melee damage.
I'm just gonna say
side, and I'll move away.
stoned melee side. You'll be able to tell who it is. If you're over here, you say stoned healing side, and your friends should be able to see who it is, because they'll have like an actual like stone thing around their feet or whatever. When I say that, or whenever you say that, you get away from that person so that they can break free. So boom, I'm gonna break free, and then everyone can get back in their spot. This is also for like when Starfall's going on. That way we're all in a nice little stack, we're not overlapping, and we can let everyone know that we need to break free, and we can break free, and it's not going to be a big deal. The rest of the fight, before that, we are going to do a hard stack like normal on the DPS side and fight the boss. I'm going to explain this better when we get there, but I just want everyone to remember their spots in this stack, because this is for execute and we won't be able to go over it there. So, does anyone have any questions about where their spot is?
Yeah, I'm assuming where the first tank is, the one with the blue pants, that's where the boss will be facing.
The boss will be right here, and more than likely facing Tiff.
Right here,
yes.
right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And then we'll be, I guess, protecting the healers to a certain extent.
Well, the healers are gonna stay like kind of in the back so they can get us all healed up. Make sure you're within your healing springs though, because y'all are gonna get fucked up. Starfall is way worse on hard mode than it is on normal.
Should I be using, again, like the SS, should I use hardened armor instead of balanced?
Probably, because he's gonna hit like a Mack truck.
I know you asked something about balance, but I wasn't actually listening. Ask again.
Should I be using hardened armor instead of balance?
I mean, I would say use something other than hardened armor, because you're gonna definitely be in range for Fark to be giving that buff to you already. So the skill itself is kinda gonna be useless. But you should definitely use something other than balance, because, like I said, if you're gonna be taking... Yeah. You're taking that, death by 1,000
Maybe
cuts
like
and you
bone
pop
shield?
that, you're dead. Bone shield
Should I,
would be
like-
good, yeah.
yeah.
Because we could
Okay,
also use that as a synergy to give us...
I will swap it out when I get there, or
And maybe use Lord Warden this time.
yeah, I am.
You were saying that worked better. Alright,
No dying.
Alright, other than this, we are going to do a straight up speed run through here. No looting chests or heavy sacks. First boss we do a circle strat, which means just don't die, stay out of the shit. If you get like AoE on you, kite it around, whatever, stay out of it, or stand still, healers will heal you through it.
Get on the rocks or the trees or something like that?
No, we're not wimps.
Oh,
We
we're better than
face
that.
tank this. Yeah, we're gonna melt this motherfucker. Upstairs we will go as quick as possible. When we meet
I have one
again,
question
we're
about
going
upstairs
to...
when you say quick for upstairs.
Big bulls.
The question is, do you pull all the adds together, like the tank taunts them and then gets them all together so the heavy attacks melt the boss? Is that...
Pretty
No,
much.
we'll,
just follow the crown.
Yeah, we'll do it normal style. Tiff will try to glitch it, but she hasn't really got to practice
No, not
that
glitch,
much.
not glitch. You know, like how you can.
I think it's some of the ad pulls.
Yeah, well, you can
taunt
interrupt
distance.
them now. You interrupt them now, and they just disappear. It's way easier upstairs.
Oh wow. Okay, I haven't done this
Way
in like
easier.
2 or 3 years, so it's been a while.
Yeah, this is way easier. After we meet again, we are going to stack on the diamond. It's going to look like this little chunk of stone here in front of all the ads. So we'll stack on that. Tiff's going to pull the gargoyles to our right. Pear's going to pull everything else. We're going to ulti dump the gargoyles, burn them, burn the ad pole, and then we're going to run into the boss room and go from there. Has everyone got a CP set, weapons charged, food on, all those things?
Yeah,
Why am I
Pear.
wearing... Oh, I thought I had slime crawling for a second.
Also, guys, there's you can get repair kits in here. I like to always keep like 100 on me. That's just me. But
When
Is this
y'all are
like
ready, stack on door. What's up?
So this isn't a what's it called? Where you do like a training run or anything like that. You guys actually know what's going on in here?
Oh, someone went in.
Oh,
Oh,
shit,
sorry.
my bad.
For the most part, up until the last boss, because we're doing hard mode. And there's some people who have done it, and others who haven't. So that
That's
part
actually
will be
perfect for me because I haven't done it in
explained.
hard mode.
The rest of it is relatively the same as.
You have been warned.
Sorry, I sneezed.
We do speed
That's
runs every
normal.
day in here, basically. So.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
We'll
if it gets like
teach
to where it's like
you-
hour 3 or something like that, it's like, you know what, we're just gonna complete it and go.
My soldiers of sand and
Well, you
steel
can't
will
turn off
rip
hard
your
mode in here,
flesh.
unfortunately, so we'll just dip.
Oh, well there it is.
But I think we'll be fine here. Let's stop here at the center, let everyone catch up. Has anyone
Does
got
anyone
a
have
slow mount?
Poverty pony.
Eat your food. Sound good.
I ate my
Okay.
food. I ate. I have my food.
Looks like we don't have anyone that's too slow, so if everyone's ready, let's go. We're gonna run up and meet at the left brazier, the one that's on fire. Just dodge all these ads, don't die. If you do die, we'll come back for you in a minute.
Oh, shit, it may be me.
Yeah, you don't know. You're lagging.
Alright, slow down, let the
What's
tanks
up?
get ahead of us.
No, there's a new bug that doesn't allow you to sprint.
You have come farther than those feeble
I'll come
undaunted.
back for you. as
But
soon
you
as
will
get
fall just the same.
Unless
Yeah.
Lewis wants to go.
No,
Oh,
I'm
no,
here.
getting murdered.
Okay.
You died on your mount.
Yeah, I know. It wouldn't let me
mountain
sprint.
is just dead on the floor with you.
Get my res. I'm right there.
Don't get out. Wait.
I know.
Where are you? Oh, you're underneath
I
my
got-
feet. I gotcha.
At least dying made it so I could run. Shit.
Did you not get that, Otis?
Nope.
I think I got him. Hold on. Nope, it's not letting me target him.
I'm up now. Fair got me.
Alright.
Alright.
Takes
where
the
are
flame
these guys?
shapers, bro.
Everyone stack on the brazier. Stack on the brazier. Let the tanks do their job. Makes it easier if we're all stacked in here.
Is there a glitch that's not making the health and magic bars get bigger when you eat your food?
That's some weird.
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay.
What food are you using?
Which mother?
Yeah.
Did that update go
There's
through
a
yet?
few.
For the transmute stones and all that stuff?
No,
You guys
no,
know if
yeah.
that went through?
Everyone get back. Get back. Get back. Tip, remember, give yourself more room. Get back further.
I got first Colossus.
You got first horn.
Alright, poke him, turn him around.
Horn out.
I got second.
Nova.
Colossus.
My horn?
Now remember, at 30% he's gonna spin, he's gonna have a big AoE around him. Make sure you back up, don't stand
Guys
that.
just dodge roll back.
He's gonna continue to do that throughout the fight, so just kind of give him space after 30%.
My neck.
Yeah, dodge roll, or I just go ahead and give him space. Flag back up, flag back up. You don't get killed. Wolf back up. Don't get marked. There we go.
Can I get this post?
Dude, man. What's it like being a healer in here with all this freaking space? It's crazy.
Colossus.
Freaking awesome.
Alright, Pear's team, go downstairs. Tiff's team, go upstairs. Go on in right away.
I'm going upstairs, right? Yeah.
Fucking thing.
We got one too many.
I'll head downstairs.
Plague's going with y'all.
Yep, I'm heading down there.
You guys do know what I was talking about as far as dragging the ads to the boss, because the ads take more, like 10 times more heavy attack damage. So
That was
the
like
AoE actually.
3 years ago.
It doesn't work
They've
anymore.
changed.
You don't do that
No,
anymore.
those-
You don't need
Those
to.
ads are gold health bar now. They die after about 10 seconds, like just on their own. You just gotta get one on each of them.
So
Made
pretty
it
much
super
the
easy
best thing
for
to do is
everyone.
to kind of split up and everybody kind of gets an ad, and then
The whole line of sight heal strat that you had to do back in the day, yeah, that's all gone. The hard work I've learned.
now you know
from
how,
that, it's just
how long it's been here since I've been in this place. Where's Dan?
Dan is not on stars.
On stars.
Get your husband.
Ah,
Thank you, I
Jagged,
thought I could
control
take
it.
it. But
Pick your husband up off the floor.
I still
Jeez.
Dragon could just heal us. So she could just heal us through that.
Alright, DPS upstairs. We're gonna run through these guys, roll dodge through them. We're gonna dip around the corner here, hang out in this corner, let Tiff pull what she is ready to pull. Compare me, stack on me.
Near door?
Oh,
The
you
stairs?
got one?
Yeah, top of stairs, right around the corner. Alright, move up. Start DPSing what she's got.
4.
Tiff, be careful, you're gonna pull behind you.
Okay.
Unless you want to. Go for it.
Trying to at the moment.
Stop. It's done.
I decided I wasn't going to.
It's not healthy for you to die.
So,
You can go
when
ahead
you
and
say
get that
this is a
next star
speed
roll.
run,
Alright, dropping Nova.
since we're probably not gonna be hard mode on the first run, is the speed run calculated just to get to the last boss?
No.
Or are you just
We're
trying
just
not to waste a
making
bunch of
sure
time?
we stay. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That way we
And
can get
we
to the
have
last
2
boss,
hours.
and
Okay.
that way we get there and we just start practicing the last boss.
And then if we fail that, we can at least go back and loot boxes and chests or something.
Oh yeah. Sure. Go ahead and aggro all these ads. Run into the next room. DPS cut around the corner to the right. Tiff, go ahead and pull everything. DPS kill all this stuff as it comes in. Did we get all the ads?
We hit them all. Torn.
Parker, are you upstairs or
I just
downstairs?
went back. There's nothing left back
I'm
there.
up here with you.
Okay, alright.
Alright, come up here with Tiff. We got a big ad on us, so kite it to her.
Okay.
I was just telling them to kite
Just
it
drop
to
my
you.
Destro on that Tiff if you want to hold them there.
Alright.
So did I. Watch them melt.
Except for this big fucker.
So Tiff, try that glitch thing again if you can do it.
Alright.
You gotta be quick though.
Yeah.
100
Nobody hit the,
pages.
Where do you want
nobody
us
hit
to
the
stand?
boss. Let her.
Where do you want us to stand while she's doing it?
We can just stand back. Just stand back here.
Alright,
Aggro.
it's on you.
Just run around that statue. Alright, now run back into the room.
Cat hit him.
Yeah, it's not gonna.
Push my nav him.
For the warrior celestial.
Ah, no. Alright.
Nah.
Neck isn't worthy of the master's.
Yeah, that
Cat hit
disappointment
Four.
from like 2 or 3 people at the same time.
Hi, Horn.
I don't actually know that many people that can even do the glitch anymore. I was talking to some of my old school people and they were like, yeah, I haven't been able to do that in like a year.
We need you to come up here, pair, and do it.
Horn. Oh, well, hold on. No. Dear lordy, all the meteors just hit me today.
It's better I think it's stand. You want to stand.
2.
2.
Flames of Yokuda take you!
You're getting hit by every single one of them.
I know.
You can't even damage them anymore. It's just, that's great.
Boss is downstairs.
I mean, that's better, I guess.
Oh, it's way better. You're just gonna make sure you get the intro. That's all. get an
Yeah,
intro,
so
and then after
just
like about
everybody
10
like
seconds, it just
it's probably a good idea for
Uh-huh.
everybody to go to the same one they kind of started with, so everybody knows that.
Well, the strat that is normally done is that you just got the tank
Hi, Warren.
getting the interrupt on the 3 with the gold health bar, and then it's
Two.
on like the real health bar.
Oh, shit.
Oh, did I just mess the boss up downstairs?
Our fire
what way?
burns anew!
Well, when I'm doing the glitch down here where I've got all the welders up on that wall, I'm not supposed to take aggro of the actual boss because I have to go around and kind of line of sight them, and it can kind of make the boss run around and it takes more time off target. So I've already taken aggro, so.
One.
Tiff, remember, you don't have to aggro this guy at all.
I don't aggro him.
Okay.
I interrupted the guy, but he didn't disappear.
I'm just heavy attacking and interrupting.
Make sure you are at least getting a on something though, because you're using Golnacrin. So I want to make sure you give it on that buff.
Dude,
That's
how
a
am
good-
I
yeah.
hitting for fucking
I forgot about
35k
Keep that buff going on.
for heavy attacks?
Fire
There's some
vests the
major
sharpest
debuff.
blade!
That's crazy. Yeah, normally I hit for up to 25, but 35k, dude, hells yeah.
Two.
Dragon.
Oh, no.
Delta is also using the build we're doing.
Who is?
Yeah, he's Delta.
He's using a heavy attack.
Yes.
Oh, Deltia, really?
Oh,
If
Delta.
heavy attack
Oh,
like
Delta.
He's in a
that.
group with us right now.
Delta.
Delta zombie.
Oh, okay, cool.
Deltia was still in diapers, so I knew his name.
Yeah.
The Deltia.
Don't let him move again. Kill him here. Ah,
That
motherfucker.
was a good deal.
Oh, we almost got him.
Danny told
One.
me I didn't need to do it. I needed to find another good build last night. She
Well,
doesn't
she
trust
said
me.
she was having problems, so I figured try something different.
I tried running that build and I can't do it. I'm not comfortable with it.
She says I just can't figure it out. I'm like, well, try something
No, the
else.
build I can figure it out, but I can't figure out what's going on with the 21 mil.
We'll get to that.
Thank you.
Alright.
GG, guys.
We are going to stack on the diamond down here in front of all the ads. Don't
we not,
get too close. No
Are
looting.
we not looting? Okay.
No,
Nope.
we're not looting.
Get in
Just
place.
like-
Well, are we not
Don't
looting the
be wrong.
bosses? We're not even
Well,
looting the
bosses.
bosses?
Oh, loot the boss.
Yes, boss
Oh,
is
okay,
yes,
okay.
not chest and heavy
Oh, shit.
stats.
I got first intro.
I'm
Alright.
taking gargoyles.
Yep.
Yes.
I've got horn.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead, Dragon.
Alright. Okay.
When we are finished,
Horn?
peace
Yeah, I've
will
been
be
playing the heavy
upon
attack
you.
build since day one, actually. Like
Mhm.
before it was even a build.
Light it up!
I don't do meta net decks and all that kind of stuff. Or
We're
whatever.
gonna have to back up. DPS back up. Get out of those AoEs.
Oh, I'm stuck.
My horn.
Tiff, grab the ads at the top of the stairs for him.
Alright.
The Destro there.
Now for y'all's builds, I've noticed you're not rocking pets, so I guess you probably have like Core Center
Pets.
Light, things like that.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Then we got outlawed sort of thing. Like people just start hating them. Very few
No.
people really use pets in this.
Well, for well-oiled teams like this, I would agree with that in a heartbeat. Because they're
The Twilight is good,
useless.
but
you
anything
know,
else, kind of. It's
Yeah.
an annoying spot.
Well, the Twilight's good for like kind of backup heals and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the actual scamp, its
Yes.
ability when you actually use it and
Oh, it's
stun
not even
enemies.
useless. It's not even useful to use. Oh, it's a master chest
No.
here.
Don't lose.
Don't open it.
it.
Okay.
Just wait.
I'm gonna change one skill.
They won't go away.
We'll come back
Don't
for
let your
them.
instincts kick in, bro.
What'd you say?
don't.
The
Don't
mortals
let
have
your
come
instincts
far.
kick in.
Yeah, I know.
Only Ansei of first rank
Dude,
are
I kill
allowed
everything
this
and I loot
chamber.
everything and all
I
that.
will crush you for that.
They
Oh, I
don't
gotta break the
disappear
statue. I gotta break it.
I've done it before.
I got it.
You have doomed yourselves. You have no idea
I
what
gotta
you've
hit
done.
one. Yay!
I wanted to hit
Alright. Now everyone get in
Get my
here.
spot.
Let's get ready to die. A whole bunch.
Charge your weapons.
What's
Yay.
the path? Like if you could take like a heavy, do you have a staff? Or
We'll
you,
get to
who's
that
our
in a sec.
guild leader? Okay. So I don't know if you're just gonna start now or not.
Go
You want me
ahead.
to charge my
Charge
weapons, Trev?
weapons.
Are we breaking for bathroom now?
Do you need
What, you
to?
gotta
Right,
pee?
yeah. It's a long fight, so
Yeah.
good idea. Hard mode.
I'm an old man. I need to.
Alright. Everyone
Go
go.
pee.
Do what you need to do. You got 2 minutes.
I can do a lot in 2 minutes.
I was gonna say that right now.
Sorry. Forgive me.
I can make some quesadillas in 2 minutes.
Oh, you said
Is
you were
that
gonna
what you're
make me a
calling it?
quesadilla? Oh, yummy.
I actually think I'm gonna have a real cigarette.
No, don't do it.
It's the
Yeah,
first one I've
cancer
had all
stick.
day.
I haven't had one for a week now.
I'm so proud of you.
Okay, so I've got my vape, but I haven't smoked a real
I
cigarette.
mean, I got a
for week.
Douche
Juul,
flute.
but I want a real one before I get stressed out.
No, it's so bad for you. Use your
It's alright.
jewel.
I went to California. I was in California last month, and I started smoking outside with some guys that worked there in the factory where I delivered some nitrogen. And the guy pulled up his vape pen, and I'm like, "Hey, bro, you got the douche flute?" And he just busted out laughing. He never heard it before.
Oh God.
Douche flute.
I like
Yeah.
it.
I like up.
I do too. Some people are total douches with it. Like the ones that have like the mods where it's like a
Oh
huge
my God.
fucking cloud of smoke. Like they're not even doing it for like nicotine. They just are doing it to make smoke. That's it.
I agree.
I don't have a huge thing of smoke. I do it for the nicotine.
I stopped smoking. What was it? 2 weeks ago.
Good job.
So my wife
Yay,
made
you're
me,
like me.
pretty much.
Cigarettes.
I was
not even that
I was obligated.
good. Yeah, someone convinced me.
I wonder who that might be.
I don't know.
It was Jesus.
Oh, good Lord, no, it wasn't.
It wasn't Jesus.
It was probably Jose.
It was That's Jesus.
Hey, Jesus or Jose.
Oh. What am I
You
listening
guys
to?
let me know when.
Well, I gotta go
Not
over it
yet.
because they
I'm
haven't
not.
all done
I'm
it.
not there yet. I'm standing in my kitchen watching the TV.
So what are y'all's heavy attacks hitting for then? In these oiled up trial groups with all these buffs and debuffs.
75.
Pairs are
5,000.
hitting for like fucking 100k.
70. They are not. You
Per
liar.
tick? On a
Pairs
light?
are.
I can add up to
No.
75.
Per tick ranges
talking about
somewhere
total.
between 20k and about 44k if you've got all the buffs. Give or
Okay,
take.
so in between 20 and 40, basically, is what y'all are hitting
Yeah,
for?
if you get into
Okay.
with 25k, you're good.
Oh yeah, I'm over 25, so we're good.
Yeah.
I was doing
Cool.
16k jabs max.
I don't know
Is
about
that good?
jabs.
Every
I know
once in
about
a while, I
life
can
attacks.
hit a good crit,
Well-
which is
Heavy
like
attacks.
80 if I hit a
16k
good crit.
jabs, if that's every hit, that's technically probably more damage than the heavy attack build. But is that part of a rotation, or is that just spam?
This spam, I was averaging 12, 11 and 12, and then I would suddenly hit like 16, 16 and 12, 9, and they would just jump up.
Okay.
So I was in between, I would say, normally anywhere from 11 to 16. Yeah, it was 16.
Yeah, this is a link.
On a 21 mil, like, my jabs are usually around like 12 each tick with every buff.
Okay.
That's kind of like I mean, I'm not a very,
That's what
like,
I'm rocking right now. Fucking
a great
M-Pen. I don't even have this build oiled. You know, it's just kind of freaking. I've got so many characters.
M-Pen.
I'm sure y'all understand, but I'm still
Yeah,
dealing
you're cool.
damage.
No, I'm
Cool to
still
meet you
using the
guys,
old school
Oh, damn.
when it wasn't Noble Duelist, it was Undaunted Infiltrator.
Oh yeah. I have the
Oh,
infiltrator
man.
and the other one too, Undaunted Unweaver. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Noble Duelist I like the most because it doesn't require you to actually cast any stamina abilities.
No, Undaunted Infiltrator changed. It's mag now. They changed it with
What?
Elsewhere, I think.
I am back, by the way.
Hold on. We're
So
looking
it's
at
just when you
Yeah, it
activate a
changed
magic
with.
ability.
I think it changed with Elsewhere.
Yeah. Still gives stam though. So like when you pick up any weapons or jewelry or gear, it's still robust stuff.
when you cost ability cost
Yeah.
magic,
Robust.
but you lose the first 3 fucking traits.
That's not
You
an
lose
issue.
Stamina, and critical.
Yeah,
It's not an issue.
though.
Really?
No,
Really?
because those light attacks and heavy attacks are doing the same damage either way. Even more so,
Okay,
you're actually
Wolf is
doing
killing
better because
himself.
of more stam.
But you have to use
Are we all
this
back
as,
now, though?
your
No.
jewelry and your
Oh, I didn't hear you.
head and shoulders.
I don't know. You were dying there for a second, Wolf.
Alright, so I'm gonna explain this. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get in a nut to butt stack on this set of gargoyles first. So we want to be in this line, like actually these little squares you see here that I'm running up and down, nut to butt. So as long as we're in a line, we're cool. Tiff's gonna grab the boss, line him up. He's gonna do a shield throw here. When you see the carpet lay down, you need to roll dodge and get out of it.
Does it
Get
matter which
to
way
the
we roll
next
dodge?
stack.
Left or right?
Left.
We
Because you
wanna
want to go
stack
to the
this.
next stack.
Okay.
We're gonna go counterclockwise around the, or no, clockwise around the room.
Clockwise.
That's how I'm familiar with.
So we'll go here. The whole time, ads will be top priority. We don't need to really worry about getting the boss's health down until about 3rd stack. And then by 5th stack, we need it to 92%. And then we'll go into the fight. There's a lot here. Alright, so synergies. You're gonna get stoned, and you're gonna get a synergy for that that's Destructive Outbreak. You do not want to hit that. If you do that, it's gonna cast an AoE off of you about the size of the plate I'm standing on, and if anyone's in it, no matter who they are, it's going to kill them. So don't use any synergies during this fight. Tanks are allowed to. They need to break out basically immediately, but they're going to call it out. They're going to say breaking free, 3, 2, 1, and they're going to break free.
So no
And then we dodge
synergies,
roll
no
back.
bubbles, nothing.
Well, just don't do any synergies. We should have plenty of resources coming to y'all. I didn't ask what monster sets y'all are running. What monster sets are y'all running? Dragon in? Farka?
I've got Symphony on right now, but I can put a different one on.
Let me double check.
Do you want me to get rid of Ma and put
Bogdan.
Lambrus on?
Nah.
Okay.
Dragon,
I
do
like
you
how most of
Bogdan.
you.
got Bogdan? Do you have Sentinel or Symphony on you?
I have Symphony on me, yeah.
I can put
Will you
Sentinel
throw
on.
on? Both of you running Symphony should be good.
Okay.
I like to double up in here on this fight. Alright, so
Hold on.
we're
if
gonna
two
do
people
that.
have the same helmet, it will double up. The effect will still will double on you.
That's 'cause
Well,
we're
it
split.
only affects one person at a time, so it's
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, let's say there
fine.
was two healers both wearing the same thing, and they were both healing the same, let's say, other person, and they would those abilities stack up, or is it like
No, it'd
Okay.
only go on per one, but the more that have it, the merrier in here
Yeah,
for
yeah.
now. Alright, so we're gonna do these stacks all the way around the room. Let's see, the first stack's gonna be here. Second stack is gonna be here. We always want to stay towards the last gargoyle.
Okay, what is
Third
the? Why
stack
is it nut to butt? Why do we not ball up?
You don't
Does it
have
matter?
to. As long
Okay,
as
and
we're
what's
in a
our
line,
area of
we get
forgiveness? Like, is it okay from over here,
this square.
or does it literally need to be on the line?
Has to be
You need
on
to
the
be
line
on the
because we
line.
want the shield throw to be exact down
Okay,
through
okay.
here, so it goes through both gargoyles. Next one will stack behind this gargoyle to give the tank some room.
I thought we can't come in
The-
these AoEs. I thought that like starts the fight or something. Oh, okay.
No. Just
Oh,
be careful
changed it.
moving around.
Yeah. So where's the next stack?
one?
Hold
After
on,
that
where's it over
third
here?
one? At the ass end of that gargoyle, right here, where this thing is.
Okay.
The next one I can't show you exactly, but it's going to be the furthest gargoyle from me. Not this one that's directly in front of me, but the next one in line. We're going to our asses will be on that one. That one we kind of want to all ball up because that's a long shield throw. We want it to be really exact. And then after that, we will come over here and we'll stack behind this gargoyle and get this shield throw. At this point, one of the gargoyles will probably come to life. We'll just ignore that for now. The off tank will take it out of group. And then the last stack will be these two, but it'll be the same thing. We're going to stack on the back side of it. After all these are dead, we're going to focus the gargoyle down. Then we're going to go back to normal Hellraw, kinda. We're going to stack on top of this circle up there, and a hard stack.
On top
now,
of what circle? What
this,
circle are you talking about?
This AoE that's on the ground.
Oh, this
here.
little area here? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
the blue
it
circle.
extends way up there. As long as we're in here, we do more damage to the boss. So we want to stay in this and hard stack. Because when we get stoned, we want the shield throw to go through us to break us free. That or the boss has to jump on you. If someone gets stoned outside of group, we need to hard stack on the person that is stoned outside of group and then get back into position after that shield throw. We're going to do this all the way down to 35%. Then we need to go to our DPS stack and healing side stack. So the square we made before, that's when you'll want to do it, is at 35% during Starfall.
And then we stay there until he's dead.
Yes. Stay there till he's dead, execute.
Now where is that execute phase going to happen in the realm of this dungeon?
It'll be around that podium up there where he is right now.
Okay,
and
so we go to the center.
Yeah, well, you're on the healing side, so you'll be
He's on my side.
You'll be on
He's
that
in
side
front of
over
me.
there.
Okay.
And you'll be basically standing at the bottom of the steps of that podium. You and
make sure that I'm in the healing circle, basically.
It'll be gone at that point. He'll have broken those statues
Okay.
then. So we just want to make a little square there and make sure you're far enough apart to where you can not get your starfall on the person next to you, and then if you get stoned, you say stoned healing side, and once everyone gets away from you, then you can break free. Then you use this energy to break free. Unless you get lucky, he might throw a shield throw at you and get you right out of it, so you don't have to.
So if you're stoned, you're literally like a big statue, right?
Yeah,
I don't.
There's no way I can replicate it, but you have like stone shards coming out of the ground that surround your feet and like go up to your waist, and you can't use any abilities or do anything.
Yeah.
But if you synergize, it makes a big explosion come off of you.
Yeah, we don't want to do that. No synergies. And then you. But if he throws a shield at you, it doesn't kill you. It just breaks the stone off you.
It breaks the stone
off.
Okay. Okay.
So, question just to verify: even if you activate your teammate's synergies, it will still do a circle under you?
No.
Don't
But
activate
the
their
thing is
synergies.
you can get stoned. Two
Instantly.
people get stoned instantly and kind of randomly. I'm sure there is a tell for the mechanic, but it's so hard to see that like you can go to hit a shard and then all of a sudden you're stoned and you're breaking free and killing everyone.
You mean
so
it's just a bad
for
idea
being stoned?
type thing. It's just a
So
bad
just,
idea to use
it's
synergies.
better not to activate any synergies right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's
correct.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It's kind of like me not having pets. It's just a good idea to not have them.
But I'm sure that
But I get
Looks
it.
like
there is a thing
the
he
stone?
does, right?
The stone just looks like that.
Like a mud ball. He throws like a mud ball at you.
He throws a little rock at someone and then it chooses. But when
Yeah.
everyone's hard stacked like that, it's impossible to tell who it hits.
Who got
But
it?
it's just when you see that, you know the stone's happened.
Gotcha.
In execute, am I like I'll probably be holding him like me at the bottom of the stairs and him on the podium, or do I want to be like right up there, like on there with him?
You can still kind of be up there with him.
Okay.
It's just you
Alright.
want to be able to give everyone some room, so
Yeah.
so that if you get stoned, you can just break free. And
Yeah.
But you still want to call it out, and Pear may have to take aggro while you're stoned, but generally he won't. But he may have to.
Yeah.
All right. I think I explained everything.
Check our
Get this
food.
party started.
Depending on how long your food lasts.
Does anyone have any questions, comments, or concerns?
Nope.
Nope.
Do I get a T-shirt for this?
Nah, but you'll get a nice glowy gold plunder piece if we complete.
Good luck.
Awesome.
Thanks, Stella.
Hair will give you a
Stella.
hand job if you smile pretty.
Oh, what?
All right.
Hand job.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
I wanted
I'm
to
not
CJ.
making eye contact though.
Pear, can you
That's the
keep
best
guard
part.
on Tiff for us?
Yep.
Cool. All right. I think everyone's ready. So
All right. Well,
hold
I
on. Get
am-
guard on you first.
Okay.
And
I got the first one.
when you're ready.
Someone has the cat out.
All right. I am.
That's
going to
fine,
go
as long as it's
ahead
not a merchant.
and- All right. Now I'm pulling. 3,
Alright.
The
2.
Shahai of a first-rank Onsei Sankakuda.
My horn?
This warrior Shahai
Oh, and we
is
just
beyond
heavy
first
and
rank.
light attack right now. We don't want to take him down too fast.
The calf weathers a rain of swords.
Get out of that.
God advances.
Next step. Focus ads.
Breaking free.
Get out of that. Next step.
Oh shit.
Oak tips down.
Yeah. That's on my back guard.
Death by
So I guess we'd
100
want to dodge roll for to right on this one because we'll hit the wall.
Yep.
Just go left.
I got Tiff. I'm gonna die though. Oh no, I didn't die. Did I get you, Tiff?
No.
Oh. Breaking free.
Coming in for res.
Oh. Try to focus that ad down, guys.
Alright, you can break free.
Don't grab the boss right away, Tiff.
No, not yet. Okay, now you can take aggro and move to the next one.
Okay.
Everyone getting our next stack.
So we're just trying to get the gargoyles killed right now, is what it is.
Yes.
Yes. We're gonna be getting one guard. Who exposed?
Okay.
Delta killed us.
Oh, I killed you? What'd I do wrong?
Yeah,
synergized.
You synergized.
Did I?
Yeah, it tells you who did it.
Fuck.
Because you survived well.
It was like habit. Like, I'm fucking synergy king.
Alright, be careful, don't aggro.
My bad.
Stay on the side.
That's okay.
Stay on the outside.
I didn't even know
don't
I did.
aggro.
It happens.
No
It's
synergy.
understandable.
It happens.
None. Zero.
It would be
none.
me. It would be me, the first fucking guy, the new video.
Tiff, you're doing great.
It's alright.
Thank
Tiff,
you.
you're
Tiff,
doing
that was
really
You are doing
good.
amazing.
Alright,
you like
everyone,
practice this?
let's do a clear comms this time.
No talking.
No synergy.
Yes. And no
Alright.
synergies.
I am pulling.
The Shahai
Do
of
it.
a first-rank Onsei sank Yakuda. This warrior Shahai is beyond first rank.
Remember, just light attack, don't go crazy on him. Get out of that.
Wall pushes back.
Next stack.
Dude, I was
Don't worry about the res yet.
Breaking free.
Focus
Calling it
ads.
too late. I'm sorry.
You need to say breaking free.
Calling
3,
it
2,
too
1.
early.
I'm gonna go get the res. Y'all go to the next.
I've got
stack,
it. I've
okay?
got it. I've got
Well,
this one's-
don't-
Yeah. Stay.
Stay.
Okay.
Death by
Yeah,
100
end
cuts.
stack.
I'm stoned, by the way, so burn that ad.
So if I'm stoned, I cannot activate the break.
Correct.
No.
Correct.
Not when anybody's next to you.
Next stack.
Got
You're
it.
gonna
Yeah,
wait till
because I
you're
didn't want
all
to activate it.
I'm stoned.
Don't worry about it.
It's not legal.
I'm gonna
Not
blow all
yet.
the fuckers up.
Clear
Oh,
comms. Y'all are still talking like crazy.
Stoned again.
Get out of that. Get over here. Ass on this
Thousand
gargoyle.
cuts, like whispers in the wind.
Slow down DPS.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like pretty much no more damage on the boss.
Yeah, don't damage anymore. Stop attacking.
Somebody's.
Get out of
I'm
that.
gonna wait to get up. I'm gonna wait to get up until it's safe.
Stack on this one. Don't damage, just stand here. Heal.
If he goes
Alright,
to
I'm
91,
stoned
we'll
behind you
start
guys.
timer.
We got a
Don't worry about it.
gargoyle up.
Don't worry about it. Get out of that. Get away from downcast. Ah, Pair's down.
Please get away from me. Thank you.
Who's
I'm
paired? Do I need to get them up?
synergize.
Nope,
Oops,
don't worry about
run
it. Stay
fast.
quiet. Y'all are still talking
Breaking
too
free.
much.
Downcast,
This
come get
one
me behind you.
Sure.
Oh,
Got it.
Block.
TV over here.
Ah, that's a wipe.
just
Alright.
wipe.
Right.
Run to the back of the room. Don't die. Run to the back of the room.
No, when there's no talking, don't talk. Period.
Alright. Why's it not letting us res?
Because Crim's still alive.
Crim's still alive.
I'm in the back of the room.
They haven't despawned. There they did.
Alright, let's try this again. I gotta change music. This shit's weird. Okay.
We're gonna get this thing. I know it.
Yep.
So, just to be clear, we don't want them to fall under 91%.
92.
92%.
So that's why we just light attack. And we just take it easy. Just listen for my commands. I will lead y'all the right way.
Will do.
Alright, on you, Tiff.
Alright. My horn? Oh.
The Shahai of a first-rank Onsei sank Yakuda. This warrior Shahai is beyond first rank.
I'd probably save horns till the ads come up.
I'm stoned.
Don't worry about it. That's what the shield break's for. Did you say ma'am?
I'm stoned
Where
again.
there's a rain of swords.
You don't have to call it out, don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. No problem.
Just tanks. Focus the ads.
Oh, breaking free. Sorry.
Get out of that. I'm gonna stay in res pair.
Gonna heal on you, Tiff.
Oh, Jesus.
What was that?
The something behind us. The
two-handed.
destroyer.
Alright, just run back. We'll reset this. Tiff, make sure you're calling that out. Breaking free. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's all good.
That was, definitely comes up very fast.
Mm-hmm.
Can you still get to this last boss by getting uppercutted through the doors and stuff? Like back in the day when you're farming
No.
stuff.
Oh, I see what you mean about walking to the back. I was walking to the other way.
Yeah, well, towards the entrance, sorry. It despawns the boss. Okay.
If you're stoned in group, once we all leave you and we're clear, you can go ahead and synergize it to break free.
Oh, awesome. I'll do that.
Well, the
Just have to make
shield
sure that we're all-
the shield throw is going to break you free. So the point of this, of us stacking within this, not only is to break the gargoyles, but if you get stoned, the shield throw breaks you out of it, so you don't have to worry about it. Like, you don't need to let us know, just like chill until you get broken, and then
Perfect.
just keep on going along. The only ones that need to call it out is main tank and off tank. We could have the healers call it out, but they really don't even need to call it out. We won't start calling it out until execute phase, so that everyone gets away from you, so that you can break free and do what you gotta do.
Perfect. Got it.
Yes. Alright. Guard on, and let's do it.
I am pulling.
The Shahai of a first-rank Onsei sank Yakuda. This warrior Shahai is beyond first rank.
So this whole phase is really not about doing any damage to the boss, it's more just killing the ads.
Correct.
Okay.
Get out of that. We'll get the res after we kill the ads.
I've got him. He's right
You can cause a bad shield throw that way, though.
So you're supposed to stay away if someone dies
Yep.
I can't, like...
Focus ads. Get out of that. I'll stay and get the reses. Y'all go.
The calf weathers a rain of swords.
Stay back here with me. Stay back here with me. Let's get out of line of sight.
Shield.
Alright, next stack. Focus the ad. Get the stack. We do need to do some damage to the boss. Get out of that. Next stack. Damage the boss a good bit.
Am I lined up? I can't even see. I'm in first
Yep.
person.
You're
Yes.
good.
Okay.
Dodge.
Get out of that. Last stack.
We're actually doing this real fast. I'll go ahead.
Alright, goes.
I just took
fuck, I
aggro
got
boss.
stuck. Okay.
You got time.
Shield, guys. Watch for the shield.
Stay in stack.
Fine.
Get out of
Shield.
that. Alright. Normal hell rod now. Get up here. Everyone get up here.
Still no synergies.
Hard stack. No synergies. Focus gargoyle.
My Colossus.
Hard stack. Everyone should be attacking that gargoyle.
My horn.
Oh, sorry.
Well, mine 8 years. So.
Focus on
Hard
boss.
stack. Get out of that.
Pushes back.
Hard stack. Focus boss. And push DBS.
You want us to ult too?
Everything you got.
I'm stoned.
Let us
So
know
if
when to
at
save.
spawn, you're gonna know.
Yeah. You don't even have to take this.
Don't worry about it.
The healing cloud parts.
Block.
The sky falls.
No,
Tiff, try to get away from him. Somewhat.
Who was that?
Dragon.
Dragon.
Dragon. Yeah, I knew it was.
Dragon.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. We got it. We're doing good.
1,000 techniques.
Did anyone see what the health was before that happened?
80s somewhere.
86, I think.
Okay.
We
We
were
were a bit more of
on
a
good
burn
pace.
during gargoyle phase then.
Well, we had 2 people die in the back. And that kind of
Yeah.
threw us
We
off.
also had Gargoyle to kill too.
We gotta do it quick. That gargoyle, like, we're not using ults the whole time until, you know, we start actually fighting the boss. So like when that gargoyle makes its way to where it's gonna be, ulti dump. Like everyone should dump an ulti on it and it should be gone. Don't worry about that until, you know, it gets to its spot, but ulti dump it. Get it out.
Would you
Then
guys
on boss.
prefer? Would you guys prefer Nova or Meteor?
Destro if you got it.
Destro.
But Nova's fun. No Nova, because that's pointless unless you have the synergy.
Yeah, no synergy
Yeah.
on it.
Understood. Let me take it off real quick.
No problem.
Can I just span inner fire? It looks like it's a really powerful skill.
Do we want
You're
to
funny.
do Destro instead of the Atronox too?
Yes.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Because I saw an
Is that
Atronox.
I'd say put them on both.
Shush. I was on the wrong bar when I let him go.
Oh, okay.
It's my fault.
I'd say
Well, I
have
can't-
Destro on one bar and Atro on the other because you want that Destro to burn really fast, but that Atro is going to be doing more damage over time. So using the
Well, we can't
Atro
do
on
the
like the
synergy.
boss.
Can't do the synergy until we're on boss only.
Well, it's not necessarily
Not
just for
even
the
then.
synergy. It's just for the Atro as a whole. It does more damage over time. It's just that Destro will burn that gargoyle way faster.
Yeah.
I guess it's a choice.
So if you see my Atro come out, I'm sorry, I was on
I
the wrong
won't.
bar.
I won't.
It's
Don't
alright.
synergize it.
I
Alright.
almost did.
Let's keep it calm and clean like that one. That was good. Make sure we stay on ads and stay on track with where we need to be. Everybody ready? Cool.
I'm pulling. 3, 2, and
The Shahai of a first-rank Onsei Sankyakuda. This warrior Shahai is beyond first rank. The calf weathers a rain of swords.
Got that?
How many times have we wiped so far?
Twice.
I think it's when we died.
3
the
times.
guard glitch happened.
Focus the ads. Got that?
Ooh,
Sorry.
he wanted that heavy attack on me then.
If I can-
Got that?
God advances!
Next stack.
that lined up.
Death by 100 cuts!
Let's do a little damage to the boss.
Dodge.
Next
Oh,
stack.
come on.
Get him a little more lined up tip. He's way off. Still off.
Yeah, push him back against the wall a bit more.
Alright.
There you go.
No, if he doesn't throw it at me.
Got the thing. Next stack.
Alright, when this guy
Ready
goes
to grab a
spawns, I'm gonna
gargoyle.
be dropping guard, I think. Gonna need to be far away.
1,000 cuts, like whispers in the wind.
The kills on Tiff. Get him over here.
Spots for the shield.
Get out of
was
that.
off.
It
Are you
hit.
saying?
Alright, got it.
It hit? Alright.
Nope, got it. Take him in.
I'm getting the res.
Whoever's got that gargoyle, just kite it for a second.
Everybody else needs to be in a tight
Everyone
stack.
else getting stacked.
Mounted
Got that.
charges.
Getting res.
I'm stoned, and that guy didn't throw his shield at me, so I'm gonna.
Just stay
will.
Don't worry.
Just
We're
stack.
gonna
Don't worry.
stack
You
on
will,
you.
just stay.
Everyone stack on the
Weathers a rain
Plague.
of swords.
Colossus?
We've got 2 of
I
them.
got 2 of them now.
Don't worry about it. Stack on Plague. Follow my lead. Stack on Plague.
Roll.
Not going to.
Yep, I'm good to go.
Hard stack up here.
My hard.
Focus
Take
boss.
this spot.
Colossus.
Watch for shield.
Full roto. 3 hard stack. Tiff, try to get him more center.
Okay.
The healing cloud parts!
Now's your chance.
My horn.
Tiff, you can hold him like dead center during this
I'm
phase.
stoned in the very
You don't
back.
have to be
Thank you,
off.
guys. I'm getting interrupted.
How far back?
Just behind you.
He's right.
I'm in line.
Stack on
behind
pair.
us.
Don't worry about it.
Stack on pair. Get out of that. We need to really push the boss.
Everything you
We're not. I
got.
thought we're focusing ads. Only ads.
No.
No, boss. Sorry. Once we get to this point, it's normal Hellrod. We gotta push boss. Hardcore. We are on a timer.
Oh, because so he wasn't in rage.
Everyone stay. I got pairs res.
I didn't see the boss taking this way.
If you hold him normal Hellrod, you don't hold him off to the side. You only hold him off to the side during execute.
Okay, gotcha.
The master draws his sword.
Chill.
You didn't like being
Hi, hon.
stoned?
No, I get.
Stay quiet, please. Res.
Stoned in group and add star loops. Could be good fun.
Get out of that. Get the reses from stack.
Breaking free.
Res from stack. You need to do breaking free 3, 2, 1.
Oh shit.
And do it. I got the res up here.
The mountain charges.
Everyone else res from stack. Get in stack.
Barriers out.
Yep. I've got the boss.
Get up here and stack. Well, actually, we need to
Somebody-
stack back here.
No.
On
Breaking
stone
free.
people.
Sorry.
Oh.
We've got somebody.
Where there's a rain of swords.
Gotta call it
That's what I'm-
12.
Yeah. That's what I'm having problems with. It's so
Roll out.
fast.
Everyone get reses.
Death by 100 cuts.
Get in stack to get reses. I'm gonna go get pair.
I'm stoned and dead.
That's fine.
You don't worry about it.
That's breaking free. There you go. Stack up.
Focus boss. I need ults on boss. Heals on tank.
I got a resurrection pending on someone. Okay.
Someone got dragon.
I got
This
her.
is the last group of ads, so we have about 2 minutes at this point.
It's alright. Don't worry about it.
Breaking free.
Where
3,
there's a rain
2,
of swords.
1.
You gotta get back. Give the
Yeah,
tanks
I went to
the
the
break
forward.
free.
Sorry.
In stack. Focus boss. Please. Everything you got. Get out of that.
Pushes back.
Everyone needs to be in stack. Not off stack, not behind stack, hard stack, pixel stack.
My horn.
Pros.
Petra?
If we get another set of ads, we are going to fully focus ads.
You want to go for it?
Yeah, we're gonna at least give it a good try. Stay stacked
I
here.
get nervous. I get nervous because there's so many ads.
I get nervous too. Real nervous.
Yep.
Push.
We should save our ults right now for ads.
Push. Actually, just push.
No. Try to burn it.
Push bombs.
35% they all go away.
Ults. Every ult.
1%.
Alright, get in your stacks. Go get in your execute stacks. Everyone on healing or DPS side, get away. Get away.
Block.
DPS side, get away. Alright, break free. DPS side. Both of you.
Get away.
Jim.
Block.
Jim. Alright, go. Heal. Get in your stacks. Go get in your stacks.
Healing side,
I'm
get away
still
from Downcast.
Move away from me, please.
Delta, you're
Go,
moving
go.
towards her.
You're good, you're good.
Alright, everyone
back.
else. Get in your stacks. Let the off tank res from here on out. Just everyone
Breaking
focus on
free.
getting in your
3,
spots.
2, 1.
Focus boss.
Block.
If try and put him closer to the actual like middle of the podium there.
Okay.
Normally stand up.
I'm
Healing side.
stoned. Healing side. Breaking free. Oh, never mind. Thank you.
My horn.
Alright, DPS side, get away from Wolf. Get away from Wolf. Get away from Wolf. Wolf, you gotta call that out. Break free. Get back in stacks. Wolf,
Breaking
get
free on
closer up
healing
here.
side.
Move away.
Healing side. 3, 2, 1.
Ranged on my side, get closer.
Bosses.
Plague, you're all over the place. Make sure you stand in your square and steal. Stay still.
Alright, I'm stoned.
Move away.
Get away from
Healing
me.
side.
Alright, breaking up in 3, 2, 1.
I'm spamming pet heals.
Get dragon.
I'm stoned.
Stay away. Healing side.
Nuh-uh, get away from me.
Delta, wrong way.
You're good, you're good.
Someone got dragon? Alright, got it.
Breaking free. 3, 2,
Back up.
1.
Y'all gotta get away from her when she says that.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was a tank.
Block.
It's alright.
Keep heals.
My horn.
I got Wolf.
Breaking
Someone
free.
in the range. Get
3,
Back up.
2,
Dragon.
1.
stress.
Stress.
Hey, heal
Further stack.
DPS side. Get away from me. Never mind.
Delta, get back up in front, please.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Just leave me there.
Get dragon.
Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Dragon, you gotta make sure
Hey,
you're
hey,
in your
healing side, get away
springs.
from your healer.
Yes, sir.
Healing side.
Ranged, get closer on DPS side. We need just enough so that we're not stacked during during starfall. That's all. So you can get way closer.
Alright, I'm stoned.
Delta,
Get
you
away
need
from
to
me.
move
Healing side. Healing
Move
side,
out.
get away from me. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, shit. I'm down.
Gonna get tip up.
I'm getting Delta up.
Wolf, will you get
Yeah,
Tiff?
Plagues, if I go down, you heal me so you heal it.
Alright.
Thank you.
I'm
My
taking aggro. Not aggro.
Execute.
Healer. Oh, never mind.
Starfall.
Block.
See those circles? We can get closer.
Don't move, Delta.
You
If
just
you
don't
stay where you're
want
at,
them
you'll be on my
overlapping.
kills.
Alright, I'm stoned. Never mind, never mind. I'm good.
Execute. Execute. Oh man, I'm on the wrong.
Oh,
There we
good
go.
job, guys.
Good
Yay.
job, everyone. Tiff, 2 is your lucky number.
My sword will claim his neck.
If anybody can spare me either a
And the natural order
VO one-handed
but his
or
attention
a
will turn
VO
elsewhere.
bow.
We should
Alright, you might
depart.
want to wait till we loot.
Surprisingly efficient for a thief and a mage.
Oh, in just over an hour?
Fall in
That's
line
not bad,
behind
guys.
That's not bad at all.
Oh, not at all.
How gracious of you.
What does that mean?
Glad to join this guild. You guys know.
So our
Tiff.
speed runs, the best time we've gotten is
Good job.
what, 20 minutes?
you.
Something amongst that.
19 minutes
Tiff.
was our
19.
speed run.
And then we were teaching Tiff hard mode on her tank. So of course that's gonna take longer, but the goal is to get it under what speed run here, 33 or is it 30 straight?
33.
33. So
God damn.
to be in here an hour, and this only be the second time that we've come in here with Tiff on her tank to do this. An hour is phenomenal. Like to get in here.
We only got
She
blowed
also
up twice.
completed VSS on her second try.
Yeah, we did VSS Sunday, and she got it down. We did VSO. Tiff was here to tank for that, yeah?
Yeah, I tanked hard
Yeah,
mode.
Okay. I couldn't remember if that was a day that you were napping, and I was like, "Where's Tiff?" But no, that was the
No,
Sunday before.
she made it that this Sunday.
Yeah,
Or
so
this
we've done
Saturday,
VSO
whatever.
as well on hard mode, and we did that in what, an hour 30? Is that what it was? Not 2 hours or anything?
It
Hour and
wasn't even
30.
an hour 30. It was like an hour 15.
Yeah. So.
Was it?
Yeah, it was good time. But yeah. So at least now the complete's in here, so you know you can do it.
And thank you so much, guys, for just being patient with
Yeah,
me.
it was
through
actually
all this. So I really appreciate
You're
it.
doing great. That was beautiful.
Everybody's patient.
For your
Yeah.
second
Everybody.
time in here, that was awesome.
That was a lot better than. Well, did we do this last week? Than last week.
Yeah, we
So,
did
like,
it last week.
Yeah.
Last
And
week
I
we didn't get it complete.
I had no clue what to expect or really like what I was doing. But
That's why I said,
Well-
were you in here practicing?
Yeah, well, Wednesday.
Those pulls were beautiful.
Wednesday you
I
weren't on Tiff, but I
practiced
was.
with her, yes.
Yeah.
I was wanting to put together just a normal like speed run for us, but after everyone, like after we killed everything, to go through to so that way Otis could show you exactly where to stand, because it wouldn't pull anything. But now that you've done it, like you know how to do it. There's no need to do it.
I showed her in the learner closet.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's set up
Did
like
anybody
a mini
get
Elra.
a lightning staff of Infel or a resto staff of Infel?
Oh shit, I forgot this thing was still here. Not yet, but we still got 2 more chests to open over here. So it might be in there.
Alright. Well,
It's a good run.
Thursday we'll do VSO hard mode again. We're gonna keep
What
doing
time are we running
the
Thursday.
Hey, we can synergize again.
Thursday. I can do
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thursday. I can do our regular 8 o'clock time.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Also,
Grouping at
people who
7:45.
haven't done hard mode, you got your gold thing, your treasure.
Keep it
Or
so you
whatever.
can prove to people that you've done it.
You've done it.
Heck no,
Or
I want
if-
the gold.
Right, like
well, yeah, but you've done it
always
before,
prefer-
Cram. It's a
I
lot of
sold
people
it
want.
last time too.
A lot of
Or you
people
can sell
want
it for
proof that you've
10,000
done
gold. Like, whatever.
There you go.
It's like
So
my
every
Did anybody-
Tuesday.
Did anybody? Is anybody willing to separate from a Infel lightning and
Let me
resto?
see if I've
Get
got
one?
any info.
I did not get
Pretty-
one.
I'm jumping for Infel lightning.
Any,
that's
uh,
all
I got
I
it.
need in the game.
I have a one-handed VO axe if you want that.
I
I got the
appreciate
sword
it.
of. I got 2 swords of eternal
I've got
Yokita.
a VO axe too.
I would
got an
appreciate
infal bow.
both VO axes.
Oh my god, he's got freaking vicious Ophidian lightning staff. You bastard. Oh man.
I think I pulled a VO dagger though.
Nice. I know.
Yeah, I got a dagger.
Here's
VO
a
if
little.
you need
Here's a
it.
little tip, bro. Thank you.
No. You take that back.
Mm-hmm.
You guildies, we're changing gold. You don't have to pay me gold to get
You
gear
don't
that
pay
I don't
gold
need.
to get gear.
Alright, so
Any bows?
just so anyone is,
I'll take
so
those,
everyone's
Tiff. I
aware,
can use those.
Tuesdays I work late, so
Thank you
the
very much.
Hellraw hard mode is gonna be probably consistently at 9. Grouping at like 8:45. It probably right at 9 because like I get off at 7:30. Gotta get food, get home, and eat somehow. But so Tuesdays we'll keep doing Hellraw hard mode. Thursdays we can do 8 o'clock. Group at 7:45 for
Oh, you don't have to
VSO.
do anything.
Thank you.
And
That's an easy
Sundays
22K,
is
huh?
Farca's VSS. So we'll keep doing those
Do you guys
for
have
a while.
Do you guys have a core team or anything, or do you put notes on people's things for what they've helped you with, or how do you guys organize all that?
Discord.
Oh,
Yeah, we've got Discord, and then we just kind of remember.
Okay.
No, we remind
If I'm on, I'm
everybody.
always down
Where
for
we
helping.
have a
Just send me a
consistent
message.
core team yet.
Thank you.
They
Dragon,
keep
I
forming
appreciate
and
it.
welcome.
falling apart, so.
Where's my
Blake.
money?
Thanks for coming in, man.
Where's my money?
Right now I'm doing like basically
I don't
an
mind,
open
like-
guild
No,
progression on the Cragmore and hard modes. And we're doing an open guild progression on VSS so that we can get everyone in their reps and get it done.
Sunday, I would ask that Otis and Tiff, if y'all run DPS, so that way we can rotate out. That way Dragon and Dan
Yeah, of
can
course.
do tank and heal.
No problem.
And then we'll continue to rotate.
That's my
You can be
healing night.
upset if you want.
That's my. I'm healing that night. That's my healing
No,
night.
you're not.
Hold on,
You're
hold on,
not.
hold on, hold on, hold on.
That is the
I-
only night I get to heal. That is my healing.
Hold
night.
on. I am actually working on my DPS, so I would like to run DPS on it so I can get more practice on it.
Okay, if that's what you want. I just know that I had talked and I'd said that I'd rotate.
No, just for right now, I would like to try working on my
Okay.
DPS with it, and then whenever I get used to it, then I could get back to my healing. We could rotate out then.
And
I
I'm
have a
working on
healer
another
as well.
character as well.
That's my.
Question:
I'm
Are the
working on
chests
my
all in the
DPS,
same
so
spots now?
Perfectly fine
That's why I'm
Are the-
learning another character. Calm down.
And here they are.
Okay, so there's no sense in randomly running around looking for chests or nothing.
No,
No.
we've gotten them all.
We got them
Like
all.
back in the day.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that was nice.
Guys, I
Anytime
do
you guys
appreciate
have
the
to
invite.
Yeah, very much.
Yeah, no problem.
Is there
So with
dues or
that
anything
said-
for this guild? I hate
No.
Okay.
No.
But
the
then
only
you do
thing that
accept
we'll
free
need-
donations, right?
Yeah, I'll
Yes,
definitely.
we always accept donations.
And just
You
deposit
can send
them at,
donations directly to me.
Just put it directly into the menu. No, don't give them to Pear. Just to put them directly into the
Trust me,
menu.
I'm the guild
Killjoy,
banker.
right?
You can just send it to me.
Yep.
I'll look after it.
Do you guys have a guild?
By the way,
hall?
Otis, I went and I took a bunch
We
of
do,
dudes
at
and
Bandit's
I
house.
put them up for sale. If they
Well-
sell, I'll put the cash back in.
Not really.
Yeah, it's not
Bandit
a
has
proper-
a few tables, but I'm trying to do writs to get the rest of them. It's just a matter of getting them done.
Oh, I have some writs for you actually. Hold on.
How many
dear
tables
God.
do you have?
I am about. I need to do a few more writs, and I'll be able to buy 40 tables.
Okay,
that way
Fargo,
we
you
have
and I will go
10
and
full
we will,
sets.
We will go and I will show you how to.
Yes, please show
set the
me at
tables.
least the first time.
Yep.
And then we'll need to discuss which sets we want to grab first.
There's certain ones that I definitely know people want.
Yeah.
Mine are bound. I had some stations I'd give you, but mine are bound apparently.
Make sure when we go in to do the stations, you only have one of each. Because if you had a full stack, you're going to go ahead and make them all the same. You
Yeah.
don't want to do that.
Ooh.
No.
Oh.
Julianos is over at Bandit's house already. I heard somebody say that, so if you need it, it is there. It's upstairs.
I've got Julianos at mine, and I've got Hunting's Rage at mine.
Yeah.
Lord, are we staying? Are we gonna go do something else? Is there like are they gonna do another trial or what?
I'm gonna bounce because I gotta go to work.
Yeah, we'll
Have
probably
fun at
go
work.
tonight
Good luck.
'cause I gotta work early.
Thanks. Yes.
Good job,
Hey,
everybody.
Well, thanks, guys. Thanks for
So-
the invite.
I'm bouncing.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Y'all have
Thank
fun.
you.
Whatever,
Nice
I
meeting
know
you guys.
we're not going to talk about politics, but whatever happens, please send good vibes my direction because I'm working the main channel tonight at work, and no matter what happens, it's going to be hell in my city.
I'm
So
giving you hugs.
I just would
Oh.
appreciate the good energy, so that way I don't
Here's
lose
some
my
good
mind
energy.
tonight. Thank you, Grim.
I'm
I
giving
appreciate
you
the
hugs, I'm
physically
giving
good
you-
energy.
Here's some energy as well.
Yes,
Good vibes,
all the
good vibes.
energy.
Synergies.
I'm stealing
Some
your
synergies.
soul.
Synergy.
Oh no, no synergies. No
synergies. I was gonna synergize so many times, and I was like stopping myself, like it's so hard.
The hardest thing in there to do is not hit a synergy.
Oh, dude, I actually hit, like, during the execute phase, I just completely forgot about that, and I was actually hitting, like, I hit like 3 synergies, and I felt so guilty every time I hit it.
Oops. As long as you know which one you're hitting.
Yeah. Well, apparently you can go to hit it, and then if you get frozen, he said that you'll end up hitting the synergy from the freezing one, like while you're trying to.
Yeah, because that will overwrite the other one.
Really fast though.
Yeah.
Like.
So many synergies.
Alright, y'all have a good evening. Holy crap, what was that? Y'all have a good evening.
Night, Dragon.
Take care, guys.
It was a snort.
Yeah.
Delta.
Yeah.
You want to go to GS1? GC1?
That's where we are. We're in Guild Chat 1 now.
No, for Tesla.
Oh, for Tesla's coil? Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Have a good night. Thank you for running
It was nice
with
meeting
us.
y'all. Very nice people.
Don't be a stranger.
Thank you.
We're always
what?
here.
Nice people.
Just give us a while.
Get the hell out of here.
You'll see what we're really like once you hang around with us for a while.
That was good.
Yay, we did it. We just need to clean it up a little bit.
Yeah. I'm happy about it. Very happy.
I'm very happy about it.
Successful runs, we're getting shit done, making
Tiff,
money.
that was awesome. That was awesome.
you very
Tiff.
much.
I was very, 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 very impressed.
Thank you.
Just took a little bit of extra help, that was it. Did any of that I helped you with, did that help at all?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like just knowing where to go, like each time, was, you know, such a big difference. Because the last time, like, I was literally like scrambled for a minute. Each time the shield stack would come down, I was like, which one? And like that's when I kept messing up. Like, so.
Yep.
Just being like comfortable.
And you did really well,
where to
like,
be,
whenever one went off, like, to the side of, like, telling us to stay, like, that's great, because you should call that.
Yeah. That one in the back is really tricky because I get put in first person, and I really can't see. All I see is, like, the boss's
belly
waist.
button.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. It's alright. I mean, we obviously can clean that up more, but, like, we got through it. Tiff did well. I'm sure she has a lot more confidence.
What's the speed run on a hard mode?
Still 33 minutes.
33?
Yep.
Is that
That's how we get those.
achievement?
I don't think there is one for it.
I thought
I got
there was
all the
an
Hell Rod
achievement for hard-
achievements. You just get one for hard mode, but not the trifecta or anything like that. Let's see. Where is it? It's just under dungeons.
Yeah.
Trials.
There isn't a hard mode speedrun. There's no achievement for that.
I need to do Dragon Star on normal on this guy. For some reason. I need a time trial in SO.
So do I. Need a time trial in SO, and I need to do Dragon Star Arena.
Mm-hmm. I think our next SO, like, we're gonna try to work on our technique a little more and having less deaths. That first boss is what really kind of fucks us up at first. I might even try. Well, no, I won't do that. I was gonna say grouping even earlier to like run like a
I'm just
speed
kind of
run through
curious, like,
Hell
what
Raw
were
real quick
y'all's
to get us like all warmed
thoughts
up,
on
but
how bad could it get with
I
Trump?
don't think
Well,
that'll.
First, Trump did not.
That'll just have
or
us in
did
a
not
trial for
recommend
too
the
long.
Gentleman
I want
Freedom
to
from Religion
not
Foundation
do that.
sued over
Well,
that, and
yeah,
Trump's-
that's why I put it in quotes.
Yeah. No,
Like-
his
But we
his
just gotta
DOJ
clean up
went
our
into
deaths
court
in
and
SO.
said, yeah, he's lying. He actually doesn't know.
If we clean up our deaths, our time will clean up.
Twice.
Get a lot
So,
faster.
but yes, I mean, so I've been saying this when I was doing the founding myth book tour. I said,
We're getting
he's
there.
done a
We're
ton
doing
of
well.
Damage right now, a ton of damage. He and his Christian.
It's really just popcorn on the
Brethren
first boss.
done massive damage.
Yeah, there's no other way to teach that except to do it.
No. They're getting
The
better,
reason why we do it on that side is because the popcorn's easier to see on that side.
A lot of people try and take him into the back corner where he spawns, where he first comes out. It's really, really, really difficult over there.
It gives you a lot more room, but
that's it. You have room to kite. You've got room to move when you soft stack around him. People just have to be more aware of the popcorn.
one of the things I've noticed when you tank him there too is there's a spot where none of your AoEs will land. So, because the water is just a slight bit too deep, so your AoEs don't register there. So that can be an issue.
The nice thing is when I'm kiting, I can always make sure that I get my atronach on you, which is really nice.
Yep. Always appreciate the atro.
Certain people I give the atro to, and I always try and pinpoint where you're at, and I make sure.
I don't appreciate it in Hell Raw.
Double wide, so each kid has their own regular. Hell yeah.
Oh, the thing people do at that trailer park is they'll have their trailer, and then like a little strip for parking that runs next to it, and they'll build over it. That strip, they'll build over it with plywood, and then use it as like an outdoor room, which I mean,
This is
that's
my-
pretty impressive. But
No, that is impressive.
some of them are more impressive than others. Some of them like look like legitimate extensions to the trailer, and others are just kind of plywood leaned up against it.
Yeah, people make jokes, but I love a trailer park. That is pretty crafty. You can make yourself a nice little patio. This is for entertaining. So, so I took my aunt corpse, you know, to go vote, and she insisted.
light. We're trying to update the map and see if I've missed anything else here, because it looks like MSNBC has one more electoral college vote for Trump than I do, but CNN has 6 less or 5 less. So
well, is
I
it the number? Is the number at the bottom? Is it the number at the bottom of our screen match what you're looking at? Because I can't see what you're looking at.
That needs to be updated. So 188 needs to be
That's the only
updated.
thing we can see.
Right.
That's literally the only numbers I can see. So they're the only ones I can see if they're right.
All right, here we go. This is what I was looking at. My map 192, 113. There you go. So close, but not quite the same. How y'all feeling down in Georgia?
Georgia is stressing me out, my dude.
I am a little upset.
There's a game that you can play of find the vote though. If we want to click on Georgia real quick, I can show you some stuff.
Talking about the the southwest corner.
Or no, in Atlanta. Like there's a significant amount of Georgia population that is in Atlanta, and DeKalb County is just now starting to report, which Clinton won by a margin of 200,000 votes. And there was a pipe burst in Fulton County that has prevented them from counting a lot of votes. So there are a significant number of uncounted votes that are in very, very blue areas in Georgia. And if you look at northwest Atlanta, you'll see that Gwinnett County is only 17% in, as well as Cobb County is only halfway done reporting, and those are expected to have a significant number of blue votes as well. So this is the reason why they haven't called Georgia yet. It's incredibly close.
There's 340,000 votes to overcome, so that's what you would need to find in those places. But like you mentioned, DeKalb looked like it was only 25% in, and that's one of Atlanta's main counties.
And DeKalb and Fulton County are basically like the central counties in Atlanta. So Fulton County especially has a huge population. So you could potentially find the votes to overcome the margin that Trump holds now in those two. It's getting to the point now where it's a long shot because those votes are coming in, but they're coming in at a strong margin for Biden.
Matt, what were you trying to say?
I don't remember.
Oh,
sorry.
I don't. You can tell us exactly where the votes are in Georgia, and I wouldn't have known. It's I mean, there's about just over 3 million votes cast, but that's still only 62% of the vote. So it's right that nobody's called Georgia because, as Ocean was pointing out, it's a massive population in the Atlanta area that hasn't been reported yet.
Like it's roughly half the state like lives in the greater Atlanta metro area, which is what's been slow to report, and it's a lot of uncounted votes sitting there. But there's still a lot of it that is reported in, but that margin is sitting there, and it's been closing. Like Trump was more than 10 points ahead a while ago, but now that Atlanta has started reporting in, you're seeing that margin shrink. It's now slightly less than 10 points now.
And seriously, I would trade so many politicians for Mayor Butters. Not Butters, Bottoms. Oh my God. I was literally thinking of Butters from South Park as I said it too. Mayor Bottoms, I just love her to pieces. She's just a good person, I think. I hope Andrew is watching because obviously we're all having a rough night tonight, but I hope Andrew's watching because I feel like you might have just gave him a little something to hold on to, a little something to like. Georgia is not in the bag as it was starting to look. I think I want to play this graphic for everybody coming in. This is totally unprompted and unprovoked, but I would like to one more time say, fuck you, Florida. The only graphic tonight.
I can agree with that. I've been doing the stream over on my end too, watching all the votes come in, and for a while Florida and Georgia were showing as light blue on the Associated Press, and I'm just sitting there like, I know it's a long shot for me to hold out hope on that, but I'm gonna do it. And then 2 hours later, I'm just like, that wall's looking real nice. I could smash my head right into it right now.
I will never underestimate Florida's ability to let me down. Well, no, I don't have high expectations, so they can't let me down, but they can't.
That's too true.
Like, I can expect a bear to bite me, but it doesn't mean I'm not pissed when the bear bites me. And what I'm saying is, I hope we dispatch a bunch of bears to Florida to eat Florida. That was what I was trying to get at.
Well, I wasn't aware we were going biblical today, but okay.
Yes.
Speaking of like the game of hide the votes, I've been looking at Pennsylvania pretty closely as well. And if you look at Delaware County in Pennsylvania, you can see that that's the hub of Philadelphia. It's only got 16% reporting. And the surrounding counties also have very low percentages. And then you look at Pittsburgh, and it only has 17% reporting. So there's a lot of blue votes hiding in Pennsylvania as well, where you could start to see that margin shrink. I don't know if it's the margin that exists, but again, it's the same kind of conversation that you were having about Georgia in Pennsylvania as well.
Same thing's true for Ohio, where Cleveland and Franklin County, which is Columbus, are both in the 70-some-odd% recording, when most of the larger are 94 to 90%. There's a couple small places. So Cincinnati is 82% in, Columbia is 78% in, and Cuyahoga County is 74%. Toledo is only 55% in, and that's why nobody's calling Ohio.
Right. So there's like those three states, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. They're not calling Florida because it's irresponsible to, because Florida is just like cursed. But Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Florida have
right now
some stuff.
Biden's losing Florida by about 400,000 votes. There are major Democratic areas that haven't finished reporting, though most of them are above 90%, but it might be low 90%. Right. They're not calling it because it's not over, even if it feels over. Regardless, if it's not over and Biden flips the whole thing, I'm going to retain the sentiment, fuck you, Florida.
Fuck you, Florida.
Well, because you can't get back like, even if Florida flips, you can't get back the time and anxiety that Florida gave you. Like, none of that goes away.
So let's say as Georgia and Atlanta come in, let's go back to the 2016 map again here. Let's say as those come in, this is not the map I wanted. Oh, that's not what I wanted either. Okay, we've lost. Here we go. There we go. Okay, now it's a scroll up thing. They've changed the whole thing up. We talked about this earlier with Mandisa. Let's say that does come through. We're at 248 now. Joe Biden only needs 22 votes. He can get those up in Wisconsin and Michigan. He can almost get them completely by himself in Pennsylvania, the previous blue wall that Trump had taken down. But right now, we're talking about the next surprise possible is Arizona, which currently showing 75% in, has an 8% Biden lead. If Biden between 75% and 85%, that 10% maintains that lead, that looks pretty good. I don't know that they'll call it right away, but let's just say then we give Arizona also to Biden. Then we're at 259, and all he has to take is Michigan or Pennsylvania or Ohio or Wisconsin, and then get one more vote because he would still be shy by one. I mean, that I guess is the nightmare scenario. Let's say here's what
about
happens.
Iowa right now?
Everything here. Iowa.
Iowa's got Biden.
Iowa's currently got a lead by 5%, and Iowa
never mind. It's not even
have voted.
Yeah, I'm showing about a 6%.
I'm saying 3
lead
points.
in Iowa.
It's only 56% of reported.
Exactly.
Points.
And anything that is early surging before you get up into the like 75 to 80% area, just disregard because of the mail-in effect. But here's the actual nightmare scenario. Let's say here's what happened. We win Georgia and we're like, oh my God, we did it. We win Arizona. We go, oh my God, we did it. And then the only other state we pick up is Wisconsin. Look at the score. 269 to 269.
Yeah.
This is an actual thing that can happen today. And not only can happen, we've worked out that it's not, I wouldn't call it
it's not unrealistic.
It's not very unrealistic. It's not very unlikely. I wouldn't call it likely either, but we now have before us a viable 269 to 269. That would suck. I guess.
Well, it wouldn't necessarily suck because it would go to the House.
Right, and the House.
And we do control the House. The Dems do control the House right now. So
yes, and it would be the newly elected House, which is going to be probably even a gaining of Democratic House members. So
a quick grassroots movement to suggest they don't even, if that happened and we're at the house, I would certainly sign a letter that says, hey, how about Warren instead, since now we just get to pick. But that would be
So if you want to have some fun, zoom in on Dallas Fort Worth.
I don't have the ability to this map to do
I've been looking at Dallas Fort Worth, but it's in the 80s right now.
Yeah, no, they're both at 80.
It is coming in at a good margin.
Reporting, but Dallas, which is in Tarrant County, is Biden, and Fort Worth, Fort Worth, which is Tarrant County, is Trump. So you have Dallas Fort Worth, and you have this blue and a red. But the notion is that we know that all the metropolitan areas go blue, and what it bothers me is that Fort Worth should count as part of this and is not. And so I need to know. I'm gonna have to go look and see if this is a change for Tarrant County.
What percentage of Tarrant is reporting?
85% plus.
And I'm
87.
showing it's only not blue by less than 4,000 votes so far. So Tarrant might flip even if the state doesn't.
Texas flipping would be so weird.
That's what I'm saying. That's Fort Worth. Tarrant should have been blue last election.
I'm looking at Fort Bend County, south of Houston, and there's 52% reporting at a pretty good margin for Biden. You could probably find some votes there. San Antonio is at 88%, so you'll find some votes there. And then you go into like South Texas, and you're seeing Biden come in at some pretty good margins. But then I'm looking at all the other rural counties that are going Trump, and most of them are at 90%, but there's a few that are sitting at like 70, 80 as well. So you're playing that game of like find the votes, which is kind of what happens at this stage, I guess. Like you're having all these like little tiny counties coming in for. This is the reason why it's not fucking called yet.
Has anybody, and listen, let me know in the live chat. By live chat, I mean, hey, help us keep this super chat ticker down below us refreshing with new super chats by sending in your super chats. But if somebody could inform me if there is a map or a website or something that specifically tracks how Kanye is doing tonight, it's on my mind. I want to make sure he's okay, all that stuff. His well-being and how he's performing politically. I would like both of those.
Okay, well that's my signal to go fix a drink. I'll be back in a moment.
All right.
Let's go check on the birthday cake party.
He's going to come back with all the Kanye updates. I know that's what's going on. He's like, all right.
Kanye last tweeted 7 hours ago. So.
And what did Kanye have to say 7 hours ago?
I voted American flag, and has a picture of him with a little sticker.
You know what? The ironic thing?
For himself.
I wonder who he voted for now.
Rob Kardashian.
Who do you think? Who do you think?
He voted for Rob Kardashian. Just as a...
All right, I know what I got to do now. Just nope, we're done. We're done.
Yeah. I will say we've had just an interesting series of guests tonight. Here in about 13 minutes, we're going to be joined by Brenda from God is Gray, as well as Phil Ferguson. In other words, we're going to have a block of 2 theists in a row in the same little square over there. Pretty impressive. Yeah, the theist hour. We already had Canadian blocks today, and now we're going to have our theist block.
Is there a correlation with Canadians and theists? Something that I'm not aware of?
Well, they're just
I think
I'm neither.
Unless we
of
just
those
kind of like a religion of politeness.
Yeah, but the religion of Canadianism.
Canadianism.
Really polite. Yeah.
So we gotta talk to Vice Rhino and just be like, hey, I've got a question about.
We have
about
a cult that we need you to start. Yeah.
Canadianism. Looking at when more results might come in here too, but I want to look specifically at. So you've got the bluer counties in Arizona are still only 80% in, which bodes well. However, Apache County has not reported anything yet.
Yeah, but I've been looking at
63%. So you've also got not a lot. Now these are lower populated areas, but like Yuma, Yavapai, I don't know how to say that correctly, Mojave, all these places. So there's a few red places that are largely counted. So basically what I'm getting at is there are more counties that are red that are uncounted so far. However, they are smaller population counties. There are also blue counties that are also not finished. None of them have really even gotten far. Like one just broke 80%. So Arizona, still a really, really interesting one to watch. And as I said, or as these two have made the case, Georgia is not over. Despite,
It's not out.
though,
Yeah.
there's a
It's
400,000.
close.
We're talking about needing the 400,000 to close the gap and to cover any reds that would come in, any red votes that would come in that same time period as well. Florida is still sticking around 94% in. North Carolina, 95% of the vote in. Let's go have a look at North Carolina, and I'll give people an update on how much is left. I mean, so a lot of these bluer counties, they are 95 and 99% in some cases. However, you have like Orange County is only 80% in, Guilford, Forsyth. So we're not out yet in North Carolina. However, it's not a bet.
It's closer
I'm
there.
not calling people to put money down.
Yeah.
North Carolina's given me really, really awkward Florida vibes of like, oh look, it was doing so well in blue for so long, and then just, just it did what Florida. Can we just do that now? Just anytime a state does what you expect, but it's still fucking awful. It's just, oh yeah, no, you just pulled a Florida.
That's a real Florida move, because remember the official policy of this channel. Ohio still looking.
Fuck Florida.
So
I was trying to find the votes in Arizona. It wasn't. It's like for Trump, like because a lot of the areas that are even going red are going red at either a very low population or at a margin that wouldn't help Trump a whole lot.
Right.
So I think that Arizona's gonna go blue. Like that's just looking at the numbers and what's left. It seems like pretty likely.
So Ohio currently is most of their red counties have completely reported, though there are a couple of outliers like Highland. Whereas almost all of their blue counties are only in the 80% right now, and you even have a place like Lucas at 57%. Ohio, despite not looking very good right now, because they only need a remaining 14% to report, a lot of that 14% does seem to be very blue areas. The question is, once again, and I mean, it's the same number, the same literal number in state after state, Georgia, Ohio, and Florida. Biden needs to find 400,000 more votes and account for the other red votes counted. It's basically 400,000 in all three.
It's going down for Georgia. If you look at DeKalb County reports right now, 24% is in, and it's coming in at like Biden's ahead by about 70,000 votes there. And again, Clinton won that county by 200,000 votes historically. And Biden has shown a trend in pretty much everywhere except for Miami-Dade of doing better, a little bit better than Clinton in a number of counties that are Democrat strongholds. So DeKalb being one of those, you can see some of the makeup happening in there. And then with also votes coming in Fulton, you could see that number being made up.
Yeah.
So that's, we're holding out. Holding out.
Something that was pointed out.
Go ahead. Sorry, Matt, go ahead.
Fox has called Florida. That's the thing I've been trying to say for a couple minutes here. The thing that we said would be irresponsible, Fox did it. I've been sitting here because Fox is one of the maps that I am checking out because I'm trying to see. There's an important point to be made no matter what the outcome of this election is.
Yeah.
And that is that while the media outlets are going to report things differently, like Fox calling Florida already for Trump, and they may well be right, it's not like all the major news networks are likely. We're not going to wake up tomorrow morning with Fox declaring Trump wins and MSNBC and CNN declaring Biden wins. That's just not going to happen. And that is where the confidence in the election results and, to some extent, minimal confidence in the media, that's the proof of that.
Right. Yeah, I don't know what they're on about doing that so early because it's not the counties you do look at. Listen, I've already said I don't think we're going to win. So, but if that was already my point and we didn't call it, and we're just a YouTube channel, they will have millions of people watching. What are we at the moment? Something like 8,000 people watching.
But they didn't.
Yeah.
They called it after California was done. That was the point in time where it's, anything before that would have been irresponsible.
I see. I'm still we'll see when more come in. Obviously we'll wait for any of our verified ones to do so. Let's see if RCP has, because RCP will call pretty early. So RCP is now calling it for Trump as well. I'm trying to see if there's any other states that they're calling that we haven't already
they have called
considered. I mean, they've got
It's
Wyoming
hard to say
and
that because
Idaho already as well. What's that?
it's hard to say that because you don't know what votes are left in Florida. Is it the early votes that are left, or is it the election day votes that are left? Because it matters.
Because if it's the early day votes, they're likely going to be more blue votes, and if
More
it's the
Biden.
election day votes, they're going to be more red votes.
Florida started counting the early votes this morning, just not reporting anything. So
But
that's
does
why
that include
we
mail-in votes?
A rapid, it would anything that came in early would have included. So I think we are not left with mail-in. So
Got it.
I said, we're at 9:25 now, so I think we're literally 2 hours and 25 minutes away from when I already said I think we lost Florida. But again, and I used literally correctly that time. But we're there. This is where we are. So the states we're still looking at. The fact that Florida got called before Texas is still also kind of a win, except for how time zones work. Like that's obviously there is that. However, Texas is a red stronghold in the past as opposed to Florida, which is a known swing state.
So just seeing Texas kind of be a battleground right now is already a good positive. Not as much of a positive as we probably like, but still good. The early watching it be a little blue, and even then having like only a smaller percentage lead for Trump than I would have expected. Like even just what is it, a 3.6% lead for Trump right now? Like that's not, or 4.6%. Like that's not as much as you'd expect. You'd expect it to be a little higher, given what Texas is.
Right. And also the same question gets asked about what votes are there left to count. Is like, what was Texas's policy on early votes? Do you know? Like, are they counting those first or later or anything like that? Or is there any information on that at all?
Wow, I don't know if those guys can hear me or not.
Yeah, they.
Okay. Yeah. I live in Travis County. I voted early. My vote counted in Travis County today, just like everybody else's.
Got it.
Okay. So it is fun to note, though, that with Texas, a lot of the western border votes have not all come in yet. And I think that a lot of those are going to end up being blue because of where they're located. But that's just me. And that was the thing that was happening in my live chat a lot, too, is people were looking at those borders specifically.
Yep. Well, we're losing you guys in about 3 minutes. So if you want to give your final thoughts and words now, I'm trying to work on getting one of our guests in here. So go ahead and have at it. Well, I guess we'll start with Cirrus, reading left to right.
This is probably more anxiety than I have dealt with in a decently long time, and that is coming from somebody who had another tree almost tried to kill him recently, and that's saying something. I think that's about all that I could say. I'm streaming over on my channel too, and I've been freaking out for the last 3 hours. That's been fun.
Ocean.
That would be Ocean's turn.
What's wrong with Georgia, man?
We're working on it down here. It's a bit of a thing. But if you want to come find me, you can find me on my YouTube channel at Ocean Keltoy. I'm also on Twitter at Ocean Keltoy. It's KELTOI, and Ocean like ocean. But yeah, I'm definitely stressing more than I thought that I would. It's been a thing. I've been texting back and forth with people screaming, and we're just kind of like gathered around the TV over here, just kind of like keeping track. So Pretty much like everybody else, I guess. We're just stressed. A lot of anxiety over this.
I'm hoping that one of these days, when there's no longer a global pandemic, I'll be able to come back to DragonCon instead of doing it remote like I had to do this year. We did the track remotely, so I did it from right here in this chair.
Awesome. Thank you both, Cirrus and Ocean. Thank you for coming on. Thanks for hanging out, letting us know what fucks up with Georgia. And as always, we will leave on a note of solidarity. Fuck Florida. Bye, guys.
Indeed.
See ya.
And this time we get to transition straight to our next guest. However, we have another guest potentially coming, trying to get them all connected. But for the moment, introducing in this corner, we are adding Phil Ferguson to the mix. And I know Matt was looking forward to talk to Phil, so I'm going to take the opportunity to mute and to evacuate the contents of my body.
Well,
evacuate the bowel.
We're thrilled that you're going to go do that stuff. How are you, Phil?
I'm fantastic, thank you. How you doing?
I'm not good yet, but not terrible. Why don't
I've been watching you guys for a while,
everybody, and promote your wonderful show that I will be on this Thursday.
Well, you'll be recorded Thursday.
That's
we'll see when I put it together. The podcast is The Phil Ferguson Show, because I'm kind of a naming savant. That was the best I could come up with. I talk about politics, money, and atheism. So it's a nice mix. My business is Polaris Financial Planning, and I help people get to retirement and have enough money to retire and invest wisely and fun things like that.
See, if only I'd met you about 10 years before I did, maybe I'd be able to retire too. But
well, now you got a new podcast, man. Bringing in the big bucks for you.
Yes. We're doing really good. We're having a good time, and everybody's been enjoying it. And I get to talk about politics, which, is such a joy to get down there. I mean, granted, we started it right as RBG died, but Andrew Seidel and I were on for several episodes where it was just fuck Trump, fuck Trump, fuck Trump.
Yeah.
Which was cathartic until today.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I've been looking at the Georgia, and I'm delighted we had Georgia representing a few minutes ago. Georgia still looks like it could be a Biden win, so I'm very optimistic on Georgia.
It's really close. We were just talking about how the voting's going and everything else, but oops, I'm getting a message.
Message might be you have another guest.
Yes, I have another guest. Please welcome. We don't know each other, so I want to be like, please, Jimmy Ranoff, introduce yourself. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Brenda Marie Davies of God is Gray. What
Awesome.
are your gentlemen's names? Give them to me.
I am Matt Dillahunty, and that's Phil Ferguson.
Hi, nice to meet both of you.
Buongiorno.
So, I haven't seen anything new called yet.
Okay. I was just wondering if you guys are experiencing anxiety or how you're feeling in this moment.
Yes, loads of anxiety, although I'm trying to sort out the votes. What was that, Phil?
Yes, anxiety. Yes, I love the delays. It's extra fun in our new world of Zoom where we can't meet in person. Anxiety, yes, lots of anxiety. I was really optimistic for a Florida win for Biden, and that would have made the night much, much smoother. But we have come to expect the unexpected from Florida.
True. Very true.
Well, CNN still hasn't called it. New York still hasn't called it. New York Times hasn't called it. MSNBC hasn't called it, although it looks like they're really close. It's just that the counties that are still outstanding in Florida have a pretty significant population. So that's one thing is the 90 when it says 90% of the votes are in, sometimes for some of them they're saying 90% of the expected total votes, but in other cases it might be 90% of precincts reporting, and one precinct could be bigger than 50% of the rest of them.
I'm looking at ABC News, and it says 94% of expected vote reporting, and I'm wondering is there another 5 or 10% of mail-in that haven't been counted? So could we get to a situation where we have 100% of the expected vote, but we eventually end up with 120% of the expected vote? I don't know.
Well, and the other thing is that percentage is still an estimate.
Yes, clearly.
Let me introduce my wonderful friend here to these two because they don't know her yet. Her channel is God is Gray. This is my good friend, Brenda Marie Davies, residing in California, and I'm sure surprised that California went blue tonight. Just kidding. No one's surprised.
Shocks.
Yeah.
Although every time I drive up north, the ride is kind of disturbing, and there's a good deal of Trump flags along the freeways.
Yeah, this was a point I was kind of getting on earlier, is there's not just a Trump presidency to beat. There's a nationwide, even in blue states, Trump enthusiasm and Trump preference amongst right-wing people who maybe last time weren't as enthused. The enthusiasm has grown, and now they have found their cult leader and become utterly bemused. That's not the right word, but I think we get what I'm getting at.
Shared by a conservative friend that showed in a meme their enthusiasm for Trump was basically Mel Gibson in Braveheart. That's the kind of level of excitement and commitment they have to the cause. And someone once told me that, why would you vote for Biden? He doesn't have a really strong fan base. And I said, I don't want a president with a really strong fan base. I want a president who will try to do the will of the American people, not his own will.
See, and that's what so now I'm old. That's what it is. Now I'm just old, because despite the fact that I post my videos to YouTube, all these people have been brought up on the YouTube algorithms, and the people that they're paying attention to, the influencers and social, it's all about how popular you are, and that's how you get listened to.
It's I think reality TV gets some of the blame. I mean, certainly they do, because that's how we mistook Trump for. Trump's brand in reality TV starts with, well, it's a given. Trump is a genius businessman. And we never questioned it until it came time that it was relevant to our lives. And they were saying, you know what this airplane needs? Not a pilot. Let's get a businessman to fly the airplane. And yeah, here we are, and here we find ourselves. What states are you looking at, Brenda, right now? Anything that you're really hoping for? Here, I can pull up our current map. It occurs to me that I keep thinking the map is up when it is not up. But now it is.
Well, I'm from New Jersey, so I'm proud of my people. They did the right thing.
Right, but we also called it with 0% reporting, so we knew.
But also, I love Philadelphia. I'm very close to Philly, so I'm just praying my Pennsylvanians do the right thing. But we'll see.
You'll be the only one praying here, I assure you.
Well, yes.
Yeah, but apparently you forgot to pray last time, because Pennsylvania did go red. Pennsylvania, the hard part is if it comes down to Pennsylvania tonight, we may not know tonight. In fact, I would say if it does come down to Pennsylvania, even if Pennsylvania officials are pretty confident that the remainder to count as of the mail, whatever is postmarked today, even if they're pretty confident, they still won't give a final result, because if they are who are going to call the election, they're not going to do so without all the votes present.
Well, the couple thoughts that I have is I pray that Brenda is right. And that Biden wins. Yeah,
Arizona is looking really good, Jimmy.
Yeah, I have high confidence that Brenda exists. I do know that you could probably mark Wyoming as red, by the way, and if you're waiting for if you're waiting for other polls, I don't know. There's really much doubt in Montana or Idaho either, but. Just depends on how far.
Arizona's looking good. Have they jumped up from the 75% reporting somewhere that you're looking?
No, it's still at 75%.
Okay. Still the one.
Arizona's delightfully good. That's nice.
Yeah.
I think I have a big delay. I just wanted to know if anyone else was eating cheese pizza and drinking wine, or if I'm by myself.
Pizza, yes, but I think we probably both had meat on ours. Matt?
Yes, I had pizza, but tequila.
That is a glass of tequila.
I also had pizza. I
This
didn't know it was
is
required.
a homebrewed margarita. It's not like I filled this up with tequila. That's
Phil says he had pizza too. Phil, you're breaking out just a little bit when you're coming in. I don't know if it's volume or what, but yeah, Phil apparently with the pizza as well.
I had pizza and I have my caffeine drink here in a jar.
I've been
Are
doing
we allowed-
decaf coffee.
Are we allowed to steer away from the political for 1 second, just so I can get a sense of both your gentlemen's channels?
Sure. I
Which
think
channel?
that was supposed to be a question. Matt and Phil, well, Matt's a recurring host on the Atheist Experience, as well as a host of on this channel, The Line, of a show called The Hang Up, and has his own channel called Matt Dillahunty. I've told you about Matt a few times in our private conversations, where I was like, yes, you can come on the political night. I wouldn't start a religious debate that night. And then Phil has also guested. I don't know if you've hosted, but I know you've guest hosted the Atheist Experience. And then Phil, if you have other accolades, oh my goodness, that is what is happening
David
here.
wanted to show us his pizza.
How did that happen? Well, that's the producer, everybody. Anyway.
Yeah, we talked about my show briefly a couple of minutes ago. It's The Phil Ferguson Show podcast. It's also available on YouTube as audio, so it's really boring there. But it's about politics, religion / atheism, and money. I do investments for a living, so I help basically make rich people richer. But yeah, that's kind of what I do, and I'm a pretty well known, I guess, evangelical atheist. So.
I love that. I would like to get rich, so I'll hit you up after this.
I think you were saying you have to be rich already and then get richer.
Okay,
well,
I'm sorry.
the nice thing about my podcast, one of the things, I don't provide teaser information about how one might invest. Only if you call me will I give you the secrets. Everything is revealed for free on my show, and almost every week I'm surprised that anyone hires me at all, because everything that I do is given out literally for free on the show. But then I'll get people that contact me and say, I want to hire you. And I said, well, it costs a lot of money. Are you sure you want to do that? And they said, yeah, I fucking hate investing shit and I'm not going to do it. And the example I give is, I know how to change the oil in my car. I'm just not going to do it. And there are people that might know how to invest in general, but they're just not going to get into it. And they want a little assistance. And that's what I've specialized in. And it happens to be a skill that has value. Thankfully, I didn't pick up macrame, and otherwise I'd be selling stuff for $10 on Etsy.
You're totally wrong. Macrame is actually really expensive. You could have been you should
Yeah.
moonlight as a.
Yes, and as the person in this room with vast expertise in macrame, it's also not very. It can be expensive because it takes forever. You don't make a lot of money doing it.
Well, Matt,
I
Jimmy
know-
has warned I could not battle you in a dueling of the minds as far as my faith goes.
Well, and I don't mean this in a mean way in any way, but you haven't beaten me yet. So beat me and then I'll hook you up with Matt.
I love how I became like the mini boss.
I told her that. I was, because she was asking about who you were on a phone call, and I was like, so basically, as atheist debaters go, Christopher Hitchin died, so now we have Matt left.
That's very kind, but far from true.
There's a few others, but they're all going down that intellectual dark. Half of them have become best friends with Jordan Peterson, so I'll take you any day, Matt.
I think that you are. I think that you. What you don't know is that. Well, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
I remember a couple of years ago when my son, the very first time I heard of Jordan Peterson, my son sent me a YouTube link and he says, you ever heard of this guy? And I was like, I have no idea who this is. And he goes, you should watch it. And I watched one of his videos and I called my son and I go, what did you think of this video? And he's like, I think this guy's nuts. And I go, oh, good.
Yeah.
I've done well.
I wish I knew he was a fraud. It was about 6 to 8 hours in where I realized he was a fraud. It wasn't, unfortunately, the first 6 hours.
What happened in the 61-minute mark? What did you learn?
He started to speak to concepts I was educated on, and I realized he was representing them horribly, and that his understanding of a lot of things he's supposedly an expert on are fundamentally and completely flawed. And he starts with new presuppositions that fit more of a ideology that he likes to fit into those spaces. And so every atheist I've ever met who likes Jordan Peterson, I always tell him to go watch. Matt actually debated Jordan Peterson, and I tell them, go watch that and just tell me if you agree with the way, not how Matt handles or anything, just tell me if you agree with how Jordan characterizes atheism. Then think about how he did it, and you will realize how he does the exact same bullshit for everything else. But anyway, that's as much time as we should spend on Jordan Peterson, because this is democracy at stake. Unless Matt's the only person who didn't get to shit on him, so I guess Matt gets if he wants to.
I don't want to shit on him. I don't want to think about him. I couldn't give a flying fuck about Jordan Peterson ever again. I had my demand. No, what I'm becoming kind of obsessed with this meta level, watching what's going on, because right now Fox News has called more states such that they are presenting Biden with 223 electoral votes to Trump's 148, which is way more. Sorry, 166 now. 223 to 166 at Fox, whereas on CNN it's 192 to 114.
Which is close to our map.
And New York Times is 209 to 118. So it's interesting to me who's called what and who hasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a tweet that shows that Ohio is now being called for Trump.
Well, Fox definitely called him for Trump.
Sorry, Fox is who called Ohio?
Fox has definitely called Ohio, but I don't know who else has.
Yeah, I'm looking at a website called 270 to Win, but I don't know who they represent, but they're showing that Trump has a pretty big lead. And see, here's one of those things. 122% of the estimated votes are now in. So
that makes sense.
How reliable is that? Because how do they know in advance how many votes are going to be?
Has Fox called a single swing state for Biden, or are they just going with the 2016 map and trying to stay safe but seem like
they called Arizona for Biden?
Interesting.
What? Fox called Arizona for Biden.
No, I don't
76% in. That is too early. I already said I think Florida is going. It's funny because I agree that Arizona will probably be Biden, and I agree that Florida will probably be Trump. However, I've not marked either on the map because I, Jimmy Snow, am more responsible than the entire organization of Fox News. With that, I'm going to go refill my coffee.
and ABC has called Idaho for Trump. Not really a big surprise, I guess, but
you know what time Jimmy started this?
What time what?
Do you know what time Jimmy started this stream? How long he's been at it, chugging coffee?
6 hours.
We've been at it for almost 6 hours.
Oh my goodness. What do you think of? I'm just really amazed at how closely divided every state seems to be. Like, no state.
I just realized I sat down here after doing all that, eating supper and everything,
a very small margin,
and forgot to grab an extra pack of smokes.
It's just not what I.
But I have 2 left.
Right now, we haven't broken out of the 2016 map at all, unless Fox News is correct and Arizona can.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
we don't even know what the margins are until
I almost thought like I almost
Florida,
sat down and was like, "Oh fuck, I smoked the last one during hard mode." Because I was fucking chiefing them during hard mode. But now, as they get toward the
end of the vote, they've spaced out. And it's because
it was stressful.
You're talking about areas that are counted all at once, but some areas are going to be a surge of blue and some are going to be a surge of red.
I fucked up a couple of times.
Those surges, it makes
not
a
paying
clearer
attention
picture, but
when the
earlier
tank
on
was,
can
was calling out that she was about
especially
to break
if you're
free,
talking
and
about
I
areas at a time.
got myself
Big
killed
cities
by
are going to
that
report
mechanic,
a lot of
but
blue initially, while lots of smaller
we
red areas
had,
are reporting
pretty
red at
nice
the same
burn
time.
and everything.
And they
I
basically
was-
make up for each other. So
I
they're
thought
coming in rather
it went
evenly,
pretty
but then
well.
toward the end, that's where you're starting to see
post
the
it up
splits
tomorrow.
in the areas you're referring to.
See the little video from the
Matt,
guys
how do
from
you now
last
feel
night.
about Texas? Because I'm thinking
Bother to watch it.
you know the areas better than I do, so you could break it down to counties. But a 580,000 lead for
sorry.
Trump does not seem like something that
Did I upset
is
you?
likely to be overcome.
There's
To
about
me.
1 million votes still uncounted.
Yeah. So a million
And as long
uncounted.
as there's more than twice as many out there, I don't think it's long before they'll probably call Texas.
Yeah, I agree, because you're talking about
Prim and I were kind
if
of
there's
laughing
about
at
a
their
million,
conversation
that's,
about their builds.
Well,
yeah, that's tough.
see, nothing's really changed. So if you go to
That's the
Fort
reason
Bend
we went
County,
ahead and
which is
invited them to Killjoy.
so
thought
Houston
maybe
is
they could
Harris County,
use the
and
Mustang
82% of that
class
has been counted. And just
or two
southwest of that
or something
is Fort Bend, and only 70% of that's been
or
counted.
happening to
But
somebody who's
that's-
actually going to help them.
Like
Or
it's
maybe-
almost
or
nobody
maybe
left
they're
there.
like,
So
you
it's
know,
like 50,000
maybe they're like
votes,
some people
and out of
really like
Houston, there's
Mustang.
going to be
He's just not my flavor.
maybe another 100,000 votes. I don't know what's left in Texas to call.
And I'm not
but I
trying
think
to
I'm going
be,
to be correct, and Texas is going to go.
We're
red.
not trying to train
I
full
think
time
so.
to be an Elder Scrolls god.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Seeing if
Have
there's
we-
anything else that's interesting around the board.
I'm trying to figure out if we've broken my map yet. Kind of, because, well, no, not
I'm
necessarily. Nebraska, I'm not sure if
excited.
all three are going yet.
I'm intentionally not
Florida
breaking
was the
things,
first break
certain
if
things
Florida
down
does
and
turn
going
out
like,
to go
oh,
red.
I can bind it next
But
week.
nothing that we're reporting yet, I don't think, breaks your map.
Then break it down.
50% is in right now in Pennsylvania, but that is with a
I
right
think
now 14%
I mean,
lead
I don't
Trump
know.
to Biden. I mean, that is a big. Well, as far as literal
I think
numbers,
crawlers
it's only
work for a lot.
500,000.
Some of the bait works
But
for
still
all
a
of
big
them.
number. Again, though, we don't know because there's that other consideration of not just how many votes are left; it's which kind of votes are left. Are they day of or are they mail-in? Because there's an advantage. It seems to be there's an advantage depending on which one you're doing.
Phil, apart from the presidential race, were there any particular Senate races or anything that you had kept an eye on or were wondering about?
Well, I was
So,
really
interesting
hoping
news.
that Mitch McConnell would go, but apparently the Grim Reaper has allowed him another 6 years. Well, win the election at least. After seeing the marks on his hands and his face previously, I'm not so sure he's going to be around that long. But and of course, from South Carolina, Lindsey Graham looks like he's got it tied in the bag. So the next thing is that if this presidential thing doesn't go well, and I'm still very optimistic, I would like the Senate to be a majority Democratic, because then the House and the Senate can at least do a lot of blocking of Trump.
Well, we lost a seat in Alabama.
Yeah, I think that was kind of expected. And we won
Well,
one
it means
in.
we still have 4 to flip.
Yeah. So that's the other thing to watch tonight, and I haven't looked at that lately. 'Cause I'm paying so much attention to you fine people that
We
going to be by 1.
Maine is still only 39% reporting. Maine.
Wow.
And the one website I look at, the 270 to win has called Maine, but I don't know if that's. Don't know.
Well, did they also call the Senate race there? Is Susan Collins going to keep her seat?
No, I have to back up. They called Maine District 1. So 1 delegate for Biden, not the entire 4 that's available for Maine.
This is the current PBS map as it is, 209 to 118. I think theirs might even be spaced on 270 win. I could be wrong though.
Somebody's saying Biden took Virginia. I know that's not a surprise, but yeah, Fox has called Virginia for Biden.
Check our other sources. Yeah, I'm not showing.
So the New York Times called it and Fox called it. So Virginia to Biden.
All right, I'll give it those two. I'm surprised
already
RCP has been some of the earliest calls tonight across the board, and so it's almost surprising that we haven't seen RCP call Virginia already. But we will see now as we look at the 2016 map again. There's nothing is broken except unless Arizona, if Fox is correct about Arizona, then Arizona will be the first thing to break the 2016 map. But this right now that you're looking at is the 2016 map, and so far, as far as states we've been comfortable calling here, we have not yet broken out of the 2016 map at all.
Did Fox call Arizona for Biden?
They did.
Yeah, I think that's pretty safe myself, but that's up to you guys.
Well, I just don't want to put it on the map yet. Basically, I said we've been at 75% reporting now, and now we're at 76. But we've been there for about almost an hour. Actually, it might be an hour now. And I said if they get all the way to 85%, and his 8% lead hasn't changed at all, then I'm good calling it. But we just haven't done that yet.
Yep, fair enough. And
we got 5 minutes until the final polls close. Wow.
Yep, we'll be.
Alaska will still be open.
It comes down to all the states that we thought it was going to be. It's, Florida, maybe, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I mean, those are the states that we thought were going to matter.
At?
Those are the states that apparently are going to matter, and many of those states are the ones saying, we will not have a number for you tonight. So...
Right, look at my stream.
In half an hour or an hour, whenever you guys want to kick me off, I'll go away. But in 2 hours, hopefully everybody can go get some sleep, because it looks like you're going to need the energy to celebrate tomorrow.
Sure.
So, guess
usually we would be saying goodbye to Brenda in 5 minutes. Brenda, if you want to stick around for a couple of minutes extra, because so far the guest that was supposed to come in has not shown up yet. So once I see that person has arrived, that's when we'll shoot you into space.
They just called Arizona for. They just called Arizona for Biden, and they thought that was going to go.
I long for
the question, of course, is do you get a space capsule or a suit to go with you, or is it just you in space?
Sorry, budget cuts, Trump administration. This is NASA.
Yeah, budget cuts. Sorry.
I'll be.
I understand. I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
That sounds dangerous.
I know what calling means. You don't have to explain it to me. That's what I'm trying to say.
We are seeing now with 62% in healthy lead in Minnesota. Not that Minnesota was one that we thought we would lose. Again, if we go back to this 2016 map, Minnesota is obviously a Hillary state. It's not time to call it or anything, but that does get us. We are currently sitting at 205. Minnesota would put us at 215, meaning a remaining 55 votes for Biden would make him the president. But again, would not have actually broken out of the 2016 map yet.
They're wrong.
I believe actually here. Let me take a look at it. I want to say.
Did I just?
Is this? Okay. Yeah, this is actually the Fox News race to 270 on YouTube is what I'm watching.
Yeah, well.
And the reason I'm watching Fox News is because I figured if anybody's gonna lean towards Trump, calling things for Trump, it'll be Fox News. They're gonna call everything Trumpish to start with.
Have you looked at?
I've got 3 different things open over here, dude. And yeah, I know there's different calls in different places.
Well,
CNN's calling it differently from Fox. I've got another stream going on from another group of people who are doing analysis of all of the different, like a meta analysis going on. So I mean, it's I got it.
Overall, though,
I got it going on.
Reported, not called, because there's only like one also state that's been called. Other than that, like 2 of the toss-up states are leaning fucking Biden, and all the other ones are leaning Trump right now.
Well, the big thing
like
is
Biden's got Arizona. And
there are a couple
New
of states
Hampshire.
though. There's a couple of states though that have a whole lot of mail-in ballots that they don't even start counting those until tomorrow morning by law.
Yeah.
So I mean,
I'm just saying. As of right now,
and if some of those trends shift to Biden's favor, those states that are looking Trumpish could very quickly go Bidenish. But I don't know. I'm not a political pundit. I am a fan of the season, kind of like Hunter Thompson was, and I'm just I'm watching it. I'm following what's going on.
yeah, it is looking like some of the states' mail-in votes could have a pretty big effect, but a lot of these Trump's
130
leading by a
million
big
votes
fucking-
were cast before the polls opened. 130 million. You know how many people
That's
voted
across
in
all the states, though.
No. You know how many people voted in the 2016 election?
At least 10.
136 million. There were more people to vote in mail-in ballots, almost, than voted in the 2016 election in total. That was like a big deal in like Donald Trump won on only a third of the people in the country fucking voted. I mean, it was really like
Got my lead.
it was really kind of a funny situation in my opinion. But
yeah, presidential elections have a tendency to be funny.
They are interesting beasts, to say the least. There's nothing. I've never in my life seen a presidential election that was similar to the last.
Come, do your trading here.
Tom's home now, but Jane's awake. She's like a little baby.
It's definitely not the blue wave I was hoping it was going to be, because I mean, it's definitely close. I don't think they're going to be calling it tonight.
Though the Saxleals generally choose to live in tribes based around it.
Oh crap, I should put the eye on. Yeah. Didn't need it. Right here. Woohoo! Oh, sweet. Just pick this sweet baby up.
Oh, wow.
What the fuck am I supposed to investigate? Doing the first quest in the Skyrim quest line, it says investigate the scene of the assassination, and there's no fucking marker for it. Can't find anything I'm supposed to interact with. But
So we're looking right now again at the 2016 map, to be clear for people. So if my optimism is not entirely misplaced and the polling isn't that bad, because the methods by which they went to correct the last problems they have, they do make sense, and they were able to correctly identify what they did wrong last time. So basically, they would have needed to be wrong about that too, and then create a system that works in the inverse, or people on an individual level just start lying. Let's say we keep Michigan and Wisconsin. Obviously, we've already taken Iowa and Ohio off of the table, and we get Arizona. That's that nightmare scenario I was talking about earlier. because that is a scenario of 269 to 269, which is in a lot of ways worse than that's in a lot of ways worse than I mean, if we're talking about that the Congress will get to decide, that the House will get to decide, and I saw somebody trying to make the case that it's one vote per state, and so that
two.
Okay, so I don't actually know. It wasn't something I thought to look up how that actual vote works, but this almost seems like it could be, as far as, I mean, if we still have a good popular vote showing, then we at least have a basis upon which we say, no, it's still Biden. It's going to be Biden in that scenario. But I can see a lot of people going, Donald Trump said it would be cheating, and we're the winners not being picked by the Electoral College, and that being used for, rioting, screaming, violence, and all those things that are terrifying.
So
that's
let's put up our current map instead of last year. There we go.
We are going to we're going to jump back to the 3-person. Brenda, thank you so much for joining us, because we will have a short time period with the other guests. They were able to finally make their way in. But Brenda, thank you so much for joining.
Thanks, Brenda.
It's nice meeting
So
you.
nice to meet you too. I'm gonna answer your question, Jimmy, about what happens if there's an electoral college tie.
Perfect.
I'm assuming you can hear me.
Yeah, I do hear you.
Sure.
That's why I said perfect.
So if in fact there's an electoral college tie, it goes to the House, and the House votes, and they pick the president from the top 3 presidential candidates, and the Senate picks the vice president from the top 2 presidential candidates. But the vote that takes place in the House, where the Democrats currently have a majority, is not done. It is done by state. Each state gets one vote, which means that it would still be a Republican majority of states in the House. So if there's an electoral college tie, the Republicans in the House and the Senate are basically going to pick Trump.
Yep. The concept of land voting over people will have never been so true if that scenario is what transpired.
Yes.
Now, the one thing that can happen that saves us, if we're looking at this map, the 269 to 269, is that Omaha district comes in, and that does go for Biden. And then we talk about the single closest electoral college victory of all time, because that will be a 270 to 268. So as far as not entirely unlikely scenarios, that is a potential still win, because maybe I'll be wrong and we'll actually get to win by 1 vote for once. So in that case, it would actually become 2, because you take 1 away from the other as well. Let me bring in...
Fox has called Texas.
Who are you? What are you doing in there?
Has anybody else?
Nope.
The website 270 to win has called Texas. I don't know who they're with, but they've called Texas.
I worry that those two are on the same loop.
It could be. And they've called Rhode Island for Biden.
I don't know. Yeah, he's not ready. Never mind. Rhode Island for Biden, and that's 270 to win. And let's take a look at some of these others. Yeah, so Rhode Island's still being held off on a lot of the sources I'm following. I'm trying to check.
Yeah. Texas has
RCP has
89% of the expected votes in a 6-point spread. That's probably not going to change.
Who are we talking about?
Texas. The differential is 6% with almost 90% of the votes expected in.
Well, I'll let the Texan decide if he thinks it's time to call Texas.
No.
All right, then. There you go.
enough.
I think you can call Illinois, though.
We did call Illinois days ago.
I know. The first one I saw declared the entire night was Indiana. I think that was an easy call by everybody.
I already predicted Texas was going to stay red, but until somebody other than Fox calls it on the sites I've been monitoring all night, I'm not calling it.
Unfortunately, North Carolina has 95% in. It's still not time to call because there are the lead is only 80,000 votes, but Trump does appear to be likely the winner of North Carolina.
That's a heartbreaker. Because that would have
Very,
made
very
the night.
close. It's not over yet, but you know, I would add it to my list of 3. I think Arizona is very likely Biden. I think Florida is very likely Trump, and North Carolina I would add to the list of this appears to very, very likely be Biden or be Trump. Sorry. I'm also trying to monitor whether or not. So we're bringing in Dominic from the Dominus Manifesto. Unfortunately, by the time he gets on here, there will only be 15 minutes left in his segment. But he's a nice guy, fun guy. Looks like he might be ready for us. So we go ahead and jump on in. His autofocus is definitely not ready for us. I think he might be on manual focus.
Figure out how to get it off. That's been my night, is just figuring this out.
I also don't understand how the frame of his video isn't fitting in our frames. There's a whole thing happening
it's crazy. This is what I've been working on. I know.
Okay, got it. Anyway, Dom, how are you feeling? Wyoming went red where you are. Are you surprised?
Right. I tried. I tried my hardest. I voted blue. Didn't work out for me in the presidential election. But hopefully with the local stuff, it'll be much better.
You know, and the good
as you guys,
go ahead.
As you guys have been figuring out all of the important stuff with the country and the election, I've been trying to figure out how to get this red dot away from my face. I can't. It's like there's a target on me, and it's okay though. What's up, everybody? Good to see you.
It's the button marked info on your camera, by the way, if it's a Canon. Well, that added a grid. Matt, you might be hard muted.
I am, but I was letting him know that we couldn't hear him.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh, there we go. Can you hear me now? Are we good?
Yeah. I just say we keep the red dot.
Perfect. Yeah, let's do it. I feel like there's a target on me, which is really exciting. Like,
as long as the red dot
I feel like I'm in a fighter jet or something. Right. It's okay. We're good.
So Dom's in Wyoming now, moves from California, from Wyoming to California, then back to Wyoming. Any states or any commentary in the very short period of time you'll be here with us, because Dom came on Dom time.
Well, I've been trying to get this red dot off of my face for the last 25 minutes.
One of the things I was thinking it'd be nice if we get one of these liberal billionaires to put up a fund to provide $10,000 for anyone that wants to move out of New York or California or Chicago.
Everyone looks super confused.
Can
you hear me?
See if we
Don,
can.
Can you not
we
hear
can
us?
hear you. Can you hear us?
Lack of dancing and cheering.
I can hear you.
Can't hear
I am
us.
very
okay.
impressed.
It seemed like you could.
I got you.
Think you would secure
Can
the
you hear
clues
when
Can you hear
Phil's
me?
on?
quickly. How did you fare in there?
I don't think
I
you can hear me.
Matt.
That is good.
I can hear
Taking
Matt,
a
and I can
closes
hear
more
you,
doors
Jimmy.
than it
I can't hear
opens.
Phil.
A valuable lesson that goes largely unheeded by the
I don't know.
Lomov
Phil, say
Ojo
some words,
and
and
my Naga
Dom,
cousins.
I'll tell you when Phil's done
But
talking.
again, my tongue wanders.
Gotcha.
Well, David tried
We should
to
discuss Famia's lost
Throwing out
friends.
the idea that
What did you find?
maybe we just need to redistribute the population a little bit to make it fair again, so we can have a population that represents a more diversity across the country instead of voting by state. We need to vote by people.
The Dragonstar
we can move some
provides spy
there was
reports to the blackguards.
Every person got a vote, and like all those votes were counted and considered equal.
Yeah.
Right. Some sort of thing where,
like, I'd like the outcome any better, but I'd at least like the system better.
I think there's a distinct possibility, particularly with COVID ramifications. I have a lot of my clients and a lot of people I talk to that their jobs, if they're lucky, their jobs allow them to be anywhere.
Please let Famia
and they work on a computer, and they're saying to themselves, why be in a $500,000 small condo in Chicago or New York or even Atlanta or Dallas when they can move somewhere else to be, a little more spread out, a little more scenic, a little more casual, a lot less cost. And so far, companies haven't decided to cut people's wages. That's going to be something that's if we keep doing this for another year, where companies are going to tell employees, "Hey, wait a minute, I'm paying you $200,000 because you're working in San Diego, but now you're working in Idaho or Colorado. I'm not going to pay you $200,000. I'm going to index your pay to your cost of living."
Well, Colorado a bad example because Colorado is our price index has gone way up over the last couple of years.
And I don't know
Her name is Cassandra.
Wyoming, however, for the price of a mansion in Wyoming, you get a cottage in Colorado.
Just like you.
That's actually.
You'll just follow me upstairs.
Yeah, I think for the price of a mansion in Colorado, they should just give you a cottage in Idaho. That's,
yeah.
So,
Dom, I have
this
good
is the
news and bad
adventure
news.
you
The good news is the red dot is gone. The
Yeah.
bad news is so are you.
I know,
I think
guys. I'm sorry.
I am Cassandra.
My friend, this
setup
might not be
going
your
crazy
name.
so
over
long
here.
to make your acquaintance.
I
Family
hear you. Can you
it's a
still
very
hear me
interesting
though?
thing because the COVID, if it hangs
Very
around for a few years, is
I
going
do
to
hope you
be
will exercise
possibly
caution.
a
are
fundamental
not
shift in
particularly
our
bright.
society. And in
Yes,
some
I'm
ways,
familiar with
as an
Jack
example,
Sickle,
commercial real
a very
estate
proud warrior.
is going to get
Hopefully
destroyed,
not too
and
proud. If
a
we
lot
have
of
common cause
nicer
with the
restaurants
Deadwater tribe, it
aren't
only
going to
makes
make
sense to
it.
cooperate.
We have by us, a
Compromise
little
and collaboration
pizzeria
rest at
that's
the very
selling
heart of
more
all great
food than ever before because people order online, then drive up
Unwelcome
into the
news,
parking
isn't
lot,
it, Whiptail?
and an employee runs the food out to them. At the end of the strip mall is a fancy French restaurant. That's $80 a plate.
Our new friend.
And no one wants to pull up into the strip mall and have someone bring you out a brown bag with $80 of food in it.
Right. When
I'll
you're
pay $10.
spending that kind of amount of money on dinner, one, you're probably being emotionally blackmailed to be there anyway. But two, you want to buy the experience as much as the the food itself.
You're there for the ambiance, and the ambiance is gone. So those restaurants.
The first time I tried
Hang on,
Wagyu.
stop. I'm hearing breaking news that Biden's expected to speak soon.
No way.
All right.
Very interesting. About what? It's just to say he's going to bed for the night and we'll see tomorrow?
I hope that's what he's getting ready to say.
It couldn't be a concession yet.
No, that wouldn't make any sense at all.
Just looking at the headline that says soon Biden expected to speak.
Welcome to my home.
Dom, I think this just isn't a situation that is workable because not having the visual doesn't really help. We're gonna let you go and say goodbye, but we'll let you have a few moments to give your words of encouragement or whatever you'd like to as you go.
Well, first of all, I'd like you to know that you were spot on with the financial advice. It costs more to be homeless in California than to own a 5-bedroom house in Wyoming. So,
Yep, good stuff. All right.
No,
that's a very gloomy note to leave on, but we'll leave you on it.
No, we're good. No, we're good. I'm skeptical.
I didn't hear anything you said, so hopefully that went out.
I'm skeptical to say this, but I do have a lot of hope for this. I can say it's a lot closer than I anticipated. So, thank you guys for the live stream. Thank you for having me on even momentarily, and I look forward to celebrating the results with you.
Goes to war with the laggards, yes.
Thank you, buddy.
I hunt one of them even now.
No surprise, you can give
do not
Montana
need
to
or
Trump.
Want your help. Now, go
Good
back
enough.
to your coast town, Ogel. The swamp will eat you if you do
See
not.
if there's any other updates, and I'm also gonna kind of have what I might do is pull up a live news channel and leave it muted over here on the side.
That's what
see
I've
what
done.
happens.
So, it is true. The blackguards take hostages from the Deadwater tribe as well.
It may
As
be
I
they
said,
when I
Jessica is very
was reading the
proud,
closed caption,
but
they
she
said
would
they're
be a
expecting to speak
valuable
sometime in the
ally
next
if we
30
could convince
minutes.
her to
So
let us help.
I see.
Too bad she runs away. Yes, at least we have.
You know, you still have channels covering. Dave, if you want to go ahead and fix the framing of that in the position, so we don't have the same problem we had with Dom. If you go ahead and do that.
Yes.
You still
She
have
said she was hunting a
CNN's
blackguard
trying to take a
even
hard
now,
look
right?
at
Did you
Georgia
see
right
how her
now
throat
and
fin
see
is
if
spread? How her
if
pupils
he can
dilated
still
and
bring
her
it
tail
in. It's not
stiffened as she
something I'm
turns
as
to
hopeful
leave?
for,
Our
but
prey is very, very close.
they're doing it
We only
nonetheless.
need to follow her.
Yeah, some of the counties around Atlanta have started to report numbers, but I think DeKalb, I'm going to call it DeKalb, but I think they called it DeKalb County, only has 31% in 120,000 total votes. So that would mean there's 200,000 more to come, and Biden's winning at 80% to 17%.
Right, that's
So
the
you could-
Atlanta area.
Yeah, so that one county could make up 200,000 of the 300,000 gap. Fulton County is only 60% in, and Biden's winning 74 to 25. Cobb County is 70%, and that's not as big. So, the numbers are still theoretically there.
We
but
hunt the hunter.
Oh, what's
Scan
this?
the swamp
Rockdale
for the
County.
bent
Oh, it's too
reeds
small.
and broken
It's not gonna make a
fronds she leaves in her wake.
Yeah, I don't know if
The
we can
trail
overcome
should eventually-
300,000.
Crouch down.
Could
I
get
am right
close.
behind
But
you. Of
maybe there's
course.
more mail-in
Take a
that
deep
haven't been counted. I don't know.
Right. It seems unlikely, but obviously we still have it on our own board here, which I can actually.
I am right behind you.
Let me
Of
bring
course.
us, the three of us, over too. We still have it.
Undecided.
Grayed out.
You can. Oh, Matt hasn't allowed you to red Texas yet. That's 90%.
No, not
in
yet.
it.
New York Times hasn't called it. CNN hasn't called it.
Fair enough. Just going to see how Wisconsin is doing. They have 70% in, with Trump ahead by 6. But we knew Wisconsin was going to be a problem because Milwaukee is not reporting numbers.
Yeah.
That's going
And
to be
Milwaukee, where a bunch of blue votes are going to come in.
Well, that's for a bunch of. Yeah.
Yeah. So you have a spread of less than 80,000 there. And did you say Milwaukee's not coming in at all tonight?
They were on the news earlier saying that it's just not going to happen until 5 or 6 in the a.m. tomorrow. The ABC News says Milwaukee County has 36% of the votes in, and it's 60-40 Trump. If those numbers doubled, it would put Biden back in the lead in Wisconsin. But the other one, of course, is Madison County, or I guess Madison, the city, is in Dane County. That's 88% in. There's a couple of other counties around Madison that aren't, and I don't know how big they are, though. Just checking. Because I think once you get outside of Madison and Milwaukee, there's not a whole lot of people.
So the thing is, not only have we not broken out of the 2016 map so far, and again, this does not mean he won't win. It means it's not going to be a huge landslide win, I think, but it doesn't mean Biden won't win. We haven't broken out of 2016, but we have already started giving swing states to Trump that were Trump back in 16, specifically Ohio. And we are on the cusp of giving him Texas, on the cusp of giving him Florida, and on the cusp of giving him North Carolina. Any of those can change. Arizona looks like it probably will go blue tonight, and that will break the 2016 map, but not in a sufficient number to give Biden the presidency. So basically, anybody who's watching right now, Minnesota looks good for Biden, at least last check. And yes, it still does. Will likely go blue. Obviously, we've already called Montana. Not all outlets have. We right now can only feel pretty confident that we're probably going to pick up 11 compared to the 2016 map. So again, we can pull that map up quickly and easily and load that 2016 map up. Now we pop in Arizona and we're at 243. So that's where, if Wisconsin, the Milwaukee reporting, Biden retakes the lead, he gets up to 253. And if he gets the Michigan vote, we're at 269 and still need that one more vote. Pennsylvania, as much as we almost are at a point where it won't take much more from where we are right now to just go, not only will we not know tomorrow, we won't know potentially for 3 days if that's how long it's going to take Pennsylvania to finish receiving and counting votes. I have to imagine however many are left to still be collected on the third day probably won't change the result, but again, only can imagine.
I do not need your help.
Yeah.
I hunt
Any
these
thoughts?
blackguards alone. Our business
I'm just looking here. I
the
think
Ogel
Pittsburgh is in
stands its
Allegheny
ground.
County. It has 17% reporting,
More
and it's
stupid.
80% Biden. So there's still a lot to report there.
Flat-toothed blackguards
All right.
took refuge
Fox
in this
and the
ravine.
Times have both
They
given
snatched up
Iowa
some
to
of my
Trump
egg
and
Your
Minnesota to
allies
Biden.
too, and threw them in caves.
Oh, sorry.
Now Sojay
Don't
and
do the
I will
Minnesota
hack
one
these grills to
Okay.
pieces.
Phil, we are
I
gonna
narrow
say
my
goodbye
eyes.
to you here in just a moment, but
You and the
2 minutes or
bright
so, you have
to join me
you
on
have
this
all of the
raid rather
attention,
than
all
pick
of
the
the eyes.
bones when the
If
work
you
is
want
done.
to say some final words before we let you go.
Burn the wagons.
You know, and enjoy your drinks
Smash their
tonight.
supplies.
Drink responsibly.
Kill any
Get a good
that
night's
oppose
sleep because you're going to need the energy to
When
party
all
tomorrow when you
lies
wake
in
up and
ashes,
find out that Biden won.
we will speak again.
If you want a new podcast to listen to, go check out The Phil Ferguson Show.
Finally, you
talking about
speak
investments,
Bare
politics,
your
religion
fangs,
every
Ogel.
week. The 3 things you should not discuss with your family. And
fight
it's
best
been
from
my
the shadows,
honor and pleasure
Pico.
to be here.
I
and
leave the direct
I wish you
approach
all
to you.
the best for tonight. And, you know, in 2 hours, go get some sleep and don't stay up and wait for the last votes to come in.
Phil, it's been great
Thanks,
to meet
Phil.
you. Our first night, I think, in person, so good to meet you, and thank you so much for joining us.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
So, yeah. Well, Matt, you're going to get to, well, first of all, both of us need what's coming next, because we will be bringing Eve back in, who's a person who just brings joy to both of us and will just make us both happier. Matt, I don't believe you have met Hope yet. She's a good friend of mine. She is an adult content creator and asexual educator, just a brilliant person. So basically, I guess, let's see, how long do we have them on? So for the next half hour, we could call it the sex worker appreciation half hour. It would be a full hour, except for that Zod takes over for Eve then. And as far as I know, despite my badgering, Zod has not yet made an OnlyFans. As far as I know. He is.
I don't have an
we're
open.
just waiting for David to give me the cue that we're good to bring them back up, but we'll pull back over here. Yeah, I'm still showing Joe Biden makes statements shortly. I'm seeing more polls close in 30 minutes. I thought we had our last poll closed 30 minutes ago, and so I guess I missed something. Who hasn't closed?
Well, Alaska closes in 30 minutes.
Oh, okay, so that's one. Good enough. All right, we are ready to bring in, as I said, the absolutely phenomenal Eve and my good friend Hope of Hopeless So Frantic. Good to see you both. Eve, I'll ask you first. How have you, since we've seen you, what has your night progression looked like?
Honestly, I feel like I'm having flashbacks to 2016 a little. I think is expecting the turnout by this point to look maybe at least a little bit more comforting than it has. So I think I'm feeling a little apprehensive. I feel kind of nauseous and sad, but I'm trying to stay hopeful and to, remember that it's not over yet and we're still doing well right now. So
I'm hoping that we find out, because things like this have happened before, that states are waiting to release because nobody wants to be the asshole who declares like, oh, all right, we're ready to flip this for Biden, and have the ire of the Trump supporters come after them. I'm hoping that one person does it and then it all falls into place. Because as far as swing states go, the only realistic swing states we've lost for sure so far is Ohio, probably Florida, and probably Texas. But that obviously leaves Wisconsin and Michigan, Arizona, and Pennsylvania all in the mix as well. North Carolina, I don't have much hope for either. Hope, how are you and how's your night going?
These dry skins are good for something after all.
I'm doing okay. Not feeling very hopeful, honestly. I've been actually watching your stream for the last, I think 3 hours, just, keeping up to date with everything.
You're a
I'm
trooper.
not feeling too good about it.
Matt, do you have anything to comfort our friends here?
No, I desperately wish that I did. So what I can say is that nothing that's happened so far breaks the polling information or in any like, you know, when like 538 is talking about, you know, how likely it is for a Trump win versus or a Biden win versus a Trump win, et cetera. Nothing we've seen so far has broken that. And even on my prediction map, I mean, okay, I was almost certainly wrong about Florida, and it may turn out that I was also wrong about Georgia. But we really need it's Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. That blue wall, that's going to determine everything. And I think we need 2 of them.
Yep. Potentially 3. I mean, Pennsylvania puts us in a really good position. But again, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan by themselves isn't enough to get us. If we then pulled up Arizona, we're in the nightmare scenario of 269. But if we got the 3 of those, we have definitely won without having to head over to Arizona at all. And then Arizona just becomes icing on a cake. For the Discord that... Go ahead.
I feel like we're not gonna... I mean, maybe I'm just really depressing, but I don't think we're gonna get Pennsylvania, honestly. I mean, as far as like mail-in voting, for example, tends to lean very blue, and you know, they have to get their ballots in before 15 days versus like Michigan, for example, we might have a better chance because they can apply for mail-in ballots up to October 30th. So I just feel like
Pennsylvania, though, they extended things out because of COVID, so you just have to you have to have mailed your ballot in by today, and they'll be counting for 3 days. Yes. Yeah, for up to 3 days. If they receive it in the next 72 hours, your vote, according to the current Supreme Court ruling, will be counted. If there is a difference in the outcome because of that, it's going to be legally challenged. And I mean, frankly, it's probably going to be legally challenged anyway. But Donald Trump has already said he's planning on waking up tomorrow with his lawyers to start litigating some of these battles. He wants to. He does not care about how many people voted for him. He cares that he wins. And if there's a legal battle that gets him there, even with less votes, that's the way he's going to take it.
Now
I tell you what's bugging me right now.
I will hack it dead.
Go ahead, Matt.
If you want to talk to it.
Tell you what's bugging me right now is that
Sojay
they're saying Biden's going to speak somewhere in the next 30 minutes. And what Jimmy was talking about is not if there's a state that doesn't want to be the asshole. If in fact they're ready to call Pennsylvania, Michigan, Texas, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, then, and they've already let those guys know, then we could be hearing a concession from Biden in the next 30 minutes.
I cannot
and
be
that's
sure,
weird.
But that is no bad thing.
That would be rough.
More death and the need for certain.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of a way we could broadcast the statement where we can. We're on YouTube, so honestly, we can't. There's no risk we can take. Even if we broadcast the statement by the audio, we might get struck by CNN, even if we're using PBS's broadcast.
It must die.
So that's the unfortunate.
This Ogel is a liar.
Unfortunate reality. I'm trying to see if anyone is reporting what their expectation is from this Biden statement here shortly.
I am not. You showed cunning in
I feel like as
tracking
far as
me and
Pennsylvania
strength
goes,
during the raid.
You know, people
To see you
had
falter
voted
now
as
in the face
long
of
ago
some
as 15
blubbering,
days. I mean, I know the
treacherous
postal
would
service
turn
isn't doing
my
great
stomach.
right now, but I feel like that
Yep.
just
Says it has a
it's unlikely within the
It has
next 3 days
killed
we see
many
a tremendous
daughters.
like
Now
overturn.
that ends.
Well, so the thing with Pennsylvania is there's only 61% of the vote in. So the question is, in that remaining 40%, where are the places that aren't in yet? And one, there's a little bit of nowhere's technically 100% in because of that voting thing. But over in Pittsburgh, where you're going to have a much bluer showing, that is only only 18% in. So most of Pittsburgh, and you're talking like a 4-to-1 ratio there right now. Most of Pittsburgh isn't in. If you head over to Harrisburg, that is almost completely in, so we don't get the same thing there. But then you head over to Montgomery, you're only 63% in. You've got Delaware County, which is only 58.7% in, and then Philadelphia County only 43% in. whereas a lot of the red
finished with the
areas
blackguards.
are
You have my word.
much more reported, and not to mention the red areas have fewer
You
people.
made the right
So
decision,
Pennsylvania
Biko.
is one I
Thank
actually
you.
wouldn't give up on, because it's not a matter of
remnant of Argon.
the way the variety of ways to vote now means that it's not a matter
Something
of
I cannot discuss.
if
for
you count the
now.
first
Return
60%,
to
it really
Fabia
depends
and
on
tell
which
her this.
60% you
She
counted,
is a friend to the
or it
Saxleo,
can. And so
but the remnant is not
there's a
some
way
stone
to
cup
count
or golden
if
idol.
if
It
Biden
is
wins
something
60 to
much greater
40, but you
and
mostly
more
counted Trump's
dangerous.
40 first, and then you only counted 20 to 30 of Biden's. I mean, obviously this is an extreme example, just to show you how
I
it works.
hiss with fury.
That is possible,
How did these
and it even
OJ
kind of looks like what's
slur
happening.
about the
Again,
remnant?
Pittsburgh only having
We will find
20%
out,
in.
Jaxic,
That
provided you
is
do not
very.
kill them all.
There's reasons.
Where are you
hope
guys
there's
getting your
reasons for
county
hope.
maps?
What's that?
Like, where are you getting your district maps?
If there's a lot of the, so I think I just used MSNBC's. You just click the state and it pulls them up, and you can check each.
New York
county.
Times map has similar
Oh, I have
numbers.
Yep.
Yeah, I have
New York
NBC
Times.
and New York Times pulled up here, but I didn't know that on NBC's.
You can click it. New York Times and NBC have both called Florida for Trump.
All right, I think it's time to just bite the bullet and hate it.
I never had faith in Florida, but
in fact, it's looking like CNN's also giving Texas.
I'm looking at CNN right now, and it's not projected for Texas yet.
On the live, John King's at the wall right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have to click it yet. I'm just saying that's what I'm seeing over there. Let me head back to MSNBC and see. But yeah, so Florida is there. It's in. Seeing if there's anything else I've missed here, because we've got. Because we already called Montana. Our number is just slightly higher than MSNBC's, for example. Yeah, I don't know. The words that keep haunting me like a ghost was Bob Woodward, who spoke to Trump on the phone earlier this week and said the final words Trump said to me is, "I'm gonna win, Bob," and I just hate that. I hate that he might. Again, we don't know if he's going to, but I want nothing more than that not to be the case. For a lot of reasons, not just because his arrogance pisses me off, but that is present. For the record, his arrogance pisses me off. Let's see. I seem to be missing a blue. Oh, Minnesota has now all.
Like you're getting ready to hear a concession.
You say we are getting ready to?
I hope that what we're getting ready to hear is, hey, we're not going to get an answer tonight. I'm going to call it a day. I appreciate everybody's support. The polls have closed. We know that there are a number of that needs to be it, and an upbeat, and go to bed.
You're back.
But everything about this, and I don't know if it's the fact that I've been beaten down for 4 years, that I've been locked in my fucking house since March. But they announced Joe Biden's getting ready to talk, and then the networks call Florida, they call Texas. If in the next couple minutes they start calling
Fascinating
Georgia, North Carolina,
between
Pennsylvania,
your heroism and
as Joe's getting ready to walk out on
raw
stage.
Strength, I'm sure you
right.
Then. There's not a moment to lose. We will. No surprise.
Well, he's on stage, so I'm going to mute this so that I can listen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let Hope and Steve take total control, unless one of them is also listening to the announcement.
Oh yeah, I don't have the
mean-
announcement pulled up, so I guess I'll just.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know. I don't have much more to add
not a
to what
confession.
we've already said. Well, that's good.
I mean,
Good.
It's not a concession. He's
I was
basically
gonna say,
saying,
that would be weird.
we feel good about where we're at. We're going to keep going.
I mean, I haven't looked at the map in the last since the last time I did my last prediction. It was 10 minutes ago. I included Nevada, Arizona, Minnesota, Maine, and Hawaii, and it's still. I'm not feeling it, Mr. Krabs.
I know. So here's what we can do. I can pull up the map. Everybody can take a look here, and we can see what we have. Dave, if you'll update the scoreboard we have as well too, because our scoreboard is currently pretty outdated. But so this is the map as we have it right now: 215 Joe Biden to Donald Trump's 176. There are still a lot of swing states. Again, we have not done so far is hurt the 2016 map. So let's go take a look back at the 2016 map. This is the map in 2016, and right now we're seeing much of the same. However, there are some hopeful areas. So for example, Arizona looks likely to go. I'm not ready to call it, but we'll just do it as a test. There's Arizona. Now we're at 243, 27 to go.
So,
if we
you
poll
return
Wisconsin
victorious.
and Michigan, which are very
I have
possible to do,
We can
and the
discuss that
polling that led up to
You've
it
done
in
a
the
great
days
deal for us
prior
I wonder if you're willing
seemed to
do
indicate
a bit
it was
more.
a safe bet.
While Famia has
Were
proven a
that to
steadfast
happen,
companion,
we're now at a
I believe our
269 to
current
269.
predicament
Having just
requires
checked a more
someone a bit
detailed
more
map, we
adroit
also
when
don't yet
things take a
have
turn for the
Omaha,
perilous.
even though it's right now I don't have a way to uncall unless I just give it to Biden. If we do give it to Biden, and Omaha, it doesn't look bad for Biden. If we can give that to Biden, he wins with exactly 270 before we go to Pennsylvania.
One of your
So
native companions
right now,
warned you
as
off
I'm
of
looking
it,
at the
didn't
map,
they?
as we go back to
Believe
2016,
me,
the
I
only thing I can say I feel
despite my
pretty good
lifestyle,
about is that we're
I'm
going to get to
still
flip
an
that
Argonian,
Arizona
one
blue.
with ample
The
means.
Wisconsin and Michigan, I don't
Who would
know.
I be if I couldn't use
Pennsylvania,
that wealth to help my
obviously, hope is not as optimistic as I am, but I do think it's way too early.
Yes,
And it's
you are clearly
devastating
the best at what
that
you do.
Pennsylvania,
I
the
can
vice
think of no one
president's
more
state where
qualified
he's
to lead
from,
this endeavor.
that it is even
You and
close when it
Zeus
was
have grown
previously
close,
called
correct?
a
He
blue
knows a
wall
great
is
deal about the
frustrating.
remnant,
So
I'm sure.
I guess I hope not only
Please,
that Pennsylvania
convince him we only
does
want
go
to
for
help.
Biden, but that actually there's such an amount of votes to make up. It's literally like, and you all were worried about Pennsylvania. That would be excellent.
Okay.
But this is where we actually are on this map right now. Matt, what were you going to say?
Biden just finished talking. It was really well done. Hey, neither myself nor Donald Trump get to decide this election tonight. It's not over until every vote has been counted. And that means if Trump walks out and says anything at all tonight that's contrary to that, well, actually, I was going to say something snarky, but it turns out it won't fucking matter because everybody's already voted. Trump can say whatever the hell he wants.
And not to
Regardless,
mention,
he can say whatever he wants.
there's nothing left for him to say that he will be held accountable for. He has proven himself to be the most repugnant individual to ever hold any office, perhaps, certainly the presidency. And yet here he is in a dead heat. You know, granted, most Americans, well, I shouldn't say most, usually just over half of Americans vote who are eligible to vote. This time we might even see as high as 60%, which still leaves an awful lot of people who didn't vote. And not to mention that even the people who are voting on the right are voting against their own self-interest, with the exception of obviously the already wealthy cis white straight male. They're probably pretty happy with all of it.
Very little scholarship exists.
And so, yeah,
on the subject,
I mean, we're not turning in for
Argonian
another
elders
hour and
often
14
refer to
minutes
it
because
as a
we
sacred
have another
egg.
guest.
some
We'll
people,
say
eggs
we have at least
always
one
contain
guest left. We might turn in a little earlier once
about the
we're
hist,
done, because if there's
their
nothing to
beginnings,
say,
their powers,
basically I blocked
their
off the last half
intentions.
hour to be just
All I
Matt
know
and I,
for
because
certain
I
is that it
thought
does
depending on
not
how the
contain
night went,
simple coins
just the
or
two of us
ancient
will be
bric-a-brac.
enough if we have a
The
result.
remnant is
If
a
we
vessel
don't
for
have a
great
result,
power.
now that Biden
We
has
must be
even
cautious
gestured
and well
to
prepared.
states that if they're having a hard time getting their counts in, he's not waiting for them anymore. That might be the signal to them to take it easy for the night, because I don't know that you're either also going to want to have a lot of states declaring while everybody is asleep. It's kind of like wait until the morning. This is technically, well, no, it's different. We lost in 16 and we did get the same speech, but we got it from Podesta, I think it was, instead of Hillary, who just said, we're going to bed. We'll address this tomorrow. But at that point, she had already lost. So we're not quite there yet. There's still obviously more to count. We'll be here for a little bit longer. We've got at least another hour and 12 minutes here. Arden, since you're the next person out of here in 12 minutes, do you want to continue giving some more thoughts and Just thoughts, no prayers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Even if best case scenario Biden still wins this, I think the fact that this is such a dead heat
Whatever
spells,
is best for the
you
people
know,
of Murkmire. I won't act without their consultation
just a little.
if that's what you're worried about.
I don't know.
Again,
A frustration for the country going
outsider,
forward. I mean, you know, I
but
would
I
have
am
thought
still an
from the projected
This
poll
isn't
data
some
and
purely
from
academic matter for
I mean, this is the same thing that happened in 2016. You know, people were being so loud about their support for the Democratic ticket, but when the poll data, well, you know, when we got the results, that wasn't how it actually happened. So,
right.
I think
I honestly,
I'm just feeling a little
most of that
just
history
disillusioned
was
with
eaten out
this
of my
country
exiles by the dark
and,
elves centuries
with
before I was
the
born.
fact that we could even have
Slavers
results
take
like
great
this in
pains
the
to
first
destroy
place.
our
I think
racial
it's
identity, you see.
sad, and I'm
Makes us easier
it's
to
a
control, I suppose.
shameful day to be an American. Sometimes I feel, but hopefully I will eat my words when I wake up in the morning.
Right.
It'll still be a shameful day. It'll still be a shameful day because it should never have been this close. We still, the Democrats needed to flip 4 seats in the Senate.
It is. I spent
That
the
still
greater
hasn't
part of my
happened
youth in Cyrodiil.
and may not happen.
Taking on imperial dress, name, and customs made things easier.
As of
Of
right
course, it makes
now,
things here
Joe
in Murkmire
Biden is
more
within a
complicated.
stone's throw
One of my
of
life's
having
many
the same popular vote that,
No.
just to
I
give
was
people an
hatched in
update on
Norway.
popular votes and things reporting
You'll
and how
forgive
much
me
has
if I don't
happened.
elaborate.
In
It was a
2016,
very
Trump
difficult
got
time,
about
one best
62 million
forgotten.
votes, closer to
As my
63.
native Ed
Biden's
King
at
say,
62.
best
Trump is
throw of
currently
the
showing
past.
60 million and a half.
The antiquities market.
Obviously
No
Hillary
surprise there,
beat
I'm
him by
sure.
3 million votes.
I
So
know I'm a bit
totally different
starchy
situation, but
But in
we
my
are
youth,
still
I
at
was quite the
122 million
I
between
discovered
just
several
those two.
untouched alien ruins and auctioned their treasures for
1.4
a tidy
million
sum.
people voted for Joe Jorgensen.
The
Which
aliens
means I have
treated my ancestors
1.4
very
million
poorly.
fuck you,
I
you
prefer to
goddamn
think of this
idiots,
as
to
simple
give out, but I don't have the time.
In any
Uh,
case, my business interests are
But
purely
we are,
philanthropic.
and that's just so far
Like
tonight.
Famia,
So we
I
are
only
at a
seek to
combined
preserve Argonian relics for
122 and a
future
half, roughly,
generations.
million votes, which is a lot. And
It
with,
is,
especially with
in
so
fact.
so
You have
much
a very
still to
keen
report, it will be
You should
interesting
know
to
that
see
the
what the
crystal was a
final number
tremendous
is.
discovery.
I think a lot.
Stones like
But I
this one
don't
are
know that I
very
think that this is
difficult
as
to
big a
come by.
blowout as far as number of votes as I thought it was going to be. I actually,
Famia didn't
as I'm
tell
looking
you?
at it now and looking at the
Vaka
Electoral
stones are
College
mysterious
thing, yeah, it looks like it's going to be
Not
more.
unlike the
What was the
Iliad
total
walking
number of people who voted
Our ancestors used them
in
to store the raw
2016?
magicka that falls from the sun. Thus their radiant yellow hue.
Let's see.
Powerful relics, to be sure. If an opportunity presents
I was looking for that
itself,
number just
perhaps.
quickly and easily
I
already
suspect
added
that some
all up.
ancient
But
Argonian relics require Vaka stones to function.
2,984,000.
No doomsday
Well, that's just
devices
for
there,
Trump.
I promise.
Sure, and 65 for Hillary, so that'd be 127.8 plus. So that's the weird thing is that just ignore the third party and everything else for just a second. In 2016, it was 62, almost 63 million versus almost 66 million between the two of them. When I look at the number right now, they each have about 60 million. Right now. Where's all this extra turnout? We're still 7 million votes short of the number of votes cast in 2016, and yet we had amazing. Did everybody just vote early and then not as much today?
It's I genuinely that's kind of what I was trying to get at is I think we may have overestimated how many people we're coming. Granted, I mean we still haven't over here called 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 states. That isn't to say though that popular vote that we're talking about so far has a lot of those states still in them because that includes the percentage that is reported even if it hasn't been called. I don't.
That makes sense.
Go ahead.
That makes sense.
I hope. Well, I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. I honestly, I don't have any of these like oh the right thing to say hopes are. Yeah, I hope voter turnout was super high because Trump lost. But right now, we're not clearly going that direction. So at this point, I don't give a fuck if voter turnout was high. I'm just left with I hope Trump loses. Because
I give a fuck if voter turnout was high, because if it turns out there's 7 million votes we're not seeing, that's an issue.
Generally choose to live in
But if you already have, we've already almost matched the number of votes that have been in. We'll get to there probably before we leave tonight, unless everybody has gone on freeze. If we've already basically, oh fuck, I had that point going somewhere. Now I've lost it. Arden, we're saying goodbye to you for a few minutes, so go ahead and take it back from me.
Sure. I mean, I just, I hope that I wasn't bringing everyone down with my pessimism. I think it's been a long day, and I am just tired and frustrated with this country and with these results. And I hope for everyone's sake that I am way off base with my mood at the moment, but I don't think I am.
Yeah. I think that's what we all are. Hope, how are you feeling?
I mean, kind of to touch on what Arden was talking about, even if Biden ends up winning this election, which, I don't know, I was just so crushed in 2016, I'm just emotionally preparing myself.
I would be lying if I...
But,
yeah.
Even if he does win, we're still going to have probably Donald Trump Jr. Running for president in 4 more years. This is a plague that's not going to go away from this election alone.
Current reporting is that Ivanka is being groomed for it. So it wouldn't surprise me if it's Ivanka then Jr. I don't actually think Donald liked Jr.
I swear.
What's that?
At the current rate, she will be.
I'll cry.
Yeah. Well, I'm in the same place as you. It's still going to be crushing nonetheless. And at the end of the day, it's going.
I would be
if Donald Trump wins re-election, you know what? It doesn't matter. If Donald Trump doesn't win re-election, right now, 60 million, and that's going to go up. People have either don't care, are actively hostile, or are avoiding the information to realize they are putting their queer friends in danger and their queer family in danger. Their trans friends and their trans family in danger. Not that they have any of those friends, because they might avoid those kinds of people. Their friends and family who are people of color are in danger and have been hurt. It's not a threat of we're going, oh no, now those dangers are going to start. Now that pain is going to start. It's a matter of it already started, and it was already the last 4 years of reality. Those groups being hurt, and it is such a for what? Because you owned the libs. That's what this election was. That is what their values are anymore. It is just I don't care. I just want to own the libs. I just want to hurt people who don't talk like me, who don't look like me, whose experiences I can't understand, and I will not allow a person to force me to understand somebody else's, because that's what they think it is. They think we're trying to force you to understand what it's like to be a trans woman, to understand what it's like to be a black guy, to understand. And it's literally we just want you to be aware and not in denial of their experience, because their experience goes on either way. So this is the fact that it is close.
One that lived far away in houses of stone.
This has been the running joke throughout the night, how this is the only graphic we created for this. But at this point, even if Biden pulls it out, I regret that I didn't have a "Fuck You America" sticker. Also, just the "Fuck You Florida."
Get one ready, because I have to do the hang up tomorrow night.
I would probably
get one ready for tomorrow night. I'll ask the graphic artist, because it's seriously.
Is the name not clear?
Do you have who do you have coming on with you? Do you have I didn't know if you'd ask Andrew or not.
No, you want to do it?
Ask Andrew first if he already wants to do it, because he is 1,000 times more qualified and would be the way more qualified person to do so. I said qualified twice. I was redundant. But if not, I will definitely come on and have plenty of fuck yous to. It'll be nice that for once Matt and I will send fuck yous to someone besides each other. That'll be great. We really love each other. Well, I love Matt. I can't speak for him. Despite the teasing.
Little Zukas.
I love Matt too.
Visit your old friend in the glade of chimes.
But I will say, kind of
I recall
going
when
back
he
to the
stood
map.
only as tall as the Kepo grass.
Although, for the most part,
And
my
you,
views are
blackguard
very
slayer,
disappointing.
what can this
I do
stiff-legged
think
craftsman
Wisconsin
do
is
for
going to turn blue. I mean, like, if you look at the 2016 map, there was only a 1% lead for Trump.
Remnant of...
And I don't know,
My,
a lot of my friends that are there
This
right
is
now,
no small question,
I'm
Zuka's
feeling
friend.
that.
Look
I'm
around.
not
I
feeling
love
the rest of America, but
Each of
I
these
feel like there's going to be at
chimes
least
sing
a
out
good
a
battle there.
tangle of melody.
Imagine the only person who's going to have anything to think is a little funny will be as Hillary if she wakes up and goes, "Oh, Biden lost Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania too." Anyway, what was that? Because it wasn't. I didn't hold a rally there. Like she'll be the only vindicated person on the left. They're like,
Good
oh,
for her. She should be. If that's what actually happened, she should absolutely say that.
She deserves vindication. I mean, she deserves vindication for a lot because it's
by sun-blessed hands in an old
But the opposition
Older
is
than
a
my
party who
mother's
says they
head mother,
prefer
a
a Russian
chime
to a
as old
Democrat.
as our
And if you don't understand, like for people watching, I don't have the time to explain to you. We have another guest to bring in and stuff to explain to you how fucked up that is. But that is wildly, wildly fucked up. Hope, we're going to return to a double screen for just a moment here because you're not in the right box to go to the third box. It's okay. But we're going to go return to a double screen and then come back with our other guests. Eve, thank you so much for coming. And truly, you brighten both mine and Matt's life. This time, I think I can speak to Matt. And I appreciate you. Hope's going to stick with us for another half hour, but we are bringing in Zahn next. The triple screen has been prepared for us, though, actually, so we don't have to lose Hope, which is wonderful.
the chime.
Oh, but hang on, wait.
Learn its truth together.
Let me say, Arden, please say goodbye, because that was rude of me.
Well north of
Yeah, good night. Love you guys.
Guide you, but
Trans
knees
rights,
grow
keep it in
stiff
mind for
since
the
before he
upcoming
hatched.
4 years if fuck all happens.
For the apocalypse.
Bye.
Bye.
It's wonderful meeting you.
All right. So, we'll be bringing in Prophet of Zod here in a moment. He'll be joining us for this next half hour. Hope will stay for this next half hour. I hope we get to call a single state for the rest of the night, especially a single blue state for the rest of the night. Because going to bed 2:15 to 176 feels like the moments before Florida last time, and I can't sleep in the moments before Florida from last time. I don't know.
Leviathan
I
thistle grows
just
across
I
this
can't do
glade.
it. I can't do
A
it.
very powerful herb. I cannot imagine.
So I hope we
Leviathan
get to
has never
call
left territory here.
anything else.
Very little wind, hollow seas,
What is that?
poor
I
fishing.
just sent you.
Take away our wind.
I can pull that up.
There it
So
is,
while we're,
just
we're
up
still
ahead.
on this triple
This place
screen.
dries my scales.
It's
No
not fundamentally
good thing
different from
comes
your
from
271, but it
Let's
looks
make
to
this
me
quick.
like the best we can realistically hope for now, and it makes me
Sure.
less optimistic.
So I gotta let David finish up.
I
Getting,
fear we will find
getting
more
There's no
Zod
rush to
all-
get it on the
this
screen at
fall.
all. I don't even
Be
care if
careful.
anybody sees it at this point.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, I'm gonna take over, Dave,
The
because
Nightwish
I'll let you and
elders
Hope
never
talk
speak of
because
this
that
place,
is not correct.
not even to
You
me.
do not crop by
Stay
stretching a
watchful,
person.
Biko.
Now things are just weird.
I hear
I'm gonna
something.
fix that.
The chimes. They sing without wind. Just ahead.
Try and stretch.
Kayak, I hate this.
So everyone has their 2016 found out Trump was elected stories. Where were you when you found out Trump was elected? What was that day like for you?
This is how we started the evening, and I was sitting downstairs. My wife had fallen
Good
asleep,
work, Biko.
and
Let us
so
get
I
back
woke
to
her up
White Throat
to let her
Village.
know that Clinton had conceded. And so that was that night. She yelled, screamed, went on Facebook and posted "fuck the world" and went to sleep.
It's the best thing she could have done.
Hey, don't blame the
Yeah, I
world
was-
for this. This was America's unique bullshit.
I was in college at the time, and it was so weird going to campus that day. It was just absolutely silent. Even like the student unions where it was really populated, you could hear a pin drop. But yeah, I remember seeing the results at like 4 o'clock in the morning and being like, fuck, really? Like this actually happened? But you know, like I said, this year I'm emotionally preparing myself.
I don't know how you can.
at the time I found out it happened, I kind of mentioned this earlier, I walked into the woods. It was super late at night, and the woods are filled with coyotes. Though coyotes don't really screw with humans very often. And I walked into the woods and kind of hoped a coyote would eat me, but they did not. And I just went into literally the forest for like a good few hours.
That's so sad.
It was peaceful in a weird way. It was like, it felt like being outside of a place where a tragedy just happened, and you know the tragedy just happened, like just over there, but you're far enough away to not hear it or smell it, because that's the best advantage of walking into a forest.
It's like feeling badass in a post-apocalyptic film, and then like 2 days later, you're like, no, this is reality.
And focus the remnant's mystery
shitty.
on the prayer stone.
Yeah. The first 5 minutes of the zombie apocalypse is probably pretty cool. Then it probably actually sucks.
Yeah, then you run out of toilet paper.
It looks like we are ready to bring in the man, the myth, the legend, the Zod.
Hello.
How are you from Canada Light?
I am not at all stressed or anxious or anything.
Of
It's
your
just great.
song, Sap Mother.
That's not what I meant to do.
Father.
Sorry.
Please hear our petition and speak.
Nobody wanted that, me least of all. My apologies. Yeah, no reason to be worried at all today. So Matt, this is the new map you wanted me to put up. The 271 to 267. This holds us in those swings of Michigan. It is Michigan for me right now. Wisconsin and Michigan, and also gives us Arizona. It solidifies the victory by a victory in a district in Nebraska. However, you seem to have picked up one more vote somewhere, and I assume that means you didn't give any of Maine's districts. Yes, you didn't give Maine's district to
so that I probably need to edit my Maine district.
Maybe he just needs his ear cavity flushed.
Would you would give that one of them to Trump?
Once was seen.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that Biden's getting any of Nebraska.
I appreciate the Hist's poetry,
right?
But this is not an
Yeah,
ideal time for it.
That was on that 2016 map. That was the one that I pulled up and was like, this is the nightmare. I thought Omaha was looking good last I checked. I don't know where we're at there. I mean, Biden has 42% of the vote overall in Nebraska, so it seems to me were the divisioning fair, like some sort of system where the most popular person got the vote according to how popular he was. You would see that district go over, but we may not see that. That was a joke about the popular vote. Nobody laughed, and I accept that, but no, I have to draw attention to it. It's compulsive.
Well, they're saying that Fulton County, Georgia is still counting and going to count through the night, so
You are well traveled.
I'm not quite ready to give up on Georgia.
And word
Right.
from the road.
Zod, is Alaska going to surprise us and go blue?
Yeah, hopefully. Biden can snag those sweet Alaska electoral votes.
Those three sweet votes.
Yeah, someone up here was listening, and I think they messaged me saying Matt said something about Alaska being worthless, or we don't care about Alaska or something.
Well, we were talking about when polls close.
Yeah.
And we knew that once California reports in, it doesn't matter if Alaska is still voted. Nobody gives a shit about that. The second polls close in California, we're going to start hearing results come in.
I'm sorry.
I'm sure whatever you were saying was fair. We can usually vote after the election's over up here.
I was going to say.
No, literally we can. Almost every election has been conceded before polls are closed.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I was wondering if somebody was going to defend
Cassandra
that
said you'd be here.
we do need Alaska.
Well,
What's
following
the...
another west of here.
You can give us to Canada if you want.
Yeah.
It would change my life, not at all.
Smoke and sunless sap.
Well, we do need you for
Strange that the bright
the
road's
Russians,
hiss would
because
speak in
apparently the
such
governor
dour
of Russia
terms.
can see it from her house. I can see Russia from my house. That's
I think
you
she was like a
guys.
stepping stone to Trump. That helps explain how we got there.
she literally in 2016 was like, "Step on me, Trump."
Can you put up our actual map?
Yeah, sure. That's a good point. That's a better one for people to follow in case they think we've already announced it. I'm currently holding 215 to 176.
I think Texas is getting ready to be called by quite a few people.
Yeah. Which is not going to feel good. Those 38 votes will put, I believe, that will put him in a
MSNBC just gave Texas to Trump, so the AP's called Texas.
Well, it was a hell of a ride, everybody.
That's not a surprise, though, because I had already predicted that.
You'll be able to scoop me up off of the pavement at the bottom of my building, below my window. Come to my window with a trampoline. This is about to happen.
Pockets have been.
Not really.
Nothing is good. You're
Uh,
here.
I don't. First of all, I don't know how we've done this stream for 7 hours and 10 minutes so far.
You found us. Good.
Besides resilience,
As
coffee,
murder,
for some people,
apparent. That is
alcohol.
what we are-
I enjoyed some pizza. Those definitely helped. I want to have lots of nice and good things to say, but granted, like, listen, okay, for the swing states, we never thought Texas and Florida
What
were
have you
like,
found?
well, no, we never thought
Show
Texas
them
for
to me,
sure was
if you
going to
would.
go blue. And it
Pages
was
torn from
only,
inside
the big
themselves.
deal was
You're
that it was a swing state. And that's still a headline. That's
Yes,
still huge.
when I play- Thank
Florida, I had better hopes for. I really did. I thought there are people down there who you are exposed to diversity in Florida, and I thought you might give a fuck about those people who you are exposed to. And, you know, a good half of the state did, and then a good half of the state did not. And that half was slightly bigger than the other half, which means they weren't actually halves. I understand how math works. We still have the blue wall, and it's not been called, which I think they should have had a better plan in place and known that this was a big fucking deal. Maybe they did, and maybe they didn't. Maybe this is all part of all of that. However, it feels shitty that we won't know potentially any of the blue wall tonight. Certainly not before, well, it doesn't seem like before we're done streaming here. And that also seems to. And I honestly think the three of them, Pennsylvania's again is the funny one because they just had that Supreme Court victory literally in the last week about you can wait the 3 days to finish tabulating the votes for everything that came in on that night. But if we don't know Michigan or Wisconsin tonight, that's really fucking frustrating and annoying. If we flip Arizona, cool. But at the same time, like, that's all we pulled off. In the age of Trump, 250,000 people dead. Millions and millions of people infected with a disease that we are now finding out has long-term effects that we don't know how long it takes for them to go away. I myself experienced it back in March and I still have issues. I wake up every morning with a cough now. It usually goes away, but that is a new thing for me. I have had to deal with post-COVID headaches. But I mean, this is a disease that sucks even if you don't die. It certainly sucks when you have it, if you have symptoms, and it can have that long term. And this guy says, we did everything we could, which means he thinks the best America could do was be the absolute worst in the fucking world. So that is the guy who we just said, and by the way, we also have the pussy grabbing. We also have the supposed star of the evangelical political right, and this is the fucking guy that they're holding up as their fucking messiah. At this point, how the fuck would they even know if Jesus returned? They'd probably put him at an internment camp at the border. Oh yeah, because that's another reality of the last 4 fucking years. And so I can't handle this. Anyway, even if we win, the fact that this is close is fucking bullshit, America. And I know that of the 8,000 people that are watching right now, you all mostly agree with me. And potentially the reason you watched was Jimmy is a ticking time bomb. And at a certain point, this is going to go off like Matt just accused him on Among Us again. And sure, now it's here and it's being delivered to you. And so if I can just say one final thought on all of this, let me get it ready. Hey, fuck Florida. All right. Anybody else?
You know,
yeah, it feels like
somehow
a
you
Twilight
going on
Zone
that
episode
tangent
to me.
made it feel like I feel like I had a load lifted off my chest just from listening to you.
Well, unfortunately, I think that's the value I bring to people. So I'm glad, but it wasn't inauthentic. I right now I'm in one of those situations where it's like I'm not just mad at this. I've been sort of festering leading up to this because I think about my family. How fucking dare my parents have 13 children and then vote against their health care? How dare they have 13 children and then vote against their rights to marry whoever they want to marry? How fucking dare my parents literally create a huge branching tree that is going to have generations on generations and not secure them and not secure safety for them? And that's kind of where I'm at too, where I'm not just thinking about it at a big level. I'm literally thinking of the big fuck you my parents have just participated in issuing to their offspring. And so on the weird off chance my parents are talking, allow me to extend, oh no, fuck you. I'm gonna go get more coffee. Y'all enjoy.
You know, I was kind of disappointed today when I went on my personal Facebook and saw a friend of mine from high school who I assumed was pretty progressive because she always posted things about like LGBT rights and like Black Lives Matter.
All the more reason to hack
saying
these
that,
blackguards
you know,
dead.
you're not a racist for
Meet
voting
me
for
in the
Trump, you're
swamp
not
east of
homophobic
the
for voting for
village.
Trump, go
Our
Trump
quarry is
2020.
there. Many
I was just
unstake
like
bog blights also.
so
freed from their
genuinely
dead sleep
confused,
by
and
those
I typed
thieving
up a bit of thing to her being like, you know, how are these things, how are you ignoring these things that he's done? And she's like, yeah, those are all really bad. And I'm just like, and? And then when someone else mentioned that she had a very privileged upbringing, she's just like, yeah, but I have a lot of diverse friends, I have a lot of LGBT friends, I have a lot of black friends, blah blah blah. And she's like, and a lot of them are voting very liberal, and I want to go against the grain because like I don't want to just listen to my echo chamber. And I was just like,
oh, I have a lot of
How are you not
friends
listening
and I
to
care
these
about them, and all those friends are voting for blue, so I'm gonna vote red just because I don't want to be just like them.
The black.
yeah, I was
singles. Do not.
Yeah, she was just like, I love my friends and they're very diverse.
Singles.
But
Do
I don't
not.
think I should vote like them just because they're my
I
friends. And I'm
curl.
just like, this
I
election
agree.
is not about that.
I agree that you shouldn't vote alongside your friends just because that's the way your friends are voting. But if you say you care for a bunch of people and you vote against their best interests and your own,
Absolutely. Like, as far as like California's propositions that are up in this election, and even my like local district
The bog
election,
lights will feast
my
on this
partner and I
camp soon
voted
enough.
totally different. Like, we're not a hive mind that pressures each other to feel a certain way about a certain topic. We have different political views. But as far as like the presidential election, it's just too extreme. I'm definitely about people doing their own research and coming to their own conclusions, but with this one, it's just like we've had a test run of Trump for 4 years.
Yeah.
I don't know why you'd want another demo.
Yeah, so your friend shouldn't have voted like her friends because they're her friends. She should have voted like her friends for her friends. Because if she cares about her friends and and they truly are as diverse as she says, the vote that takes care of them the best. Obviously, it's not perfect, but there is not an inconsequential difference between the two candidates. Voting for Biden takes care of her friends more than voting for Trump. So in a way, there's a way to phrase, I am going to vote for Biden because these are my friends, but the context matters. And she absolutely should have been caring about somebody other than the fucking stupid reason of I'm going to vote for Trump because my friends voted for Biden and I feel like I have to prove that I'm not them. That's just fucking stupid. And if you want, you can send this clip of, I don't know, you don't have to give her name, but let's call her Raina. Raina, you're fucking stupid.
It's like jumping off a bridge just because your friends aren't.
Yeah, jump. That's really good. So if Zod wasn't jumping off the bridge, would you? Sorry, what was that, Hope?
Yeah. that was incredibly disappointing. And you know, I asked her, like, you know, if your friends all have this incredible trend of voting blue, do you think if they're part of the LGBT community or the black community or the trans community, like, I mean, LGBT includes trans, but whatever.
Yeah.
You think you'd stop and ask them, like, why do you feel this particular way? Like, why is this trend happening? And have a discussion with them about that. But
Yep.
instead of just being like, I want to do something different, you know?
I don't want to speak to that person's motives, but it seems to me like there's a lot of people I know who there's something ugly in them that Trump appeals to, and they don't want to acknowledge that, and so they give other reasons. And I'm not saying that's necessarily what's in your friend's mind, but that sounds like a lot of what I encounter with people I've grown up with who vote for him.
I think as creators on YouTube, we've actually gotten to see what the thing is appeals, because there is this new foundation of I want to go on the internet and own people. And right now you have a party of owning the libs. And right now it seemed like Donald Trump was going to win. That was the sentiment because he kept repeating it. And I think there's a lot of people who joined it as the I'm going to participate in the owning. It's why I don't like amateur debate, and I turn down every debate offer because I don't think I'm a professional debater. I've literally said all these fucking people in the atheist community, they go onto Facebook forums and they go into all these places because they see somebody like Matt or like Chris, like Hitchens, or somebody who's actually good at it and a professional at it. They go on and there is this very satisfying feeling of it, and it's like, you're wrong and I'm gonna own you for it. But those people actually brought the details and the explanation of why, whereas you have this huge group of people that just want to emulate the owning part without needing the encyclopedia of knowledge and experience that gets you there too, which is obviously what Hitchens' thing was. He seemed to have read every book ever and had that ginormous reference library. And I think that has become a movement to where now it's like, if I am in a place of privilege, I don't have to address that privilege and help other people. I can feel even better than I would going and doing charity by joining a group of people who their whole task in life is to own, to pwn, and to own. And when I look at my own comment section, I go, oh, this person has just attacked me for something totally irrelevant to politics or even theology. And I think that if were I a betting man, and you could actually see this through, I could put money down that they were Trump supporters and win money more often than I lost.
Explain the plan to me again.
Because it's a personality.
I think the thing that shocks me most is that a lot of these, like, I guess I should say underground Trump supporters, they were just so quiet about it on social media. A lot of them are very vocal, obviously, but it was really today where a lot of people that I totally did not expect just, you know, announced their feelings about the election, which made me feel kind of crap, because I'm diligent about continuing to research both sides to try to understand why there is this massive appeal towards Trump, and been continually sharing credible news sources about why he's just, you know, aside from all the horrible things that he's done, just the fact he's just so unprofessional. Like, why isn't that the reason alone? Why wouldn't that deter them?
Yeah. We do have a couple of calls left. So we'll go ahead and take them just to, I don't know, have something to do to pass the time for more nothing to happen. We'll talk to Charles in Tennessee. Say again?
There's not much else that's going to happen tonight.
That's what I mean, yeah. Charles in Tennessee, go ahead.
I was so excited to have the night shift.
Charles, can you hear us? Charles, you are a mile away from me. Are you able to get closer to the phone and speak any louder? Is anybody making that out?
No.
Charles, I'm very sorry because you definitely waited a long time, but audio-wise, I got nothing. I can't seem to hear you at all.
Yeah, I think he's away from the
I almost think I hear a TV on behind you and not you. So I'm gonna.
Yeah, I think I'm hearing us.
You're hearing us.
Yeah. So I'm gonna return you to queue, and we'll give it one more shot here in a moment. We'll talk to Kengo from Wyoming. who wants to defend Wyoming. So I will give you a very short amount of time to do so, but I don't anticipate success. Kango, go ahead. Give me your best shot.
Hey, Jimmy, it's awesome to be on, especially with Zod and Matt. You guys are awesome.
I'm most excited to be here with Hope, but that's just me.
You told me I had to.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, I didn't want to defend Wyoming as a whole. I just wanted to remind with your viewership, we're not all that terrible. And I grew up on a ranch. I learned to rope from a black cowboy who was our boss. You know, it's not always that awful.
Yeah, so listen, I worked on
where you come from?
Kango. I worked on a ranch. I also helped run a political campaign for a black libertarian. He did not do well. This was back in my libertarian days. But yes, are there nice things about Wyoming? Sure. Are there nice people in Wyoming? A couple, especially in Laramie. But also, I can't help but notice that you, myself, and basically Utah, Nevada, Nebraska, South Dakota, Montana, Idaho, and then the rest of the world just more slowly, Wyoming sucks so bad that one of the most likely doomsday scenarios for the entire world, but immediately for us, is that Wyoming just kind of explodes. That is to say, the Yellowstone volcano explodes. So not only does Wyoming suck, it also may be the source of the extinction of humanity. But please, continue. Listen. There's always good. I know Mormons I like. Mormonism sucks. So now continue with your defense of Wyoming if you like.
Okay, so you went a direction I completely didn't expect you to go, and I've been on hold for long enough.
Yeah.
By the way, I would like anyone in chat and anyone who's got something in front of them to raise a glass or type a 1 to that poor human being you've got running your call screening.
Oh, yeah.
Because this is a big night.
Yeah.
Continuing my defense of Wyoming, you went in such a different direction. I don't know what else I have. I mostly want to defend the fact that with your big audience, just a reminder. That's all. That's all it is. It's not a pure defense.
Yeah.
We stuck in a number of ways. But a reminder that there's good people in many states, in many places.
Yeah.
And even with bad experiences, hopefully you meet someone that doesn't suck if you're in one of these states.
Sure. Kango, listen, I wouldn't nuke Wyoming, even though Wyoming literally might nuke us. Which is true in two regards. One with Yellowstone, and one because that's where we literally keep the nukes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Jimmy, thank you guys
have a good one.
So much. Have a good night, and I hope everybody feels a little better.
Yeah.
And yeah, let's keep this going, guys.
Thank you, Kango.
Thanks. Bye.
If you've never been to Wyoming, don't go.
I see them return.
Take a step in so you can say, mark it off your state map. Go look a bison in the eyes, and then leave.
Grave singer Kia
That's Wyoming.
tells me what
anything
not in the grave stakes.
I just want to see. I'll go to Wyoming and see something that's just Wyoming. I've seen bison.
I know how to read wood, but he says I must.
I mean, I used to say, like, if you're going to go to Wyoming, the western part of the state is much prettier, but also the tourists have basically ruined Yellowstone, so I'm not really into like encouraging people to go there either.
Wait.
Oh, I see that. Once David is done, I do have something to share with Matt. He'll be excited about. Matt, your wish was Eli's command, and this is now ready when we need it. It is. We'll save it for tomorrow night's show. Do we have anything news to break or anything here?
Yes, that is all.
Nope.
I am checking, and as it stands right now, the New York Times has not called Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, or Maine, but everything else has been called.
Why could it not be more simple?
The same is true for CNN, except for some strange reason,
What do you know
Montana
that I
has
do
still not been called by CNN.
Yep.
Granted, they've only got 63% of the votes in,
What is
but
us?
everybody else is called Montana. Fox has everybody called except
a nest of weak spines.
Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina. Yeah, the same. And part of Maine.
Funny enough, Arizona has only gotten 3% more in, but Biden has lost 2% of his 8% lead.
But you deserve my respect.
Arizona, I'm glad we didn't call it because I don't think it was actually safe to call it. I say we give one more try to this caller who's been waiting and see if we hear something besides ourselves, and then we might call it a goddamn night.
Well, the Senate balance of power hasn't changed.
Charles. Charles, have you fallen asleep in front of the TV? I think it's pretty obvious that's what's happened.
Oh, for Chase Clemens was asking what I was drinking.
All right. I'm sorry, Charles. We couldn't wait for it. Did he say something right as I dropped it?
I don't know. If so, he'd probably call right back.
I already closed all the other lines as well. What do you think, Matt? Do you want to do the last half hour? Or is there even a point?
I'm up for it.
Yeah, I'll stick around. Hey, either of you want to stick around?
We should do what we say we're going to do, even if the people that we're trying to keep alive don't.
Yeah, good enough. Hope you got anywhere to be?
I have to stick.
Right here for you.
All right.
It's fun to stay, but I got kids to tuck in and stuff, so I gotta move along.
No worries. What we're gonna do is we're gonna leave the 4-part screen up. So make sure you make a really good, fun face to freeze on, because when you close the browser, you will freeze in place.
All right.
Thank you so
I'm
much
just
for hanging
closing my
out,
browser now, and then I'm gone. Is that how it works?
Yep, but you will be immortalized, and you'll be here with us for the remainder.
All right. So just pick my nose or something.
Nothing too distracting.
All right. Thanks for having me, everybody.
We'll see you, Zod.
Later. Yeah.
Good talking to you.
Just a handsome man. Irrelevant, unimportant. But here we are, experiencing the end of the world together. That was really last night. Matt messaged me after I got off my live, and he was like, "Here's the last Among Us link game of before the end of the world," and it was short, and I don't think I was imposter once, which was very frustrating. I don't want to leave this world a crewmate. I want to leave an imposter. Yeah. I'm just seeing this super chat now down below. You know what? That's what I'm going to do with the remainder of the time. Everybody, just start sending super chats, would you? Because I'm going to start reading them out loud. They might show up on the ticker in time. They might not. I'm just going to start reading the most recent ones that come in here. We did have a generous one early in the night, but I don't remember what it says. Daniel Rockow said, "I cry for those I love, for people of color, LGBTQ plus women, and other minorities. I cry not for a loss in votes, but for the loss of basic human rights. Thank you for covering this. I feel less alone with all this anxiety." Remember, Danielle, I hope we haven't broadcasted to everybody that they should assume that the election is over. There is a lot to be really fucking pissed off about already, but not that the election is over.
I am tired and intoxicated, and I will speak and think sluggishly for the remaining half hour of this, but I'm still not calling it a win for Trump or Biden. There's a long way to go.
Long kill anything that
let's see. Let's just pick some more out of these. Reading Real says, "Just hoping this is not the darkest timeline," which is a reference to Community, and I'm pretty sure that timeline, I mean, they got like interdimensional travel and like super advanced technology, so ours is worse because we don't believe in science in this timeline. Outraged Empathy says, and I want to read this correctly, make sure I get this right. Sky Comet says, "This is a red mirage, remember that?" Which is something we were warned about, and I hope I'm not falling for something I even warned people against at the beginning, because there was the possibility of either mirage. Now, we have called states that were potentially going to be a part of that. Does that mean that everybody that even those are correct? No, maybe tomorrow Ohio does get reversed. And I, low key, I hope that really happens. And I wasn't saying low key, I was praying to the god Loki. I hope that Loki is just fucking with us right now. That would be excellent.
You can ask Ocean.
Say again?
You can ask Ocean.
Yeah, I'll ask. I've asked Ocean that question. It was like, hey, how do you know, like, even if you believe Loki might exist, how do you know that Loki isn't just fucking with everybody? And then the god stuff. Anyway, we've got Kixiame, who says, good morning from Czech Republic. I'm rooting for you all. So Biden wins. Good luck. It's been quite a reality show this past year. Thank you all, people, and stay safe. Micah Patsky says, take more of my money, Land Daddy. And they always, Micah, you always call me Land Daddy, like local area network. The joke is Land Daddy. In an episode early on in my career, I made this joke that about praying to your sky daddy to find you the right land daddy, because that was basically the advice Girl Divine was giving. And so now I fluctuate between being land daddy and sky daddy, but it's the longest lasting meme on my channel. Land daddy would be more like a Best Buy Geek Squad guy. That would be the land daddy. And I think if you called the next Geek Squad person you ever had to work with land daddy, you would make their goddamn day. Thanks for being on.
Where that nickname came from.
Yeah, it's literally one of my. So there's a video about early on. Girl Defined makes a video of like, this should be your list for a good husband, and I wanted to see how many I got, and I scored really low. Stan Leonard 86 says, thanks for being on. Fight the good fight. Lek is cool. Okay, so just so everyone knows, I can't read all of these, but I'm going to pick some at random. Maybe I can read all of them. I thought that was a longer list. Lek is cool says, walks into the Rona ward or a crowd of anti-maskers. I do want to explain to everybody, I have 6 very bright lights on me right now. And this is the first time I have had them on me for 8 hours straight. And I actually turned these on 8 hours ago because getting ready for the show. And apparently that makes it hard to read because this is not as easy as I thought it would be. Lek is cool, walked into the Rona ward or a crowd of anti-maskers. I would rather walk into the Rona ward because properly protected people who work there with PPE have some of the lowest infection rate, which proves that just masks and social distancing works, because that's basically all they're utilizing and they're not getting it. Also washing your hands frequently. Anika E, first time voter here, and I will hold hope for Biden. The Sir Dur says, I've been here with you guys for the whole stream. This is my first election. I've thrown myself into it, and I'm really feeling let down by America right now. I hope we wake up to good news. Even if we wake up to good news, I'm also let down by America. Someone says, Jimmy, I'm paying you to wrap guns and ships. Well, I'm taking this horse by the reins, making the red coats blood with bloodstains, Lafayette, and I'm never going to stop until I make them drop and scatter, and burn them up and scatter the remains. I'm Lafayette. Watch me engaging them, enraging them, escaping them. Ow! I go to France with more funds. I come back with more guns. I love that song so much, but I did fuck it up. 8 hours in, though. Please give me a shot. Chill Gelatin says, trans rights because I am now in the itchy phase. Oh God, it itches. Bethany Red says, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Yeah, even if everything stays the same, Biden manages to win. I'm ready for a different same. Sarah Dalton sending good vibes. Be good to yourself and one another. Love is the only way. Hashtag agnostic. Hey, let's throw, for some people who are throwing some super chats in, let's throw some questions to get our esteemed panel in on them too, though. Because that would be excellent. Otherwise, I feel like I'm just reading compliments to myself, and that sucks. I hate that.
By the way, I have
it's been a long day.
A friend of mine.
What'd you say, Matt?
There's a friend of mine on Twitter who said, I'm still not convinced we aren't all dead, and this is some sort of weird simulation or purgatory where nothing ever really changes.
Oh my God. I just don't want to participate in what the Christians do, which is what? You question my worldview? Well, in that case, we should question whether the universe even exists. That's my least favorite argument, and the one most often to piss me off because it is arrogant as fuck. To go, if I'm so sure of my position that I think the logical thing to question before my position is the actual existence of the universe. I hate that. I hate that. Tons of Mice says quarter pounder for your only hope. Sorry, Hope, did you try to say something?
Oh, kind of. Well, it's kind of a delayed thought now, but one of the one guy that said this was his first election, he was very disappointed in the turnout. If it gives him any kind of hope, which, hold on, I have a hair on my hand. If it gives him any kind of hope, I was, and you'll probably just kick me right off air when I say this, but I was one of those people that didn't vote in 2016, although I was eligible. I voted. I think you made the Bernie.
Right. Yeah. I think you've corrected your action, and I can forgive you for it. However, I do think people who wouldn't vote because of Bernie or whatever else should feel like they were part of the reason why Trump won the first time. But that you've been active this time, I think people are redeemable, and that's what I would say is the path to redemption.
I was a Bernie or buster.
Congrats, we busted.
Yeah, we busted. Yeah. You got you know, the last 4 years have been awful, but also OnlyFans started in the last 4 years. So there is a glimmer of light in that last 4 years. And Trump doesn't even pretend to have anything to do with that one good thing. T. Martin says, sending love from Canada, hoping for a happy result. And remember, if Trump somehow wins, please don't crash our immigration website. We don't want you at the moment. Y'all are contagious at the moment. Well, just give us like Quebec. You know, nobody's really using Quebec anyway. Let us
get you one.
Yeah, there you go.
We've been to Regina.
A good area.
I liked it. It's not for everybody, but I liked it. I liked everywhere I've been.
I wouldn't mind going to Vancouver to meet. Isn't that where Jay Sankey is?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because that's where all the weed is.
That's true too.
You just need to give us the prettier half of Niagara Falls, and then we'll call it a deal.
There you go.
We got the other side.
Our half is rather pretty because all the oil we dump into the water creates these natural rainbow effects. Nothing's prettier.
And we got a boat on our side.
That's true.
Got a boat?
Yeah. I'm looking for question marks at this point. I can't read another thing that's being nice to me. I appreciate you all so much, but oh my God, you don't realize. Jesse says Trump is the imposter. Kick him out. I tried. Oh, wait. Did they reverse the election to Among Us rules? Were we supposed to vote the one to kick out of America? That might have been where things went wrong. Let's see. Australian trans girl here. I'm rooting for you all. I'm scared too. Australia often follows Americans on civil rights, so this is nerve-wracking. I can only imagine. And right now, you've had your own reckoning with right-wing people over there being extreme, and yeah, I can only imagine. That's horrible. I know I should probably be an election-based question, but what are all of your views on democratic schooling? I don't mind the question. I don't understand the question. Is this a school that is purposefully affiliated with the Democrat Party, and like that's the
school where they allow the students to vote on what they want to learn?
Oh yeah, no, I don't think that's a good idea either. Vote on what you want to learn, maybe in smaller segments, and it's like we're going to go through these things. And but no, I wouldn't do that either. I do think
that's not something.
Go ahead.
Oh, you can go.
Oh, I think there should be basic things everyone has to learn, science and math and stuff, and so we aren't the laughingstock of the world. I think some level of choice in, especially as you start getting into like middle school, junior high school, choice in I want to focus more on. There were so many electives that I never had any interest in, and yet I was put in those because the other ones ran out or something. And yeah, I don't know. Some level of control, but I mean, there's so much to reform about our school system in America. We're a fucking joke.
I basically have the same viewpoint as you. You covered basically everything. I think, like, you know, obviously it's different in underserved communities, but for the most part, and I mean, I've only ever went to schools in New York, so I can only speak from that perspective, but I feel like they did offer us quite a bit of freedom in our high school years on what we wanted to study. They either gave us the alternative of study halls or like band, orchestra, choir, photography, like arts programs. So I feel like extracurriculars, that's what they are. They're extracurriculars on top of your curricular. You should still have a basic foundation of everything.
Yeah. Thoughts on that one, Matt? Anything?
He disappeared.
Oh, Matt walked away. Okay, sorry, I've got the other thing up. Someone says, I hope there is no violence tomorrow. I really hope the news is good tomorrow. Barfing with Biden. Thanks for the broadcast. Trans right, Black Lives Matter, dump Trump. I might throw up in joy if Biden wins, so I might barf with Biden. Out of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, which do you think are likely to go to Biden? How much do you think mail-in will affect tomorrow? So I thought all three of them were more likely beforehand to go to Biden. So now we look at what their numbers are presently. Wisconsin, the lead has closed in Wisconsin a little bit. It's down to 4%. It's about 100,000, and that's with Milwaukee not reporting. That's a gap that can be closed. So Wisconsin, I still think can turn around, but mind you, there's only 22% of the vote left to be counted. So it would have to basically be in that 22%. We want to see almost all very blue places that haven't reported yet, which is possible. But the question is it probable? Michigan, the gap is still pretty big. There's still 27% of the vote rather 37% of the vote to count. 1.8 million versus 1.5. So that one looks bad too. But we know that there were supposed to be mirages tonight that look like solid leads that will flip around toward the end. Pennsylvania, same thing. Difference of 700,000 votes. There's still 33% to count. And there's a 12% difference there. So honestly, right now, Arizona's the one I'm watching. Nevada's 74% in, 6-point lead to Biden. Likely to go Biden anyway. Arizona, 6-point lead with 80% in. And oh no, we've gone back up. No, that's a 6-point lead. Never mind. Again, 8 hours, math and stuff. I don't have alcohol to blame any of this on. I'm just the hit by lights. It makes me less intelligent throughout the night. So right now, all of them look bad, but we already had the warning about possible is what I was going to say. We already had the warning about possible red mirages, and that may be exactly what we are experiencing right now. And I hope I feel stupid for jumping ahead of that when we had those warnings. I really do. I often feel stupid, so that part won't be new, but I can hope for why I feel stupid.
I
Patrick
think you covered everything there.
Cool, thanks. Patrick Nelson says, National Popular Vote Interstate Compact, please get involved now. We only need 74 more electoral votes to go. So basically that is a coalition of states that are saying whoever, it hasn't activated yet, but that they will give their electoral college votes to whoever wins the popular vote. Realistically, if every state did it, you now have a popular vote, despite the fact that every state is not doing it. Or rather, that not despite the fact, but there's more that they're not.
You wouldn't get a popular vote out of that.
If every state gave their electoral college votes, you effectively have a popular vote. How would that not work out?
How many yes, electoral votes is proportional population, but it doesn't amount to population because the 500,000 people in Wyoming who currently get 3 electoral votes would still get 3 electoral votes, despite the fact that that's equivalent to what smaller group is.
Right, but so the way this compact works is if Wyoming signed on to that, and Joe Biden won the popular vote, Wyoming would now have to give their 3. So basically, you would have 538 electoral college votes for the popular vote winner each time.
I thought you were talking about that they had to give their electoral votes to the person who won the popular vote in their state, not
No.
the popular across all states.
Yes, and were it earlier in the night, I probably would have said the word national popular vote, but it's not, and I'm not even sorry. Grant Goulding says, as an Exmo skeptic, how should we best change the minds of our religious and conservative friends so we don't repeat this nightmarish logger-headed mess? Right now, I don't have
that, but I tried.
Yeah. Right now, I'm just mad at those people, so I don't know how constructive. I'll let Matt. What do you think?
If I had an answer to this, I wouldn't be surprised right now.
Yeah, we're doing our best.
No, honestly,
I guess we just need more people.
I think
I
we
try to
just
sit
need
in
to
the
give
middle on a lot of issues, but I'm always trying to hear the other side of the story, and you're never going to change their perspective unless you understand their perspective. But I feel like it's more of a cult kind of thing right now, and there's really no breaking that. You can literally say, the person they're idolizing has sexually molested a child. You can say that they're fraudulent with their tax owings. That's not the word I wanted to think of. I'm tired too, okay? But yeah, you can tell these people literally anything. You can say they murdered someone and they wouldn't care. Nothing gets through at this point. I don't know.
Who was it who tweeted? So Trump made the joke about he could stand on Fifth Avenue and he wouldn't lose any votes. And somebody made the tweet a little bit ago that basically about COVID, that this time we literally are all standing on Fifth Avenue. Donald Trump didn't just kill one person on Fifth Avenue. He killed 250,000 by being incompetent. So he was right and underplayed it, frankly.
I'm going to do a fun mood thing. I'm going to do a fun mood thing here. You keep talking because I'm going to turn off some of these lights. This means the green screen's not going to be as good. It'll be dimmer.
No worries.
Keep going.
I can also go to a regular.
We need fun things.
Go to a regular 4-way screen here. It's what were we just talking about? I've lost this. This is me after 8 hours.
How we can get through to our conservative and religious friends about hoping this doesn't happen again.
I think I had probably hit a tangent though at some point. Anyway, have conversations. Don't always be an asshole, but when you need to be an asshole, know when the right time to be an asshole is, because it would be unrealistic for Matt or I to say never be an asshole and then do the shows we do, because there are times I choose to be an asshole. You saw it earlier on this stream when Steve tried to call it. And I think I made the right decision. But I tend to, with conversations, recommend people ask more questions that take a person somewhere than make statements at them that try to force them somewhere. A conclusion you get a person to on their own honest self is ultimately going to be 1,000 times more useful than one you tried to force them to, and essentially they just capitulated to get you to shut up. Alex asked, did we overestimate our own influence as nuns, like religious nuns, N-O-N-E-S rather, underestimate the dedication of Christian nationalists? Maybe we're too optimistic in our echo chambers and voluntary logical victims.
Okay, so first of all, I never considered, nor could I have possibly overestimated the influence of the nuns. The N-O-N-E, the non-religious, I don't think have any relevance to this political scenario at all.
Yeah.
I don't think not once when I was trying to figure out, hey, is it more likely the Democrats are going to win than the Republicans are going to win? Not once did I consider the influence of the non-religious. In fact, what I was going off of were the polls, which take everybody into account. So I don't see how I could have reached this conclusion by overestimating the lack of religious people. That's bizarre. When like 538.org and other organizations that track these political things aren't religious and don't care about religion or religiosity at all.
Right.
You didn't hear any of that. You just chimed in and said right because you knew I was going to be right.
No, I actually did listen. Would you like me to repeat it? I'll do a book report on it if you like. Just give me 10 minutes to go back and rewatch it. No, I'm kidding. I did listen. I don't think I ever underestimate the religious the religiosity of people to get people to make bad decisions. But I think Matt had a good point, and this is how I'm going to prove that I was listening, that I don't think the nun part was a big influence in this. And in fact, my experience with the religious nuns right now is I used to be so excited by the concept of the growing religious nuns until I realized that it's not a better representation of more skeptical people. It's slightly better, but there's a lot of non-skeptical and ginormous conservative assholes. And it's really, really hard to get, for example, a white guy to become a religious nun and give up all of the privilege of what being a cis male, straight white male, cis white straight male comes with. And to try and fight for equality, because as Seth said at the beginning, when I was also paying attention, but certainly more attentively because I was less sleepy, when you have privilege, equality starts to feel like oppression. So I think I'm still talking about the same topic, but I also wouldn't be surprised if somebody told me I just gave a review of my favorite hot dog chain. Did I? I hope.
Well, let's start prepping to put a bow on this.
Yeah.
I want to point out that on almost all of the election maps, or at least like all except for Fox News, Fox has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 states uncalled, and part of a state. For everybody else, it's 8. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and Maine. I'm not counting. I think everybody's got Alaska or Hawaii except for CNN. So nope, we haven't yet called Alaska.
New York Times doesn't have Alaska. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have Alaska or Hawaii with MSNBC or CNN. But I do have
primarily.
Times has Hawaii, but that's it that I see.
Yeah.
But at least among the states that are big and have reportings, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and Maine all have something that still hasn't been called. I don't think they're going to be calling anything until, I don't know, 10 or 11 Eastern time. I'm not panicked. I'm a little irritated because this should have been easier with 250,000 people dead and 4 years and everything else and the massive turnout. And that's why I'm thinking there may be 1 or 2 things on this map that might still be up for change that we didn't think about, but I don't know. And I'm going to wait. I'm going to try not to lose too much sleep or concern, but I don't think we're doomed. I think that what we're seeing is what we were told we were likely to see, is that this may take some time.
Right. If we get Arizona, this is where my hope is. If we get Arizona, we only need 2/3 of the blue wall to stick with us. If it's the wrong 2/3, then we also need 1 Nebraska district. And that's where my hope is currently residing. I would love to wake up in the morning and go, whoa, we got Georgia and North Carolina, and we went to bed sure that we weren't going to. That would be excellent. But my hopes are, I wouldn't call them high, but I'm not without it. Like you've said, not without hope. Hope, since we've both used the word hope, I think hope should put a bow on it.
Well, what I will say, I mean, one of the things that I wanted to thank you for is bringing so many diverse guest speakers on here today. I've been silently watching before I even started streaming live with you, and it was really nice seeing the representation here tonight. And I guess my personal bit of representation as a sex worker is that, I'm not super happy voting for Biden and Harris either. Like, they definitely don't have my best interests in mind. Their voting record doesn't support sex workers. I mean, I mentioned in my Instagram story Operation Choke Point. I think that was like 2013, which basically has a lasting effect on my career right now that impacts me every day on how I am able to like run my website and how I'm considered hired, how banks refuse to work with me, and how I have to jump through so many financial loopholes to legitimize myself. But, you know, I think a lot of Trump supporters at the end of the day just found like one thing they didn't like about Biden or Harris that like disagreed with their interests and was just like, that's it, like, you know, at least Trump fucks things up. But you can't really do that. I mean, Trump doesn't have my best interests either with Boss to Sesta, but like, you can't be selfish with these kind of things. Even, you know, the Trump supporters I know in my personal life that I actually like them as people, they just kind of ignore all the crappiness because, you know, ever since I moved to Los Angeles, I know a lot of very wealthy people, and just the tax benefit alone is why they're voting for Trump. And, you know, I hope that even if things don't turn out how I'd like them to tomorrow, that, you know, that I mean, I was hoping to see more change tonight, but, you know, seeing like Arizona is very hopeful. I'm still thinking Wisconsin is gonna pull through for me. That was like my personal projection. I'm still not hopeful, but I still think we have a lot of positivity we can draw from this.
Yeah.
That's the only thing we can do.
Yeah. For the one last night, in case we don't have it after, stick around and have hope. And if you want more hope, you should check out on Twitter, Hopeless So Frantic's Twitter page, where I think you'll also find all of your links and everything, right, to your different areas and stuff. Because not only is she a sex worker, the sex work primarily benefits her fostering of animals, which is actually why I love her so much and have been such a fan of her for so long, because the whole, it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, I love animals and titties, and she is here to bring you both in one go. So go check out her links and go find Hopeless So Frantic, because she's just the greatest. Just has such a big and great heart.
This month I'm volunteering with foxes.
Oh my
and
God.
Probably wolves.
What does the fox say?
Let us know. There's an entire TikTok channel dedicated to it, and it's awesome. That's what people keep telling me. I don't want a koala habitat. Go ahead,
Jimmy. Breaking news: Trump's getting ready to speak from the White House. I don't think we can stop just yet.
All right. We have to see if he's going to declare victory. I agree, but this is, I hope, the last thing that happens tonight.
It just says Trump to speak soon from the White House.
What has CNN given Biden that we haven't? Because they're currently showing Biden with 220 to our 215. So what has 5 electoral votes?
I can't see our map. Did you give him Rhode Island?
I haven't given Rhode Island yet. You think that's it?
They gave him Rhode Island.
Okay. Here, I'll bring it back up. That's not what I wanted.
One in Nebraska and Rhode Island.
We did take the Nebraska one.
So give the one in Rhode Island to Biden.
Yeah.
And then one in Nebraska is what CNN is projecting. That puts us at 22-213.
If that has happened, that is excellent. Because remember, if that is true, and we are about to get 2 of the 3 blue wall states, we only need 2. But now getting 2 gets us across 270. Only by 1 point. But honest to goodness, if that is true, I actually feel something good right now. That's almost an adrenaline rush. Taking that 1 Omaha vote means if we take Arizona, and we take, which looks likely, and we take Wisconsin and Michigan, but not Pennsylvania, we still win. If we take Pennsylvania and Michigan, but not Wisconsin, which isn't the most likely of the scenarios, we still win. If we take Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, but not Michigan, which to me is the most likely scenario of a 2 out of 3, we still win as long as Arizona's in the bag as well. Now, if we don't get Arizona and we get 3 of the 3 original blue wall, we also still win. So you know what? I'm going to bed with several we still win scenarios in my head, and now I feel less garbage. That's honestly, I'm glad they feel confident enough to have called those.
If we take Wisconsin, Minnesota, we also have to take Arizona and Nevada.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
If
Nevada.
Yeah.
Basically, I was comparing to the 2016 map. If we just restore 2 of the 3 on the blue wall and take Arizona, because Nevada was already in the 2016 map, we are sitting pretty and we win. So yes, I was assuming in that scenario I just gave, I assume we get Nevada and I assume we get Hawaii. Biden's got a healthy lead in Nevada. I mean, granted, it's only 5.5 points, but only 22% of the vote remaining. And I don't think we ever considered Nevada in danger. Now, obviously, means nothing. 22%, that's enough to flip it. So right now, I'm still going to bed with a, shit, I see a way we do this. I see a way we pull this off. And it took 1 vote in Nebraska to make me feel that way.
It really just depends on what he says when he walks out here in a minute.
Yeah.
Because if he declares victory,
CNN.
What's that?
CNN.
And I'm on MSNBC.
Yeah. What is the current Fox News map say?
238, 213.
Biden or Trump? 238.
They've got.
Oh,
they've got Maine split, Nebraska split. They've got Arizona for Biden, and Nevada trending Biden, but Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia all trending Trump.
So let's go see what the map over on OANN says, because if One America News Network has already called it for Trump, he might be willing to call it for himself. However, that does not show. Are they even doing coverage tonight? What?
I know nothing about them.
There is I mean, it's Trump's Fox News alternative because Fox News is going too far left for them now. Meanwhile, they seem to their website. Apparently, they're not worried anybody is watching because there's not a thing about the election on their website right now. Huh.
That's pretty strange.
Very strange.
How can that? How can you possibly call yourself a news network?
Yeah. This is the only thing that matters in the fucking world right now. What'd you say, Hope?
If we were looking at the same screen, it just like redirects you to Fox for more information.
OAN is sending people to Fox?
Yeah, let me look again.
What a fucking joke of a network, but we already knew that. And meanwhile, they have press access. Like that's
the OANN?
Yeah, I think so. They have press access to the White
House.
House.
Yeah, that's on their front page.
Bananas.
BANANAS.
Trump has no problem making people wait, does he?
I can't believe that. I'm looking at it. I had to go. I believe Jimmy and I trust Jimmy, and I still had to go pull the website up myself. One America News Network literally has nothing on their front news page that you wouldn't know there was an election going on.
No.
They got a ticker for the cost of legal immigration. They've got a bunch of news stories. General Milley says the military will play no role in election disputes.
Okay, good.
President Trump Biden competing for electoral votes not popular.
That sounds like still talking about an election to come. 1 hour ago, Trump made a tweet that has once again been censored by Twitter. because of the misleading elections of stuff. Basically, his claim is that he's up big, but we're trying to steal it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed, which nobody is. Well, okay, wait. What is he saying? Because people who are in line, it has always been the case. Just like this week, you say, we have to know on election night. That's the night, and it should never be after. But votes are always counted after election night, literally always. So polls closed, yes, once the polls are closed, no one else can enter the line. But to say no vote can be cast is to say I want people who showed up to vote to not be counted, including in these counties where we only put one fucking polling place so that you would have a line down the goddamn block. Anyway, that's his misleading tweet. He's just
that
a
is
piece
something
of
hopeful that you reminded me of. It just like maybe there's just this secret long line of people just waiting to cast their ballots still. That happened to me one year, so.
Trump retweeted Amish people in carts and buggies with Trump flags going down the highway doing a Trump parade in their horse-drawn carts, and he thinks that's a positive thing. The Amish are a cult, a really fundamentalist cult. There are few groups of people less systemically non-skeptical than the Amish. They're very nice people, but they are an oppressive, patriarchal Christian cult. And so I just look at that and I'm like, oh my God, of course they would vote for you. What cult, what member of a cult doesn't like other cults? This is why people in cults get targeted by other cult-like things like MLMs.
My only experience with them being from like New York is like the Amish puppy mills that we had to deal with a lot in rescue. Like lots of animal neglect cases and like backyard breeding cases and yeah.
They
not
have
good
the
stuff.
whole
Not stuff I'd want to be
animals
affiliated with.
You could give Hawaii to Biden.
Will do.
I was like,
CNN's
I
not quite
expected
there.
that one, but it's still exciting.
Yeah. CNN's not quite there, but the New York Times, Fox, and MSNBC are all.
It's another one we could have. We're going to bed without the results of who is the president. So honestly, we could have called it 8 hours ago and we wouldn't have really affected the integrity of anything.
Sure. And we would have called it 11 minutes ago, but Trump's getting ready to speak.
Yep.
And if he's getting ready to declare victory, I'd like my instantaneous reaction to be immortally recorded as a broadcast on the internet. Because the only words that should come out of his mouth right now are, for the good of America, please go the fuck to bed. There's not going to be an answer tonight. This may take some time. That's it.
I
really
think
hope
there's a
that
chance.
Something super narcissistic and vain and thinks he's going to win.
Yeah, I think if I had to guess what he's about to say is, okay, it's been a long day. Things have been great. We've had a great showing, and you've shown all of your support. We are up big, and honestly, if the states were being honest, they would have already said Trump has won. But we won't know until tomorrow. They're going to try to steal the election, and we're not going to let them. I think he will say we're waiting until tomorrow. I don't think he'll claim victory, but he is going to say the thing about we're trying to steal the election. I think that's
What
coming.
is that even supposed to mean? How can you steal an election?
Donald Trump said 3 to 5 million people voted illegally in California, and then told people to go prove it. They didn't prove it, and he continued to repeat the claim. So who knows what he thinks it means? I mean,
California, like, even if that claim was true, California would have been blue anyhow.
oh, so it was his defense of why he lost the popular vote. Though he has, over the last 4 years, said he thinks that there's a chance he could win California because California's so fed up. And Matt, while you were lamenting your map that needed correction earlier, just remember that guy I told you about from Jordan Klepper's show. At least you weren't calling 46 states for Trump.
I've heard of
As
Jordan
a Californian, I'm insulted.
Jordan Klepper makes the best. It's oh man, I imagine when you see, if you just Google him, you'll go, oh yeah, that guy. He goes to Trump rallies for Trevor Noah's show, and he is the best at getting people to admit their hypocrisy out loud and not realize it. Okay, yeah, I know who it is. Well, I'm at least familiar. Yeah, I love the guy. Someone, my friend Ida just asked, hi Ida, who's the guy in the bottom left? That's Zod. We just didn't have a real plan for him leaving before Hope, so he's frozen on the screen. But he has I think we should all feel comforted by his presence. I do. I do too.
I have one more screen time than him. I'm victorious tonight. That's all I need to know.
You did it. Oh man, let's see. Come on, just go out. For Trump though, he's like, what are you talking about? I got 4 more hours of tweeting from the toilet. I don't have to. I'll come out when I feel like it. This isn't late for him. It's late for us. This is not late for Trump.
You know, your impression of him is just too good. It's almost concerning.
It's been getting better. My impression used to be an impression of Alec Baldwin's impression. But then I watched this movie that is about James Comey. I can't remember what it's called, but Jeff Daniels plays James Comey, and my impression was affected a lot by the guy who played Donald Trump. Did I say Jeff Bridges?
It's really good.
Jeff Daniels.
Yeah, I don't think you said Bridges.
Okay, good. Time is meaningless now.
Maybe you said Goldblum.
Did I say Goldblum?
I don't know.
That would be hilarious. You will get my.
I think you said anything at this point.
Yeah, who knows? This is. I have it muted, but I can see that even the CNN anchors are slipping into manic episodes, much like myself. So I feel for them. Mostly Jake Tapper.
I keep looking over the screen and seeing Zod and thinking he's still here.
He looks like he's about.
He made a really good post when he left.
Yeah, he looks like he's happy to hear what we're saying.
He looks engaged. Yeah.
I agree.
I've been silently reading these super chats down below.
All right, let me go check a few more super chats while we wait for this guy to fucking.
Yes, chat us up until the president goes up.
Yeah. What about Maine? Still nothing has been called in Maine.
That may not be true. Fox has called it
blue, probably.
Well, actually, they're not clear. Whoops. Yeah, nobody's really called Maine.
Let's see.
I'd be surprised if it turned, though.
Some people say that Trump listens to the last person in the room. I think this is true for a majority of people. What do you think? I've actually seen that manipulated before. I don't think he is intelligent enough that when a person tells him why they do want something, for him to know. So you saw this actually back with Schumer and Nancy Pelosi going into the White House and getting him to commit to things, which then the next thing was he had a public appearance and he said what he shared. And basically the Republicans were like, no, what are you talking about? So I think being the last person to talk to him actually is a benefit if you can get him to listen to you. Obviously, if Chuck and Nancy went in now, he wouldn't give a fuck. Because he just hates them now. It'd just be whatever you say is wrong. Yeah, Zod calms my nerves.
Appreciate in general the, huh?
Oh, someone chatted Zod calms my nerves slightly. Go ahead.
I think Trump in general would just appreciate the last person in the room, whoever put up with his bullshit the longest and listened to him. So.
Right.
One thing to remember about the last person in the room thing is that, while that may be true for him or any number of other people, also that's independent from whether or not the last person was right. Because if I've just interviewed a whole bunch of people, if the last one made up my mind, there's no reason to keep talking. It's like you you always find your glasses in the last place you look, because once you find them, you stop looking.
Right. I think it's more
the fact that the last person in the room was there.
I think the more so the point with Trump is if you have Trump's ear and so does somebody who disagrees with you, you know it's more important to just have Trump's ear after that person.
I get it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know when he's going to come in the room and start talking, but I need some water because I've gone through all the tequila, margarita, everything.
Tequila. I made that coffee forever ago and then I never got it.
Is there a way you guys can stream when Trump starts talking on like the main screen?
Unfortunately not, because there's so many copyright hawks that if they're just audio monitoring, their algorithm, like it literally could mean that I am streaming PBS, but because it's the same audio of being Trump speaking, that CNN puts an automatic claim on it. And then you get that claim taken off and then it's the next one and the next one. That's really, really frustrating. Yeah.
Darn. We'll just have to have you like reenact.
We'll have his face up and I'll sing The Room Where It Happens. I want to be in the room where it happens, the room where it happens. I got to be in the room where it happens. I would like to play Aaron Burr or Lafayette in a future Hamilton installment. I can no longer hear you. What is happening? Did I hit that by accident? No. Say something? I suddenly hear you not at all. When you speak, I don't see the volume rocker on your call moving. So is there a mute button on your microphone that you may have pressed? The red flashing light, perhaps? Now, do you want to just refresh the call and see if that fixes it? Just hit refresh on your browser. I want to be in the room where it happens, the room where it happens, the room.
Can you hear me now?
The face you were left. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what happened.
I'm alive.
The internet. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to get back in because the face you were making was like a thinking face. You're like, and like, well, at least Zod got a good one in to freeze out on. Yeah. God, Trump, fucking, why would you announce you're going to do it soon and make people wait 20 fucking minutes? Just get out here already. All right, there's Tim Meadows, Donald Trump Jr., Ivanka. That's Missolini. I can't remember her real name. Eric Trump and his wife, Tiffany Trump. I don't know who the guy Tiffany's married to is. Missolini is Kimberly Guilfoyle. I call her Missolini because of her fucking RNC speech. The best is yet to come! To nobody in the room.
It sounds very Sparta.
They are all packed in this room in the White House, and no one is wearing a mask. For the record, if people are wondering what's going on here. Let me unmute here, see what happens. I might mute my own mic if it's picking up too loudly. They're playing Hail to the Chief, the like original version. Trump is on the stage. Melania is with him. He looks thrilled to be there. That big smile everyone loves. I'm joking. He's got a scowl. So thank you very much. I'm just going to repeat the slides. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Thank you. Okay, I can't really do that though. Let's see. I think he's still deciding if he's going to say it. So he's thanking people for their support, millions of votes. Yeah, he's doing the trying to disenfranchise thing. He's saying, There's a group of people trying to disenfranchise the voters, and we're not going to let them. Thanking the First Lady, blah, blah, blah. He's complaining that they were going to, they were preparing for a celebration, and now all of a sudden that they can't have it.
So dramatic.
I know. He's just saying that he's just repeating himself as he always does. He's celebrating that they won Texas, meaning he knows it was a close one.
So this is actually good, Jimmy.
He did start out with there's a group of people trying to disenfranchise, which is a signal to his supporters.
Oh, no. I heard that, and I agree.
Yeah.
That's a problem. But he's running around right now talking about where he won and how big he won, and by specific numbers, which means he's willing to trust the results that are coming in anywhere that he won.
Right.
That shouldn't be surprising, though.
That's what he did last time. Current popular vote stands at 66 million Biden to Donald's 64.5. So he's currently beating him by 1.5 million in pop vote. And we have exceeded for both the Democrat and the Republican the popular vote from last time.
He's also suggesting he could still get Arizona. He's laying claim to everything right now. He just went through Pennsylvania.
Super premature. He's basically declaring that they're winning Pennsylvania, which it's way, way too early to say.
I really hope he doesn't, specifically because of that.
Say one more time.
I really hope he doesn't win Pennsylvania, specifically because he said that.
Yeah.
Okay. Now this part not as good because it's definitely spin. He's trying to say they're up by a lot with 64% of the vote in, and it would be possible or really unlikely to catch up in Pennsylvania. So he's basically making his little checklist of we're going to accept everything that's for us right now, and anything that doesn't go for us, we're going to object to, which is what we knew was going to happen the entire time.
Right. He's such a cartoon character that now I feel like his voice is a Trump impression.
Were there any states that surprised you guys tonight, as of so far?
Surprised, no. Because, I mean, we've barely broken out of the 2016 map with the one Nebraska vote. So
I haven't been surprised by any of the votes tonight. We don't have results from the states that we were hoping were going to change.
Right.
Yeah. This was the the default scenario map, showing okay, we need to flip this, this, and this, or this, this, and this, and we don't have results for any of those options that needed to flip.
I'm feeling confident about Arizona. What do you guys feel most confident about, other than Arizona?
Yeah, I think Arizona I feel pretty confident about. I want to be confident that we can get 2 of the 3 of the blue wall back, but I think right now the only thing I have pretty decent confidence in is Arizona.
I'm pretty confident in Arizona. I'm slightly less confident in Wisconsin, and then slightly less confident than that in Michigan, and then Pennsylvania's even less than that.
I'm close to the same, except I swapped Pennsylvania and Michigan.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Yeah, he's just rattling off, and it's specific numbers. Oh, I want Ohio, and it's by this percent, and that's this many votes, and all this.
I just want to know if he ends it with, as far as I'm concerned, I've won. I want to see if he gives a soft victory.
He just said it.
Yeah. That we.
He literally just said, we were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Right.
He just declared victory.
What did he say?
I'm getting
did
to
he
that
say
part
word
now.
for word?
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
me reading word for word off the closed caption.
Yeah, I'm just getting to that part.
So we're going to the U.S. Supreme Court, he says. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 a.m. and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment to me. I'm reading Trump, by the way.
Yes.
When this, as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank. Wow, he declared that he won it twice, and that basically this is going to court.
I'm a fucking oracle.
Okay, I expected this, but what the fuck? Part of me was always like, oh, you can't take everything you see in the r/politics. You have to take it with a grain of salt. It's bias there. It's not 100% reality, but I expected this to happen, but was like, no, that's too far-fetched.
Basically, he's going with our current votes. If we just stopped the election here and didn't keep counting, I've won, which is true, but that's not how this works. And so he's trying to say, so I'm going to try and stop the election here.
I mean, he's been saying that, but it was just so far-fetched and outlandish that I didn't. I should have expected. I'm kind of jealous of everyone who's not an American right now being able to observe this and just not be directly affected. I mean, everyone's going to be directly affected to some extent, but
Yeah.
I always say politics isn't a football game. But, if you weren't actually in that country and didn't give a shit, I guess that's the problem with a lot of Americans don't give a shit, but
So Mike wouldn't say it quite. He said we're on the road to victory. He wouldn't say it as, but literally right after I said, I just want to see if he does a soft claim of victory, he then twice says, as far as I'm concerned, we've already won.
But Pence
So that's
didn't.
good. Sorry, go ahead.
But Pence didn't.
No, Pence says we're on the road to victory. We're going to make America great again, was his thing.
Yeah, because it's been so great these last 4 years, let me tell you.
Then he saw a woman in the audience and made sure Mother was around so he wouldn't have to leave. All right, I don't think I have any more in me anyway. Last thoughts, Matt?
What the President of the United States just did shouldn't matter to anybody who understands and understands. He may have won this fair and square, but he doesn't get to declare that tonight or tomorrow or ever, despite what Fox News says. He's not the one who declares who has won this election. And we have 8 to 9 states that haven't been declared, even with prospective results by expert speculators. None of this is over until all the votes are counted, period.
Right. Hope, last thoughts?
Yeah, I think that's very ignorant to be able to say, like, not say, but infer that this is the end of the election without having everyone's count considered yet. I think this is a really unique opportunity for, you know, even just us three right here being able to observe history like this. It's fucked up, but it'll, you know, in 50 years, if we're
If
not,
he
a,
successfully,
you know,
if he successfully gets the courts to stop the counting of votes, which is what he's just announced that he's going to do, because if the vote stops now, basically every vote that's not counted now, we have to throw out, he wins. And if he gets the courts to throw out, make the counting stop now, there will be a civil war.
I don't think he can succeed. I think even originalist Amy Coney Barrett says we specifically set up the Constitution to allow the states to be in charge of how they cast their votes. So I don't think it is a high probability, but I agree that at that point is basically declaring war on your own people.
Yeah.
I still have concern, just even if the votes are counted properly, and no matter which candidate comes out on top, I'm very concerned about some of the cities that I have loved ones in. I even messaged my mom earlier today. I was like, after you cast your ballot, you know, she lives in the neighborhood I used to, and it was very affected by protests a few months ago. It was really dangerous. So, I mean, you guys saw how Los Angeles was, and that's like right where I live. So, yeah, I am concerned for public safety, regardless of how this ends.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Sorry, one more time, David. Yeah, so as far as to close this out, I want to say a big thank you to all of the mods. Some of them stuck around for the full 8 hours. Y'all are fucking amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to the people who came. Thank you to our people who modded the phone calls. Obviously, we didn't do a ton of them, but we delivered on the promise that every show on this channel will be a call-in show. So that was at least met. And so I guess for my final words of the night, I would rather show you than say it. So good night, everybody. Be safe, be happy, sleep well. And finally of all,
Thank you again. It's great to be here, and I want to welcome those of you who were here last night, and yay! And those who weren't here last night, boo! No, this is a wonderful weekend for us at the Origins Project, and tonight is going to be a great night, and I'm very excited about it. I want to repeat one thing I did say last night for those who weren't here. For me, and for all of us, it is a true privilege to be located in this place, where we can fill up 3,000-seat auditorium for science. It says great things. It's true. It says great things for all of you, and we really appreciate it. But tonight is an amazing evening because, without hyperbole, it is true that I don't think there has ever been on one stage an assembly of science storytellers and communicators like this. It's very intimidating, in fact. I have had the good fortune, I realized, to appear on stage with each one of these people individually, but all together. It's going to be an amazing night. And the way it's going to work, when you got great jazz musicians, you allow them to jam. And so the way we're going to do it is we're going to bring everyone out in a minute or two, and everyone's going to tell a little science story for you, to give you a sense of what excites them about science or to how they interpret science. And each one of the people will do that, and that should take a while, and then we'll take a break. Then we'll come back and we're going to have a discussion. Then we're going to open it up to all of you. I believe you have question cards. If you want to write down your question by the intermission, bring them down, and then we'll choose some questions. And after we have our discussion, we'll try and answer your questions. So that's the way it's going to go. So I want to introduce each of the panelists in order. The first person that I want to introduce is the director of a remarkable festival, which is, I would say, next to the Origins Project, the most amazing science festival in the country, the World Science Festival in New York City, and I've been privileged to be part of it 4 or 5 times. And Tracy Day is the CEO of that, a former broadcast journalist, and puts together this remarkable program of 30 to 40 different science events throughout New York, and with lots of different scientists and musicians, and it's an amazing event, and it's been a privilege for me to be a part of it. So I want to bring out Tracy Day first. Thanks, Tracy. Thank you. Next, I want to bring out an old friend of mine, and one of the most well-known physicists in the country. He burst like a supernova on the stage of the public stage with his first book, The Elegant Universe. And I think of him as a long-lost son, really. And Brian and I have been together in many venues, and he is really one of the most remarkable and vibrant communicators of physics, particularly particle physics, in the country. And it's really a pleasure to welcome him back to the stage today. Brian? Papa. Okay, enough. That love, I feel it. Thanks, Brian. I'm not turning my back to you, I think. But the next person I want to bring on stage is another old friend, and I've been privileged to be on his program a number of times. And he is really one of the most amazing, he has the most amazing radio program in the country about science. But if you've been on the program and you experienced it, you can see what an amazing job he does in interviewing people. Brian and I and Ian McEwen were on earlier this week. And when you're on there, you see the incredible talent. And I know that when I try and moderate these panels, what I think is I'm trying to channel Ira Flato. And so I'm happy to bring out Ira Flato.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
you. Next, I want to bring out a little guy who is now everywhere. He's on TV. He's about to make a new series, a remake of the Cosmos series. And he's the director of the Hayden Planetarium, and in fact, I was privileged enough to be there last week for an event that he moderated, and now I'm going to return that favor to him and not let him talk either. He's a little shy, but I think we can encourage him to come out. Neil deGrasse Tyson. you're over there. Oh, hold on.
No, he's
you're
over
not
there.
over there. You're over there. Sorry. Yeah. It's okay. Next, we have, as I said last night, in my own mind, the person we all look up to as one of the greatest writers about science in the history of science, and someone who changed the way science writing is done and communication is done with his book, A Selfish Gene, which was published almost 40 years ago. And it's a surprise guest because he wasn't in the original program, but he was here last night, and we'd be remiss if we didn't include in this program Richard Dawkins. Now, the next guy is a real guy. In fact, he's a science guy. And I don't think I have to say anything else. Bill Nye has been an amazing educator on television. I love watching him in Disney World each time I go to Epcot Center. And he's been a pleasure to interact with. He's also the executive director of the Planetary Society, which is a position that Carl Sagan first had. And it is truly a pleasure and a privilege to welcome to the stage Bill Nye. Thank you. You take care of that. An amazing group. And the last person I want to welcome to the stage is a little bit different, but in fact, he communicates science in a different way. In my mind, personally, I think he is the best science fiction writer writing today. He is incredibly prolific. I don't know how he produces what he produces. And I've been with him in a number of events, and he has an incredible following. He weaves science in his stories in a way that very few science fiction writers really do effectively. And it's truly, again, a privilege to welcome Neil Stephenson to the stage. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to begin. If we go to the first slide, actually. And as all of my colleagues will point out to you, it's always about me. And so the story, I want to tell you a little science story, and it's a story about me. In a way, it's a story about what got me interested in science, because I thought that would be appropriate. This person here is Richard Feynman. This young person here is me. And Richard Feynman made me want to be a scientist for a number of reasons. When I was a high school student, I took a special summer program, and I was bored. And the teacher came down and said, "You look bored," and he gave me a book. And in fact, I think if this works, it does. This was the book. It's called The Character of Physical Law by Richard Feynman. And he said, look, this is a book by a guy who won the Nobel Prize recently for proving that antiparticles are particles going backwards in time. Wow, this is amazing. So I took the book home, and I read the chapter. I didn't understand any of it. But it was really neat. But the thing that was important for me, and I hope one of the things I like to tell students, because we tend to teach science, as I said the other night, as if it's done by dead white men. And when I looked at this, I realized, not all the problems are solved. There's still an incredible number of things we need to understand about the universe. And it was the first time that I thought a career in physics might actually be worthwhile. There were things left to discover, that all the great things hadn't been known. And it changed my life completely. Now, like all good physics undergraduates, I'm sure Brian and Neil at very least, I carried around with me the Feynman Lectures on Physics. He rewrote all of introductory physics in his own style. He was incredibly charismatic and an amazing teacher. And I carried them around. Again, I couldn't understand them. But I thought by osmosis, if I carried them around long enough. It was only when I was a graduate student that I really began to appreciate the depth of those descriptions. And that kind of as I thought of being an educator, the idea, what was amazing about Feynman was that he conveyed his excitement and his interest and the integrity of science, as I'll talk about in a second. Now, I was lucky enough, as it turned out, when I was an undergraduate, to meet Feynman at a meeting up in Canada. And this was actually taken for a physics magazine. And I'm pleased we were actually talking physics at that instant. But I spent most of the weekend with him because I brought my girlfriend at the time, and she was one of the few women. And Feynman, if you knew anything about Feynman, he decided to spend most of his time with us. And besides actually teaching me how to dance, he convinced me we had long talks about adventure and seeking out adventure. And I know for me, for him, science was an adventure, and it is for me, but it was everything in life was an adventure. Learning, just the pleasure of finding things out, as he wrote. And that became infectious for me and changed and invigorated me to become a scientist. Now, it turned out many years later, when I was at Harvard, I gave a colloquium at Caltech, where Feynman was teaching. And it was very intimidating, of course, but he asked a good question. Then he came up afterwards to talk to me. And I really wanted to remind him. I was certain he wouldn't remember our weekend together. And he wanted to ask me a question, but there was a very annoying assistant professor who would not stop asking me questions. I'm very happy to say he didn't get tenure. But Feynman walked off, and I thought, well, I'll catch him later. But he died shortly afterwards, so I never was able to tell him what he meant to me. And as a result, I wrote a whole book about Richard Feynman because, for me, he captured the way science is done. I'm going to let him tell you in the last minute his own story, or at least the way he saw science. But I want to tell you one of the facts about science, the kind of things that would amaze him and amaze me. All of you take a breath. Hold it in. I can't see. Are you still holding? No, you can let it out now. Okay, good. Well, there's a possibility, in fact, a likely possibility, that with every breath you take, you are breathing in atoms that Richard Feynman breathed out when he gave the interview I'm about to show you. And every time I'm sitting at my desk, not getting anything done, feeling ignorant and incompetent, I like to think that I'm breathing in atoms from Richard Feynman. And that sense of joy and mystery, to me, is what science is all about. And no one conveyed it better than Feynman, and so I'll let him finish this off in his own words.
You see, one thing is I can live with doubt and uncertainty and not knowing. I think it's much more interesting to live not knowing than to have answers which might be wrong. I have approximate answers and possible beliefs and different degrees of certainty about different things, but I'm not absolutely sure of anything, and then many things I don't know anything about, such as whether it means anything to ask, why we're here, and what the question might mean. I might think about it a little bit. If I can't figure it out, then I go to something else. But I don't have to know an answer. I don't feel frightened by not knowing, by being lost in a mysterious universe without having any purpose, which is what it really is as far as possible. It doesn't frighten me.
He wasn't frightened, and he loved mysteries, and that's what science is all about, to me. Thanks. Thank you. Gracie, you want to go up next?
I would love to. Am I supposed to stand?
Yeah, you can go stand. You can do whatever you want.
One thing is probably obvious, which is I'm quite different from others on the stage. Actually, I'm quite different in another way. I'm neither a scientist nor a science journalist. And honestly, if my former friends and colleagues, my friends and colleagues saw me on this stage with this group of people, they would laugh, because I was actually a broadcast journalist, and I covered wars, I covered politics, I covered many things, but I never covered science. And that is because we all assumed that science was boring, and that scientists were boring. And so my story is really about how I discovered that science is a great story. And I did a program in about 1999 called The Century with Peter Jennings, and I was producing a part of it called The Thinkers, and I interviewed many impressive, incredible people. And what I found that the scientists were actually more interesting and more compelling than anyone else I talked to. Actually, there were people, Richard Dawkins, Brian Greene, many others were in that program. And so I realized again that the science stories are really, they were untapped. They were, people didn't realize in the mainstream media that these are great adventure stories and many other things. So in 2005 or so, Brian Greene and I co-founded a thing called the World Science Festival, and what we wanted to do was bring science to a general audience in a very new way. We wanted to use all of the storytelling, multimedia techniques you could throw at these great stories. And the key thing is we wanted to put the scientists on the stage. They were great communicators, and they often didn't get the chance to do that. So Lawrence is a wonderful participant in the festival. He has been there a number of years. And so he asked me to, as part of this talk, bring a video that would actually show what the World Science Festival is and does. So if we can bring the lights down, we can show a bit of that.
Some of the biggest names in science and the arts have gathered here in New York City for the World Science Festival.
The festival, which has been called a new cultural institution by the New York Times, takes science out of the laboratory and into the streets.
World Science Festival kicks off with a star-studded gala performance hosted by Oscar-winning actor Alan Alda.
Tonight we fly across the cosmos at the speed of art. Scientists and artists come together and give us a view of nature that is both fascinating and fun.
It is my distinct pleasure to dedicate Icarus at the Edge of Time to tonight's honoree. More than any other member of our species, Professor Hawking has traveled closest to the edge of time.
I am very honored by this wonderful evening.
What's such a great adventure about science?
The idea that we can all understand science and not have to be scientists is just a wonderful miracle of this festival.
There's a tremendous appetite in the public for knowing what science is actually accomplishing.
Is life a one-off chance?
Are our genes our destiny?
Is there a mathematical order to nature?
What the hell is mathematics?
Is there aliens in space?
This is what science is about. The excitement, the wonder, the adventure, the discovery.
If you ask me what do I hope to find, I don't know, more cool stuff. To moderate this panel on quantum physics, do you know anything about it?
Well, you know.
The most intimidating audience to teach a short Black Holes 101 course in front of Professor Stephen Hawking.
Give us a thumbnail sketch of the beginning of the cosmos as we now know it.
You can actually do a calculation to find out how many bits are necessary to simulate the universe.
The program here tonight will discuss more dimensions than meet the eye.
Now, string theory, it's multi-dimensional, vibrating strings that are so small that there's no way to ever measure at any imaginable point in the future. And yet, people still take you seriously.
The kinds of things that will be said here on this stage this evening are the kinds of things over which wars have been started.
There's no animal in the animal kingdom has wreaked the kind of havoc that we have.
Unless we take care of the ocean, nothing else really matters.
You deserve to be punished for doing the wrong thing.
Tonight we're going to explore science and religion.
Why do you still have faith in God?
What do you mean still?
You can't predict what's coming next. You can't prove what's coming next. I'll tell you what. You don't care because you're a physicist. You can't solve a problem. Convince yourself that it's not important. Forget about it.
We got to get especially young people interested in science, because by the time they hit school, it is literally crushed out of them.
I think young people care a lot more about science than we did when we were their age.
Who among the young people here would like to go to Mars?
What can people expect from a free street fair?
You won't find falafel or tube socks. This is really wall-to-wall science. I love the idea that they're taking the exhibits out to the people.
I live for being around great young scientists because the world has amazing possibilities.
I am a mathemagician. That's 300 times 238 plus 31 squared, 71,400 plus 961 is 72,361. Let's hear it for algebra!
Is something beautiful to you because we're hardwired to like beautiful things, or because it relates to reality?
Put your stereo glasses on.
These images, they are artworks of the universe.
The storytelling has to be direct enough to move us from one panel to another panel to another panel.
It's the World Science Festival. I'll be there.
So as you can tell from that highlights reel, what we try to do is open up new avenues of entry into science through the arts, through debate, discussion, through Nobel laureates talking to children. And what we hope to accomplish, and based on the people who attend, I mean, it's been 5 years and nearly 1 million people have attended the live events. And the goal, and what we hope to continue, is to move science out of the siloed existence that it tended to be for a general audience and smack into the middle of popular culture where it belongs. So, thank you.
Thank you, Francis. Okay, let me call upon your trailing spouse.
That's right.
Brian.
Thank you. Thank you. So, as I suspect most of you know, you are a very unusual audience, an unusual group that would come out in this enthusiastic way in support of science. I mean, most of the world doesn't see science in that way. Most of the world doesn't see science as a story, right? Most of the world sees science as this collection of facts that they were forced to learn at some point in school and then spit it back on an exam, and they were all too happy to leave it behind after the exam was over. But of course, what could be more human than science, right? Science is about asking questions and observing, exploring the world to try to find the answers. And that's what we do, right? That's what we do since we are even little kids, right? There's so many stories that get that across, but let me just give you one to get things going. So, you know, my son, he's somewhere out here. He's 8 years old, somewhere out there. There he is, right there, yeah, good. Thank you. So when he was about 4.5 years old, I was telling him a lot of bedtime stories, and I was really trying to put some science into the stories, right? You know, so I'd have all these spaceships flying through the universe, but I was always very diligent in saying they weren't going faster than the speed of light. One night, my son turns back to me and says, "Dad, speed of light? What about the speed of dark?" And it's like a thought I hadn't really had before. But you see, a young mind grappling with these kinds of ideas takes it to an unusual place. And just to be an equal opportunity parent, my daughter's also out there. And yeah, thank you, Sophia. Good, good, good. And you know, I have, for the last few years, been thinking about ideas that are unfamiliar to most people, the possibility of other universes, the multiverse. I mean, most of us were raised to think universe means everything to begin with, so how could there be other universes? And I say most of us with some forethought because, my kids have heard me talk about this stuff all the time since they were really young. And Sophia, when she was 3.5, I was holding her one day, I said, Sophia, I love you more than anything in the universe. She turned back to me and said, Dad, universe or multiverse? Now that's how we begin, right? We have these open minds trying to understand everything in the world around us. But as we get older, right, we begin to deal with uncertainty. Like what Feynman was saying, how do you deal with a universe that you don't really understand? How do you deal with cutting edge ideas that you don't even know if they're right or wrong because they're at the forefront and we haven't been able to test them yet? And I got a taste of how different people deal with that when I wrote The Elegant Universe back in 1999. It came out, it appeared on Amazon, and as you all know, Amazon is this wonderfully democratic approach where anybody can write a review of a book that they've read or haven't read. So a few days after the book appeared, somebody wrote in and gave it 5 stars. I was happy, that was good. And then I read the review and they said they were so happy that someone finally had written a book on string theory that was accessible because they said it's so hard to criticize things you don't understand. And they went on to say that after reading the book, they felt string theory was a bunch of mathematical buffoons chasing their own tails, and finished by saying that the reviewer felt that the author, namely me, seemed to be about as happy as a pig in shit. And what the reviewer is trying to say is, when you don't know if ideas are right or wrong, as it is with some of these cutting ideas about string theory and other things, there can be a deep level of uncertainty. And how do you deal with it? Feynman found it invigorating. Others find it deeply uncomfortable. And that is a wonderful divide in terms of how one goes about exploring the universe. Okay, now for my story. In my final 2 minutes. I got 2 minutes left, right? Okay. So one quick story, a kind of personal story. Not that personal a story, but a story about discovery. I mean, what we scientists live for are the rare moments when it all works, right? We're doing a calculation and it all comes together. And this example is one that comes from a 1990s, 1992 or so. I was at the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton. And I was working with a couple colleagues, Dave Morrison, who's normally at Duke at that time, Paul Aspinwall, who's now at Duke as well. And we wondered whether in string theory the universe might evolve in different ways than it could in Einstein's general theory of relativity. Right? In general relativity, we all know that space can stretch, it can expand, it can twist, it can warp. But one thing that can't happen in Einstein's general relativity is space can't tear apart. Can't tear apart and, say, repair itself. That tearing process would yield to physical phenomenon that would be disastrous, and the mathematics doesn't allow it to happen. We asked whether in string theory space might actually rip. So we broke this problem into 2 parts. Dave Morrison and I tried to work out the mathematical calculation that would give us insight into whether or not this tearing process could happen. Paul Aspinwall was working on the computer code that was going to implement these mathematical ideas and do the final calculation to see whether it was possible. And we phrased the calculation in terms of a physical parameter. You can think of it as the mass of a particle. We asked ourselves, if space ripped, would the mass of that particle smoothly change, or would it abruptly change in a way that would establish that that process was discontinuous, couldn't happen? So Morrison and I, we spent months working out the mathematics that needed to be plugged into the computer program. Paul had finished the program, was waiting for our results. It was a Friday night in the Institute for Advanced Study, quiet, right? It's a very quiet place at night. And we finished up and we wanted to put it into the computer program. So Paul, who'd already gone home, he called him up and said, Paul, can you come back? We finally got it. We can put it in and we can hit the button and see whether this happens. And Paul said no. It was Friday night. He wanted to watch TV and he wasn't going to come in. He said it can wait until Monday. So we said, Paul, will you come tomorrow morning? He said, look, the only way I'm going to come tomorrow morning is if you buy me a 6-pack of beer, and it's waiting there for me. We said, okay, it will be waiting. So he came in the next morning, put in our result into his computer program. We all huddled around the terminal. Morrison hit the enter button. And what we were looking for, what we boiled it down to, is if it came out, sort of sounds like Douglas Adams, it's not, if the number 12 popped out, this is real, if the number 12 popped out of this computer calculation, it meant that space could tear in string theory. So we huddled around, he hit enter, and instead the number popped out was 3.99999. And we're like, oh God, it didn't work. But wait, we said 3.999. It's so close to a whole number. Maybe it's just a round off error. Remember, it's really 4. And maybe we just lost a factor of 3 somewhere in the calculation. So we go back to the calculation, we put it up on the board. Lo and behold, we find the missing factor of 3. We put it back in, hit the enter button again, and out it comes 11.999999. That's the round off to 12, and it worked. And at that moment, I just ran around the office because we were looking at something that nobody else had seen before. We were looking at evidence that if string theory is correct, that space could tear apart and repair itself in a way that Einstein's ideas would not allow. It was this thrilling moment to look at this new phenomenon coming out of this research. And that is really what science is about. It's those moments where you're looking at reality and you're peeling away a layer that nobody else has been able to peel away before. And it's my strong feeling that we scientists, look, we have those moments rarely, a few times in a career maybe. But if kids could even have a small glimpse of that, even by solving problems that we know already have answers, but that moment of going from confusion to clarity, that transition is what science is, and that's what makes it exciting. And if only more kids would have that experience, I just think it would change the world. Thank you very much.
Now you know why I'm so proud of my boy. Ira?
Okay. Thank you. The story I'm going to tell tonight is about surprise. Science is all about surprise. Scientists love to be surprised. And when they tell you they're looking for the Higgs boson, they would rather not find it, actually, when you talk to them, because they can still hunt for it and be surprised about finding it later. It's almost disappointing for some of them to actually find it. And you discover this. I've been doing Science Friday for 22 years now. And we will continue to do it for another as many years as we can. And during those years, I've interviewed a lot of scientists, and they always, as people, will surprise you by what they say. They are people, and you think you know how they're thinking, you think you know what they're thinking, you've read all about them, you've worked with them over the years, but they will surprise you nonetheless. For example, Oliver Sacks. You know who Oliver Sacks is, the neuroscientist? Yes, he's written a lot of interesting books. And he always comes on Science Friday when he has a new book out. And so one time he was scheduled to come on Science Friday and talk about his new book. And he's such a great interview. We all like to talk to him, but we always give him an hour to talk. Say, come on for an hour, because we really isn't long enough, but that's all we have. But this time, we had a special event, and we could not put an hour for Oliver Sacks. So we called up his producer, his assistant, and we said, you know, we're very sorry. We would like to interview Oliver for an hour, but we can only do 40 minutes. Why not? Well, because we have an opportunity no one has ever had before. Someone is searching for a giant squid in the South Pacific. And we have an opportunity to interview the captain of the boat, the scientist on the boat, live for 20 minutes before the end of the hour. So we can only put Oliver on for 40 minutes and not the last 20. I said, I'm sorry, you know. It was a long silence, and the handler said, "Are you kidding?" I thought we were losing Oliver forever. He said, "Giant squid, that's Oliver's favorite subject." I kid you not. Would you allow him to sit through that whole interview and let him stay on as you're interviewing the scientist? Let him sit there and listen, maybe? We'd be very happy to have him come on for 40 minutes. I said, wow, I never knew this about Oliver. I knew all this kind of stuff would happen. This is very surprising. So sure enough, Friday came around, and Oliver Sacks comes walking into the studio with a T-shirt with a giant squid on it. And in each hand, he has a rubber squid that he is squeezing in one hand after the other. As like a kid in a candy shop, he's going to talk about the giant squid. So I said, Oliver, sit down, and we talk about his book, and I can see that he's squirming to get on to the next interview, where he's not really that interested in his book. So sure enough, 40 minutes after the hour, we come on, and I said, Oliver, you can sit here and wait through the interview if you'd like. We're going to talk to him. He says, yeah, please, let me sit down and wait with you. So we get the captain of the boat on, and he starts talking about his search for the giant squid. And Oliver says, can I ask him a question? Go for it. And he starts talking to, I could sit back and put my feet up now. I know he's doing the interview and talking to the scientist looking for the giant squid. So surprised, so much stuff that you never expect scientists to happen. The other small surprising event I'll talk to you about is when Jane Goodall has been on our program, yes, many times. About 10 years ago, I'm going to pull that out of my head because I'm not quite sure she's been on so many times. She came on the program, and once again, we gave her like an hour to herself. And I like to get calls in. It's a talk show, and I like to get the listeners in. And I had used up so much of the hour just in a great conversation with her that I had looked at my watch. I had about 2 minutes left. I have to take a phone. One call. Let's go to one call. Guy's on the phone. He says, Dr. Goodall, it's so great to talk to you. Thank you for being on the program. Do you think there is another primate out there that we haven't discovered yet? Gee, I hadn't even thought about asking that myself. She said, yeah, there really is one. And he said, well, do you think that you're going to actually discover it? She says, yeah, I think we're getting closer and closer. So I said, wait, time out. I'm the third person in this room, and I don't know what the both of you are talking about. Obviously, you two do. But I'm going to take a guess. Are you talking about Sasquatch? Yeti? The abominable snowman? And she said, yes, we are. That's what we're talking about. And I said, Dr. Goodall, do you think that you actually going to find one? She said, well, we have fibers now, hairs that have been taken off of trees and things, and maybe we can do DNA analysis and actually figure out what this thing really is. But I really believe that it does exist. My director says in my head, time's up, you're out of time. And it turns out that she had come on in subsequent years and in years that she's always admitted that that's what she does believe in the existence of Sasquatch. She wrote a foreword to a book that was entitled The Science of Sasquatch, which did not take any side one way or the other, but just presented the evidence. So my story tonight, and I'll conclude it, is that we are always surprised in doing science as science journalists, and it's such a pleasure to find scientists who are willing to talk and tell us why they are surprised and to share their surprises with us. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Ira. The next speaker never ceases to surprise me, so go ahead.
Okay.
Lawrence, before I begin, I just thought I would, you said that we're all sharing molecules from the breath breathed by Feynman, but you didn't say how that can be true. And so I would like to add information to this, that